The presidential candidate Raila Odinga and his running mate Martha Karua took their campaigns to Kwale. The team started off their rally at Samburu in Kinango constituency before heading to Matuga, Lunga and Ukunda, where they castigated Deputy President William Ruto over his sexist remarks against Defense Cabinet Secretary Eugene Wamalwa.
Jana Ruto amezungumza, anasema ya kwamba yeye kwao hawapigangi wanawake kofi. Na huyu waziri ni mwanaume.
Na William Ruto, kama wao hutaki kuheshimu Eugene Wamalwa, it's okay. But you cannot disrespect the name of the Wamalwas. What is wrong with you? Unajua vile familia ya Wamalwa imepigania Kenya hii?
Mimi pia ndio mdhamini wa jamii ya Kibaluya. Ruto kwenda kutukana Wamalwa akiwa Bungoma nyumbani, mtu amwambie nitalipisha hiyo kisasi. Nitalipisha mimi.
They said that the remarks were derogatory not only to the CS but also to the women folk.
Na kila asubuhi akiamuka ni matusi. Akiwa atusi cabinet minister Wamalwa, anatusi kina mama.
Kama wewe unatusi wale mnafanya kazi nao na ni wadosi kama wewe, pia unamkosea heshima mdosi wako rais. Wananchi nao utawapatia heshima kweli? Si utawakanyanga?
Hapana, cheza na mwanamume zako. Unafikiri wewe ni nani wewe? Hasira ni nini? Hasira ni nini?
Odinga and his running mate Martha Karua said Ruto cannot be trusted with the presidency.
Hakuna ukweli wowote ambao jamaa wanasema. Sasa wanasema tio Raila anaogopa, anakwenda kushindwa. Unafikiri jamaa wanaweza kunishinda mimi? Kama kukuwa na uhuru, tuliwanyamana ngangana hao, yeye peke yake anaweza. Yeye ni nani bin nani?
Odinga also pledged goodies for the Coast region.
Tutaleta uhaki katika mambo ya miliki ya ardhi. Kwa sababu hapa si mwingine Ali Hassan Joho huyu. Tutangalia na shughuli gani mambo.
Wakati alikuwa waziri ndani ya serikali ya Kibaki, waziri wa barabara, akaboresha barabara zetu, akafanya mipango kubwa ya mabarabara, na wale wanatembea Mombasa na matauni ya Kenya mumeona barabara za gorofa. Kweli au si kweli?
On Thursday, the team will land in Mombasa County, where political fireworks pitting gubernatorial candidates is expected. Tobias Shanji, KTN News, Kwale County.
Now, Kenya Kwanza presidential candidate DP William Ruto has called out Kenya Kwanza sister parties over what he terms as infighting and sibling rivalry. Ruto, who was forced to publicly reprimand supporters of warring candidates within the alliance in Vihiga County, says that this will give their opponents a leeway at the polls and must be avoided. Kenya Kwanza has also termed as inconsequential the recent opinion polls, terming them as fabrications. Alana Chanda reports.
Wednesday, and Kenya Kwanza presidential flag bearer DP William Ruto was in Ikolomani, Emuhaya and Bale before proceeding to Kisii, Migori and Nyamira counties in a bid to buoy his presidential bid.
Mambo tumepanga.
Ruto finding himself in the middle of sibling rivalry as supporters of candidates from sister parties almost scuttled the rally. The commotion prompting a visibly agitated Ruto to publicly reprimand the supporters.
Tumo hapa kuja kuharibu hii mkutano, useme saa hizi mapema. Ama uondoke kwa hii mkutano. Wewe kijana, wacha kunijibu, unanijibu kama nani? Kama umeleta kisirani kwa hii mkutano, utoke. Hauwezi kuja hapa na kuharibu mkutano.
There has been infighting within the alliance, and several weeks ago, ANC leader Musalia Mudavadi, in his Maragoli dialect, decried what he termed as domineering attitude from the UDA big brother, who fielded candidates in ANC and for Kenya TAFs. The second in command, however, terming these as costly friendly fires that might cost them some seats.
Wale tunashindana na wao hawako hapa. Sisi wote hapa ni timu moja. Wale wa kuzimia wako huko nje. Tunaelewana? Kwa hivyo sisi hapa tukileteana maneno, wale wa kuzimia watatuangusha.
The Western region is a non-Odinga stronghold and keen to hive off some votes. Ruto has tapped into former Odinga allies from the region who have vowed to change the course of the electorate, fashioning next month's polls as an economic revolution.
From Kakamega, hii corridor yote inaitwa the Liranda corridor. Ni corridor ya madini. Serikali yetu lazima iweke pesa ya kutosha hapa, so that our people here can enjoy the benefits and fruits and proceeds of mining.
Wananchi, mimi ninampeleka kwa Ruto ili ile factory setting nilimuweka tukiwa na Kibaki irudi hapa. Wakati tulikuwa na Kibaki, Kibaki alinipatia pesa nikajenga Ikuhu District Hospital. Iko haiko?
The opinion polls, according to Kenya Kwanza, are mere fabrications and not empirical, which are out to manipulate the public, insisting Ruto is ahead of Odinga. When the alliance launched their manifesto, manufacturing, affordable health for all and reducing cost of living were among their baits they dangled. Ruto and cohorts reiterating that. DP William Ruto has wrapped up his Western tour with a call on sister parties within the Kenya Kwanza umbrella to desist from friendly fires, while at the same time trashing opinion polls, placing Raila Odinga ahead of him. Alan Ochanda, KTN News in Vihiga.
Now, President Uhuru Kenyatta continued with his charm offensive campaigns against his deputy, William Ruto, insisting that the only politician who can be trusted with the leadership of this nation and to continue with his legacy is the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Alliance Party presidential candidate, Raila Odinga. The president, who was launching several development projects in Maralal in Samburu County, said that the one-time forward-turned-friend and his handshake partner, Raila Odinga, had proved that he can work with other leaders from various ethnic and political backgrounds for the sake of development in the country. The president also gave out 20,000 title deeds to the locals.
Harari, Langai, Wasamisho, Lamada, Manyida, Kajona.
Nimekuja kutoka mpaka ya Samburu. Tumepita hapo mpaka kufika hapa na hakuna pahali tumekanyanga vumbi. Na ndivyo mimi nawauliza kwa heshima. Hii gari ambaye nimeipeleka na sasa imebaki wiki 3 ndio wakuniandika niambie sasa amenipatia pension niende nyumbani. Ningependa hiyo gari jameni, nitafute mtu ambaye anaweza pia aiendeshe kwa njia ya amani, afikishe wananchi pahali ambapo wanaenda. Mimi ningewauliza jameni, huyu baba jameni mumuunge mkono niende naye. Si tunatafuta tu driver ambaye atatufikisha pahali ambapo tunataka kwenda na ambaye ataendelea na kazi. Mnaonaje jameni?
All right, and we want to take a short commercial break now here on News Hour. But remember, any moment now, we will be crossing over to the Bomas of Kenya. All eyes are on the IEBC. How prepared are we to go to the polls 26 days to the day? My colleague Ken Mijungu, alongside other media colleagues, will be engaging the IEBC chairman, Wafula Chebukati, on all the pertinent questions regarding preparedness ahead of the general election. So last-minute preparations, as you can see, taking place there. Guests are already seated in the auditorium, and we shall be crossing there any moment from now as they start. So stay with us, stay with News Hour. We are taking a short break. I'll be back with more updates when we return.
Final Question: which option provides anti-germ protection for your teeth for 12 hours? A helmet. B, a bodyguard. C, Colgate Total.
12 hours?
You can call a friend.
I'd like to call my dentist. Germs are the cause of many dental problems. Colgate Total with zinc and arginine attaches to the teeth like a magnet. Provides 12-hour anti-germ protection. So it is the obvious choice.
The answer is Colgate Total.
Colgate Total, 12-hour anti-germ protection.
The Naivas back to school. Term 1 is gone. You made it through. But the journey continues. Term 2 awaits you eagerly. You can count on us, for we truly understand the Kenyan back to school. All your back to school essentials are fully stocked. Best deals and offers on all your back to school essentials. Cushion for all parents and guardians' pockets. Go back to school the authentic Kenyan way with the Naivas back to school. Naivas saves you money. We are stronger together, and we are the backbone of our society and our nation. Everybody has their strengths and weaknesses, but together we can lift up our communities and our country. Nobody benefits from knocking down the other. It is good to understand each other for us to build a stronger nation. Peace is important, so let us love one another, listen to one another, and lift one another up, and we will stand strong. Let us have peace. Let us have elections bila noma.
I mean, it feels great. I mean, without the support of the ITF, Tennis Kenya, Ministry of Sport, and also Kenya Airways for flying me here back home, I mean, it couldn't be possible, but I'm really grateful that I'm able to come back with this title. I mean, this will really show a lot of belief to more Kenyan players out here and to also African players that it doesn't matter the background you come from or...
You are watching KTN News.
We shall legalize weed.
Professor George Luchiri Wajakoya of the Roots Party. Raila Amolo Odinga of the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Party.
Unajua mimi sina pesa ya serikali ama ya kashfa.
David Mwaure Wahiga of the Agano Party. And
hakuna kura ya hasla mtaiba.
William Samoei Ruto of the Kenya Kwanza Alliance. Presidential Debate 2022. Do not adjust your sets.
Many thanks for staying with us. You're watching News Hour. To a disturbing story now, and the residents of Baruti area in Nakuru West woke up to a rude shock after finding 2 bodies of people murdered by unknown people. In the first incident, the body of an unidentified young woman was found beheaded and dumped in Barut sand mines. Less than a kilometer away, another body of a male person was found having been stabbed and strangled. Just who are they, and who are the perpetrators of the heinous crimes?
Emotions ran high in Barut area of Nakuru West after residents woke up to horrifying scenes of 2 adults killed under the cover of darkness. In the first incident, a middle-aged woman was killed and her stark naked body dumped at the Barut sand mines. The woman's head had been decapitated and missing.
Up this morning and we were told that there was a scene of some 2 people had been killed. And this is within Nakuru West.
On the other side of the quarry was the body of 48-year-old Geoffrey Bett, who had been killed in almost a similar manner. The father of two had been strangled and stabbed and his partially naked body left by the roadside.
Nilipata tu habari asubuhi. Nikaambiwa mtoto wako, kijana wako amepatikana pale, ameolewa. Sasa wakati nilikuja hapa nikakuta kweli ni wao. Sahi unafanywa na waje tu uchunguzi kufanyika. Kijana wangu alikuwa na tabia mzuri. Hakuwa na maneno hata na mtu yote. Kijana wangu alikuwa na tabia mzuri. Hakuwa na mambo.
Kuna vijana walikuwa wamekosana for the last 2 months ago. Sasa jana tukaenda tukasuluhisha na wazee wengine. Pamoja na huyo mzee mwenda zake. Anaitwa Geoffrey na anaishi hapa chini, ni jirani tu. Si mbali sana. Sasa vile asubuhi ya leo kuamka asubuhi, kuna ndugu yangu alikuwa anaenda shule asubuhi. Akaniambia kuna mtu mwenye amekufa. Kwa hapa hivyo inaitwa hapa kwa mwalimu. Hii ndio jina inajulikana huko sana. Nikaamka asubuhi, kuja nikamwona ni mtu mwenye tulikuwa naye jana.
Whatever the motive, whatever the reason, we have no any idea. But this is subject to confirmation after effectively we've completed our investigations.
The county police boss said that they will continue to hunt down the organized criminal gangs, some of which have been linked to the killings of 3 women in Mawanga, Bahati constituency.
And during our patrols, it's a serious and stern warning. Anyone in Nakuru, either carrying anyone found on the public road, carrying machetes, carrying a knife, carrying a gun, carrying a panga, to police, that's a terror. Is a subject, and we shall declare him a terrorist. We're not going to wait until when they commit atrocities, that's when police act. No, we're gonna clear them, even before that. And that's a straight warning, At
least kama watatuwekea police station kidogo kwa hiyo center, at least itatusaidia kwa kuzuia mambo kama hayo.
Ibrahim Karanja, KTN News.
Now, the controversy surrounding the land row pitting Kenyatta University and Kenyatta University Teaching and Referral Hospital is far from over. The disbanded University Council, through its chairman, Professor Shem Migot Adhola, has formally written to the head of the public service, Joseph Kinyua, defending its position not to cede the said land. The letter was written on a day that the students' body of Kenyatta University also weighed in on the matter, condemning their land takeover. But as Belin Waliaula now reports, the new University Council says it will find a quick resolution of the land row.
The land row pitting Kenyatta University and the government saw the ejection of Vice-Chancellor Professor Paul Wainaina as well as the University Council on Tuesday. Following the heat over the land row, the Axe University Council, chaired by former Professor Shem Migot Adhola, today hit back, defending its position to say no to the allocation of the land to World Health Organization and other organizations. In the letter addressed to the head of public service, Joseph Kinyua, the council stood by its position. The letter says, and I quote, "The council notes that the letter is addressed to the Vice-Chancellor of Kenyatta University and holds the considered view that the Vice-Chancellor does not have the right, power, or mandate to surrender any asset of the university." The letter further reads that the council was not involved in any way in the process leading to the said decision of acquiring the university land or part thereof. The council further said that if due process was followed, the university would have been able to demonstrate that it requires every inch of the said land. But responding on the issue, the current University Council, chaired by Professor Crispus Kiamba, also spoke on the issue for the first time. Speaking to KTN News, the new chairman said, and I quote, "When we have serious international institutions expressing interest to come into our country to invest in health and science matters, we cannot let go. We want to understand what was wrong with the council and VC. Why did they not find it important to work with the government on this course? The cabinet approved it, and even the president spoke about it, and land is available. If KU was lacking land, they should have communicated." Professor Kiamba has promised to work with the current acting Vice-Chancellor, Professor Washeke Wanjohi, and will also meet the suspended Vice-Chancellor, Professor Paul Wainaina, depending on his availability, to understand what happened. But even as this happened, the students' leadership body also waded into the matter, calling for reinstatement of Professor Wainaina. The students are demanding to know how the upcoming project will benefit them.
Sacking the Vice Chancellor is not a solution, and sacking the council is also not a solution. Kenyatta University has a high population of about 75,000 students. The government ought to give us funds to build hostels and more lecture halls and not take our land.
Building Waliaula KTN News.
All right, at this point, we want to release, so to speak, our viewers watching us on our KTN News channel. We'll be taking you live to Bomas of Kenya, where that discussion with the IEBC chairman is set to start any moment from now. My colleague Ken Mijungu will be steering us through this, taking a look at the state of preparedness, state of the poll. How ready are we 26 days to the general elections?
Mimi ni Hazola tu, nafanya kazi pale stage matu. Nilikuwa nimeanza kitambo kucheza roto, nikakuja nika give up, tena nikaanza kucheza.
Sasa hii probox utatumia kufanya nini?
Hii probox itakuwa kama kubeba watu, itakuwa transporter.
Kuna wale watu ambao maybe wameikuwa kicheza, wanakufa moyo, ama kuna wale wana doubt kwamba kusijui roto iko namna gani. Wewe ungependa kuambia namna gani?
Nataka kuambia roto ni kweli, ni real. Unaweza shinda bado ukicheza, unaweza shinda, ni real.
Angalia kari, hebu angalia yako huko ndani, iko smart. Mupya. Kaa hapo ndani kwanza. Weka ufunguo hapo. Alafu fanya hivi. Finya honi. Finya tena. Ni yako.
Over 18s only. Gaming can be addictive. Play responsibly. This message has been approved by the BCLB.
Yo, hey, hiki tu tusumbua kama homa, temea uchaguzi mbona picha tunachoma, ni majirani tusishikiane bakora, uchaguzi bora, si bora uchaguzi, na uchaguzi bora ni uchaguzi bila noma. Yo, ni nuli fapa, peace, maze, election bila noma, zuia noma, si unajua? Yo.
Very sad. Was he right to go, though?
And I want to use one case in point. That is Martha Karua, the running mate of the presidential candidate of Azimio la Umoja, just recently said that they do not have trust in you. You also don't have trust within yourself, and you're not briefing them on every step of the way, and they feel you've been dodging questions. Why?
Thank you, Sam, for that question. I'm not aware about Mother Karua's statement on the issue of trust, but we treat all our stakeholders, and especially candidates, we treat them with all the respect we have. We give them all the information they require, and I'm not aware about that statement you're talking about.
But on the question of trust, I mean, when people raise concerns, especially how you're conducting yourself, they feel there's a bit of opaqueness. Is it out of the blues? Is it just a perception, or it's a real thing that you're having to deal with, especially at the commission?
Let's go to the case which you are referring to. If it's about Azimio, I remember very well that letters have been written to us, and in most cases, responses have been given. We engaged presidential candidates and running mates in a meeting and went through a lot of issues and explained almost all the issues, and they addressed their concerns. And so when you come up and say there are trust issues, for me, I don't understand. But of course, this is an electoral process. As I said, as a commission, we operate within the framework of the law, the constitution, and the laws of the land, and that's what we follow. And our doors are open for all stakeholders to work in and ask us any questions.
Okay.
Yes.
My colleague Ken has some more on that.
Right, Chairman, my question is also about the trust that the stakeholders have. On the 2nd of June, the Deputy President and the Kenya Kwanza presidential candidate, William Ruto, said that a number of his voters, about 1 million of them, had been moved from their polling stations to other polling stations. And in fact, the IEBC confirmed weeks later by even gazetting those places that they perceived the votes to have been moved, though you scale down the numbers from the 1.1 million. The question is this is a player in this election. How did the team for Deputy President William Ruto know that his voters, not just voters being moved, said his supporters have been moved from one location to the other? This was before the KPMG report. This was before even you spoke about the register. How did they know this happened, Chairman?
Yeah, thank you, Ken. I don't know how they knew. Maybe that question should be addressed to the Deputy President who came up with the statement. But what I do know is that we had the KPMG report and the recommendations of that report, including the issue you are raising about the transfers, came as a result of that report. And that's how then we address the issues after that. So how that information then was available to the candidate for Kenya Kwanza, I don't know.
But then, Chairman,
yeah.
The problem with this is this. This is a candidate in this election. You don't know how they knew. There are people who have access to your system. Do you think this information came from your system? Because you...
Correct. So let's start from there. So if we start from there, then we can say that if the information is not correct, then why are we worried about that information? Maybe perhaps the only thing we can talk about now is the fact that there was some cases of movement of transfers, which were very, very few cases. I think there were less than, 5,000 cases. So if you look at that with the 1 million movement, you see, we are talking about two different things here.
But the admission,
yes, yeah.
Chair, the admission is there was movement. How did that movement occur? The admission is, even if there were two voters, there was movement. How did it occur?
Now, that has been explained in the audit report. The commission instituted investigations, and the report of the investigations came out last week. 5 officers of the commission then were involved in that issue, and the file has since been taken to the DPP for further investigation and prosecution. So I think the report is there with the DPP, and that then explains how that movement took place. So I don't think the two issues then can be
Chairman, whether you're saying that the Deputy President said it is 1 million, and you're saying that it is less than 5,000 or 5,000 thereabout, as my colleague Ken Mijungu puts it, is that that's an admission that probably somebody would use to say that and amplify the question of trust within yourselves as a commission, and actually put it out there that there are people who are leaking information to the main candidates outside there?
I would not, when you are running an organization, a lot of things happen. And I've just given you an example of 5 officers who have been found wanting, and there's a report with the DPP. Perhaps when the DPP concludes investigations and prosecutes them, then we shall be able to know the details of that.
But also, however, Chairman, you agree, you agree that there is an audit report that got to your table last week that you forwarded. Why would you not, in a process in a process like this one, where you know that there are trust questions in it, why would you not embrace Kenyans on such a matter, knowing that it is already causing consternation?
We did. We appraised Kenyans. We held a press conference here, released the audit report, and we spoke to it. Maybe it didn't come to your attention, but we addressed the issue about the audit report and the issues around the transfers, which were...
Chairman, we'll get back to the specific issues about the audit report, but let's first of all conclude with the questions of trust.
All right, and this goes perhaps to the CEO, and it's in line with what my colleagues have asked. And perhaps to quote what the Deputy President said, he said, and I quote, many of those names are people from what we consider our strongholds, so there is a clear attempt to try monkey business. 28 days to the polls, can IEBC tonight say that it is not involved in any monkey business ahead of the polls?
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to correct the statement. That's not what the Deputy President said.
That's what he said on June 2nd.
He didn't say that his voters were moved. In fact, he said actually they were actually removed, not even moved.
No, he said many of those names are people from what we consider as our stronghold.
No.
Specific, wasn't he?
First of all, let's go to specificity. The 1 million he talked about was not about being transferred. He said were removed. Right. And I said that I challenge anyone who has got evidence to that effect. Because I even said that we came from 2017 with a figure of 19.6 million voters. And we registered about 3.2 million. So if you add, and with the process that we did of removing the dead voters and those ones that had issues, it resulted to 22.1 million. So if you do your mathematics, you will see actually there was nothing wrong in terms of enrollments. The issue actually, when the issue was raised, the chairman actually said that the issue is not about voters being removed. It's about transfers. Mm-hmm. So actually pointed about transfers. And transfers, how did we realize it? It's during the verification process. That's when we realized actually there were issues, because when we subjected the register of voter to the people for them to go and verify their details, some started complaining. And now we started to investigate internally what really happened. We personally, actually, me, I was the first one to write after we discussed the same in plenary. I wrote to all the county election managers that we are getting information regarding transfers and we need to validate that. So we want them to actually check their records and report to us on the same. In fact, we even told them that you need to actually collect, the county election managers were informed to collect all the forms for transfers and actually deliver them to the CEO's office. That was the start of the investigation regarding these transfers. It is not because the Deputy President raised it, it's because we actually noticed it during verification process.
Okay. Chairperson, a week to the repeat poll on the 26th of October 2017, you addressed the Kenyan people and you said in the circumstances at the moment, you couldn't guarantee free, fair and credible elections. Why should Kenyans trust you in 2022 that you can deliver free and fair elections?
Yeah, thank you for that question. We have been working on this election from 2018. After the 2017 election, we commenced the journey to the 9th of August, this year's election. We did the post-election evaluation report. We made recommendations for legal reforms. Unfortunately, they have not seen the light of the day. As a commission, we've done a strategic plan. We prepared the election operation plan, which we are working on. And where we're supposed to be as far as the election operation plan is concerned. So in terms of preparation for the 9th of August, the team has actually done what it ought to do, and the commission is ready to deliver to Kenyans free, fair, and credible election. So I don't think then you can relate this with the issues about 2017.
Why I bring up that point is that when you talk about preparations, however, you haven't been a team, a unit or a block. I'm talking about the fleeing of Dr. Olusegun Akombe days before the repeat poll. April 2018, the resignation in a half of Commissioners Margaret Mwachanya, Dr. Paul Kurgat, and your Vice Chairperson, Connie Mainangkatha. And there was a vacuum until the bringing on board of the other commissioners. How prepared are you? I mean, there's the trust deficiency in the commission because Kenyans are looking at you with obloquy.
I saw a TIFA report yesterday saying the 60% of Kenyans trust the IEBC. I don't know if that's for you. For me, it looks good. For you, I don't know. But in terms of preparation for election, we as a commission, we are working together and we actually ready to deliver the upcoming polls. Yes.
Chairman, kwa afisa mkuu wa IEBC, tumeona Bwana Chebukati amesema kwamba 60% juzi ilisema kwamba ina imani na nyinyi. Kuna hawa 40 ambao wamebaki. Nyinyi kama tume, pengine ni masuala gani ambayo mnayafanya sasa? Siku 26 zimesalia kujaribu kushinda ama kupata ile imani ya ile 40% iliyobaki.
Nafikiri masuala ya trust ni tunasema kimombo perception, vile watu wanafikiria. Na watu wengi ambao watapiga kura ni wale watu ambao tunawaita mama mboga, ni wale wa chini ambao pengine hawafiki na information ambao tunawapelekea. Kwa hivyo sisi tunajaribu kwa sasa kuhakikisha kuwa zile information ambazo nzuri zitakana ziwafikie zinawafikia. Kama kwa sasa tumeanza kuzungumzia kuhusu ukienda kwenye polling station ni nini utahitajika kufanya. Kuna mambo kama ya teknolojia sasa tunayaongeleza. Tunataka waelewe kwa nini tunasema tuende namna hii na si kwa ile njia nyingine. So ni utaratibu ambao tunajaribu kufuatilizia kuhakikisha tuna concentrate na mama mboga as opposed to politicians. I think tumekuwa tukiongea sana na kuhusu masuala ya politicians. Lakini sasa tunataka move away from that. Tuende kwa yule mtu ambaye yuko chini kabisa apate kuelewa ni nini tunafanya katika commission.
Tukisalia hapo kwa wanasiasa, mbona kuna masuala ambayo yameibuka hususan kutoka mrengo wa Azimio. Mfano ile swala la kwamba kuna maafisa ambao watakuwa wanafanya kazi katika hii shughuli nzima ya uchaguzi kwamba wametoka katika jamii moja. Sijui kama mnakubaliana na swala hilo ama pengine mnaweza kujiondoa vipi kwa swala hilo?
Hatukubaliani na swala hilo kwa sababu nafikiri ukiangalia katika tume zote ama serikali, maagents zile za serikali, kama kuna tume ambayo inafanya recruitment kwa usawa ni actually ni commission, kwa sababu sisi tukifanya recruitment tunafanya kwa constituency. It is constituency facing. Inamaanisha kama kwa mfano tuko na county kama 8 za kutoka Rift Valley, tutapata watu kutoka huko. Kama kuna kaunti 3 kutoka North Eastern za Garissa, Wajir, Mandera, tutapata kutoka huko. Kwa hivyo wale ambao tunawaajiri kazi wana represent face of Kenya. Na kulingana na utaratibu wetu hawawezi kufanya kazi pale mahali wameandikwa. Wataenda kufanya kazi mahali pengine na hawawezi kufanya kazi mahali ambapo wametekeleza wajibu wa kutekeleza kura mbeleni. Kwa hivyo tunafanya mikakati kuhakikisha kuwa kuna transparency na pia mtu aweze kwenda mahali ambapo alifanya election.
All right, Chairman, of course my colleagues have still more questions to raise with you, but in 2017 part of the reason that election ended up the way it did, and you admitted at some point there was a bit of division within the commission. Part of it was actually political. This time round, you have the 3 commissioners, including yourself, who've been there through it all, and 4 new commissioners. There's again a perception that there could be some political alignment of some of those commissioners. How then do you face Kenyans and tell them that you are leading a unified unit, that there are no political interests interfering with the I in IEBC?
Thank you. I think as a commission, how we operate is we have plenary meetings where we discuss issues and make decisions at that level after committees have sat and presented their papers. And then we are guided by those decisions, which then we pass over to the CEO and his team then to implement. So to the extent of running the commission, that's how we operate. And if in the board meetings there are always issues, we could have some differences, but the majority carry the day. And to me, that's how we are moving forward. So as to whether there's interference with political dispensations from outside, that perhaps may not be within my knowledge. But what I know is we make decisions, we move on, and that's how we are going to deliver the election.
Chairman,
yes.
Just last week on the question of the arrival of ballot papers in this country, one of your vice chair said that you had called the previous night to say that the ballot papers were coming the next day. One question that we will ask, for how long had you known that the papers were coming the following day? And isn't it questionable that the commission did not know that the ballot papers were arriving the next day, yet there are some members of the secretariat that knew and were running the show? Who is running the show? Is it the commission or the secretariat, or you're working in unison?
This is how it works. The commission deals with policy, strategy, and oversight. That's our work. We make decisions. If it's about printing ballot papers, we tell Secretariat, go and procure a farm, and then we move on. When it comes to printing ballot papers, then they tell us this is how we are going to print. These are the samples. Then we tell them proceed and print. So in the process, there's a team called a Contract Implementation Team, a CIT, which then takes the responsibility of ensuring all those processes, including ballot proofing for purpose of ballot papers, and including the issue of how they'll be, freight will be done and so forth. And so this team was on top of things. I think on the 6th in the evening at 8 p.m., that's when I also got a call that we have the first batch arriving the following day. And I informed the commissioners. And we had another function on the 7th with the Kenya Daima. And I had to go for that function, take half the commissioners to the airport, half remained behind. So there's nothing fishy about that. But the team in charge is the contract implementation team. And like now they have a schedule all the way up to 29th as to how those ballot papers are being ferried. So I don't think you should read any mischief in that.
It's very good that you mentioned the word schedule.
Yes.
Because it is very interesting, or somebody will view it as so, that you will be called a day just before the papers arrive in the country, and you're told tomorrow, and you have to divide your commissioners, yet you know that in the coming days, we should be receiving the first batch on this day, so that everybody is prepared. Don't you think that would raise questions even to those who view as it from their naked eyes?
Let me put it this way. Why did the commission go to the airport? It's not actually our work to receive and sign for the ballot papers. It's just symbolic for the country that we have witnessed the coming of the ballot papers, and then we left to the team to continue their work. So it's not the core business of the commission to be involved in receiving materials, procuring, logistics. We just do an oversight role.
Okay. Thank you. Chairman, I want us to transition to the next topic, but it would be unfair not to hear from the CEO, especially on that claim that you informed, or rather, Chairman has actually confirmed it, that you informed the commissioners that late. Is it how you work, or it was an oversight, or that was the plan anyway?
Thank you very much. No. It's not the plan. Actually, you must have realized that we are doing a lot of things concurrently. And even that week also, the other commissioners were involved in the dispute resolution committee for 10 days. The only people who were actually behind was actually me and the chairman. And we are trying to manage activities within the commission, whereas they were actually at Milimani. They were trying to manage the dispute resolution committees, and they were doing this work very, very late. By the time they finish, actually, is the time when now we are just about to receive the ballot papers. And Chairman has actually put it rightly that we have a contract implementation committee that is responsible for that. So for us, going to the airport is basically just to show the country that we are serious. And now we are receiving the first batches. It is not a big deal as actually people are putting it.
Okay.
But maybe it may have rubbed shoulders differently with the different people. So, and we said here that people have different feelings. Maybe if we had informed them earlier on, maybe they would have felt better. But it did happen, but we know there is a team that is responsible for that.
That's interesting, and unfortunately, we have to transition to the next topic.
Perhaps one last question on the trust issue.
Mm-hmm.
And this goes to you, Chairman. You have answered Martha Karua and the claims she has made on her not having confidence in IEBC. We're talking of stakeholders. UDA also in a protest letter alleged the meddling of the elections by government officials, specifically ministries. They mentioned Matiang'i as CS and Joe Musheru, two CSs whom this is a key stakeholder has mentioned. 26 days to the polls, how independent is IEBC, given that it is the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission?
Yes, I think that's a good question. And I want to state categorically that IEBC, the one of today, the one you see, is independent, is not answerable to any individual or authority. We do our work in accordance with the law. We are only answerable to the Constitution and the laws of the land. And that's how we have operated. And that's why you have seen, if you have been following up, that we we don't allow external forces to come and influence what we do. So I just want to assure
And are there
you-
external influences that are trying to dictate to you on how to do things? Be it in government or outside government?
We have had our challenges.
Okay.
We had challenges when, remember the time there was some multi-agency team formed and they wanted us in. We said we shall not participate in that. We have had financial challenges where the commission is tapped of funds until this financial year, and that has had a great impact on our activities. We have had challenges where I think somebody in the executive wrote to the foreign the donors not to support the commission. We have had our challenges, but we have stood the ground, and here we are.
Okay.
Yes.
Chairman, let's make progress and speak about the integrity, because in this election, Kenyans were hoping that they would face on the ballot people of integrity, because Chapter 6 is as old as the Constitution. Today, there was a judgment in Mombasa that directs your commission to clear Governor Mike Sonko or process his presentation to be a governor candidate for Mombasa. Just recently, there was another order to IEBC to process the candidature of Karungo Thangwa for Senate in Kiambu County. Are you comfortable with these decisions? And if at all you believed in the decisions you had made at the point of returning officers, at the dispute resolution committees, are you satisfied, and what are you going to do about it?
Yes, thank you for that question. I think when it comes to the judiciary, we have had incessant court decisions, some conflicting, and then it puts the commission in an awkward situation. But as a commission, then we must obey the court orders and enforce the court orders. So you talked of the Kiambu and Mombasa, it's a court order, so it will have to be enforced and complied with. But notwithstanding that, I think I'm aware the issue around impeachment has been ongoing, and there is even a case in the Supreme Court which will be heard, I think, tomorrow. So I believe for the future there will be clarity along that line. But for us, how we operate, we follow the law, we implement the court orders as they come, and we don't have a choice on that.
But Chairman, a High Court decision can be challenged at the Court of Appeal.
Yes.
Will you?
Yeah.
Will
We, in terms of the matter of Songo,
yes.
Let me put it this way. 26 days to election, we must finish printing ballot papers. Actually, we are even late in making changes to the ballot papers. So in most of these cases where we are, we don't have time to take another action. I have not read the judgment. I believe the team will read the judgment. But as a commission, we would want to finalize this process so that we can give Kenyans a credible election on the 9th of August. We cannot have a situation where we want to then to say we are not ready for that particular elective position. But so we shall implement the judgment. And then, if there are any other issues on the impeachment area, I'm sure they'll be cleared as we go along.
Okay.
Chairman, this is very interesting because this flies in the face of Chapter 6 of the Constitution.
Yes.
Was it even necessary to be included in the Constitution? I mean, from your experience and practice of Chapter 6 and looking at the expectations, as it puts it, versus the outcome, right now, in this election, there are a lot of people who ordinarily, from the face of it, Kenyans will have not been voting for, but that's going to happen. So your experience working with Chapter 6 and even attempting to implement it, was it even necessary? And what are the challenges you have as a commission with implementing Chapter 6? Is it the courts? Or is it your own technicalities? Because even in the case of Sonko, you've just mentioned the technicality. Just because of time constraint, 26 days to the election, you will not be challenging this, right? So what is the issue? Was it even necessary to begin with? Because it looks as though we have not even implemented it.
Yes, I think that's a good question. As a country, we have a very good constitution, Chapter 6, very good. But the constitution cannot operate on its own. It needs legislation to operate. If you look at the legislation around Chapter 6, the Leadership and Integrity Act, it's a very weak legislation. If you look at it insofar as the elective positions are concerned, there's only one small paragraph, section 13C, which says if you want to vie for an elective position, you fill a form, self-declaration form, and take it to IEBC to be cleared. That's all it says. It doesn't say anything else. So the first thing we are talking about here is weak legislation around implementation of Chapter 6.
And these legislations, for the record, are about 6 that support that provision in the Constitution. So it's not just one, but proceed. Because if you base it only on that one, it will look as if it's only that legislation.
So there's weak legislation, number one. Number two, there's no case law that has defined how we then wish to move. Where there's weak legislation, then the judiciary comes in and can give the way forward. Now, what you are seeing now, we had cases where the impeachment was for Songo was, I think he filed the first cases in the High Court, and the High Court upheld the impeachment by Senate. But now what we are having now is, can the High Court is saying he should stand? So there's a bit of incessant.
Okay, Chairman, are your hands tied? By the There are names that you gave to the EACC for investigation. EACC gave you a list of over 240. Then you came back and said that your hands are tied and you cannot do anything with regards to this. I think out of the list of 240 40 names that you've given, it's only 2 that you actually acted upon. Look at it.
Yes, yeah.
From 240, you only acted. Are your hands tied? Are you giving up?
No. I think that's not the case. Let me tell you how we looked at the list from EACC.
Okay. Yeah.
There is Article 75 of the Constitution, which talks about impeachment and the issues around state officers and public office. Then we have Article 93(3), which talks about other cases where one may have been found guilty, convicted for more than 6 months, and then he has an appeal which has not been concluded. And that also goes with Article 193(3), which is about members of the County Assembly. 93(3) is about the members of National Assembly. So what then our understanding is that Article 75 is a standalone insofar as the issue of impeachment is concerned. But what the court in Mombasa has said is that Article 75 and 93 are conjoined, and you cannot separate. So long as anybody has an appeal, whether it's about impeachment or not, then he has to exhaust that appeal before then he is barred from contest. It's a legal issue, it's a constitutional issue, and I think the judiciary...
Chairman, because you also need to involve, the Chief Executive Officer, if you feel so strongly about what you're saying, why will you implement a decision that you think flies against the Constitution? Why don't you just appeal and apply for a stay?
Nataka kuongezea swali. Swali langu linaoana na la Sam kidogo, kwa hivyo acha nilirushe pamoja kwa afisa mkuu. Hamuoni kama iwapo saizi mnasema hamtakata rufaa kwa sababu ya muda haupo, hamuoni kama mtakuwa mumeanzisha jambo ambalo pengine miaka 5 ijayo tupate swala kama hili, alafu tume itakayokuwa itake kukata rufaa na ilhali saizi hamjakata rufaa kwa kusema tu kwa sababu ni muda hamna? Hamuoni kama mtakuwa mmeweka jambo ambalo miaka 5 ijayo mtu atajitokeza sema mbona miaka 5 iliyopita hamkufanya hivyo?
Kwangu mimi naona kwanza ni kwa sababu ya kuwa hii kesi bado inasikilizwa katika Supreme Court. I think tumeelezewa na chairman ya kuwa kesho itasikizwa, alafu pengine Ijumaa labda kutakuwa na determination. Kwa hivyo ni mzuri kungojea tusikize mwanzo ni nini kitatokea. Alafu baada ya hapo ndio tutaweza kuamua kama sasa tutakata rufaa ama ni vipi. Lakini kwa sasa ni muhimu mwanzo tusikize nini itafanyika katika Supreme Court. I think hapo kwetu ni muhimu sana.
All right. Chief Executive, it's important that you are circumspecting around the nitty-gritty details of the court matter. But the case of the ex-Nairobi County Governor Mike Mbuvi Sonko and the case of Karungu Athanga was based chiefly on integrity, which is a key ingredient and a component of our constitution. Now, because of time constraints, the chairman and the commission say we have to move on. But in future, your 10 years expiring, you'll be leaving office. Isn't this not, while you're hell-bent now on the implementation of that very important aspect of the law, going forward, a bad precedent set that you have given up and in not exhausting the appeal process, in wanting to completely lock these candidates out because you believe that in a democracy, they don't deserve to be on the ballot because of gross violation of the law?
No, let me say like this, first of all. I think maybe there's misunderstanding here. We are saying that as a commission, we have not made a decision as to whether we are going to appeal or not. But for us, what is important is for us to wait for the Supreme Court to actually assert themselves in that case. Because this case is still, the reason why Mombasa Court has taken that decision is because there is a case actually in Supreme Court. There's an appeal. And therefore, for them, they have to take that decision. And what Chairman has explained is that there is a difference in interpretation of two sections of the law, whereas we see one as standalone. The others are seeing them as actually being twin. They are joined in the hip. So if there is a case that is outstanding, I think the best thing to do, we only have 2 days. So the best thing is just to wait.
Okay.
And for example, if the case is going to be favorable, we don't know what is going to happen in Mombasa. Suppose they uphold the earlier decision that, yes, he was actually impeached properly. What is going to happen? So it's important for us to wait and not to jump the gun.
Thank you.
So even now, you will not receive his papers?
Yes?
Even right now that the courts have agreed to this, have ordered so, Sonko's papers will not be received until that decision by the Supreme Court is given.
Well, now, you see, that is the decision of the returning officer. You see, even
to the exclusion of the IEBC, the Secretariat right here. That's what it sounds like.
Let me just add to that.
Yes.
The judgment was delivered today.
Yes.
Our legal team will look at it and advise the returning officer on
what to do.
What to do.
But now, even sitting here,
yes,
the two of you are speaking at cross purposes. The chairman said, with 26 days left to the election, he was very explicit. We have to print the ballot papers. So to him, he had given the basis of our questions tonight, all of us, based on what the chairman said. To you, we should wait for the judgment. Even right now here, you're divided in that opinion. What happens? Do we wait for the court or we do what the chairman says, which is we have 26 days, we have to do this, you know? So litigation has to end at some point. That's what we get tonight.
No, we're actually very clear. We are not divided, by the way. I think that is your perception. But we are very clear in terms of, when should the ballot paper printing end? Remember, we had suspended printing of ballot paper for Mombasa governor. We had. Why? Because we are waiting for the court to determine the case. Yes.
So you have now lifted the suspension?
Yeah.
Because we actually stopped printing papers for
Mombasa.
Yes, and not just Mombasa. There was another case also whereby we had been stopped by the court to print the ballot papers.
Okay.
We had suspended printing of ballot papers in those areas because of the court.
Chairman, tell me something. Is it possible, for example, not to hold an election in one area and wait for perhaps after the general election because of these court cases? Is that a possibility that the law affords you? And if it affords you, would that be something that you'd want to do? Because there's a divide over this. Is it a possibility?
Yes, I think the law provides that in certain cases where the commission finds itself in an impossible situation to run an election in a particular unit, it can respond that election. But we, of course, we are not hoping to do that in any of the elective units in the country.
CEO,
all right, there are some questions. Candidates and the clearance of candidates. We have talked of the law and the legality to that extent. Yeah. There are candidates who accuse IEBC of bias in its clearance. I make reference, for example, to Dr. Ekuru Aukot, who was a presidential candidate in the 2017 election, Ruben Kigame, who intended to vie for this presidential position. Just for purposes of clarity, because they have quite a following, to be fair, and in a liberal democracy as such, why were they disqualified? Is it that they did not meet your requirements, or as they claim, the commission is biased towards them?
Yes, we have, as I said, we operate within the framework of the Constitution and the laws and the regulations. We don't just make decisions. All returning officers, including myself, we follow the law. And there was then the law in place that time was that among the things that candidate was to provide was supporters lists of 2,000 for minimum of 24 counties, and supported by copies of ID cards. That was the law then. I know the High Court has ruled that IDs are not necessary now. So that's now going forward. I believe that then will be.
These are candidates, Chairman, who have paraded what they say was the legal requirement to allow them to be on the ballot.
Yeah,
they read mischief.
Yes, there's no mischief. It was done here in this room where we are transparently. What we did then was ask them to submit to us soft copies of the supporters lists and hard copies of supporters list with copies of the IDs. And most of them, if you look at the nomination forms, the reasons for rejection are given on the nomination forms. So you must interrogate those nomination forms before you know why they were rejected. But in most cases...
Just for purposes of clarity,
yes,
for the sake of Dr. Ekuru Aukot, who was a presidential candidate in 2017, why was he disqualified from the 2020?
Yeah, he did not meet the requirements.
Which one?
Which included failure to submit hard copies with copies of the IDs. That was the requirement that time. And if you look at this nomination form, there are also other reasons which were given for his rejection.
But Chairman, some of these candidates say that you accorded some candidates more time to get these signatures, given that it was not as elaborate as they would have wanted it to be. Don't they have a right to read?
Okay, let me put it this way.
Yes.
Some of those cases are still in court. I really don't want to discuss them right here in this forum.
Of course, we're not discussing the details of those cases. Those are cases that will determine the election in 26 days, isn't it?
Yeah, but some have not been concluded. So I don't want to prosecute court cases here. Because
we are discussing the details, perhaps. Chairman and CEO, I need us to make progress. And of course, Kenyans can join this conversation by tweeting us their questions using the hashtag Chebukati Speaks 2022. Of course, Chebukati Speaks is also inclusive of the CEO here, Marjan Hussein Marjan. And as we exit from this topic, I would want to hear from you, because we're at a time, he is talking of 26 days, too close to the election. But also look at how other candidates have been cleared in this election, including the Nairobi governor candidate, that is Johnson Sakaja, was cleared on 7th of July. It was at the tail end of that window of clearance. How difficult is it, especially for IEBC, to deal with questions of integrity of documentation presented to you at a time that you have no authority to vet documents like what has been presented in this election?
Well, it makes life very difficult for us. For once, for example, we do not have the capabilities of determining whether, for example, a document presented for us is actually legit or not. If, for example, a university degree certificate has been presented to us, and there's a letter from a Commission on University Education confirming that that degree is actually okay, we have no base of actually saying that this document is actually not true. And for example, if EACC, for example, were to say that this person should not be cleared, for example, like the documents that they provided to us in terms of listing of people that ought not to have been cleared, but at the same time, the self-declaration forms were actually given to them. It gives us it put us in a very difficult position as to which view should we take. The view that they have actually given us in terms of the self-declaration that they have given to the candidates, or the report they have given us. So it puts us at cross purposes. And therefore, for us, it makes our life very, very difficult. But for us, what is guiding us is the compliance checks that we have provided the returning officers. It's just a matter of ticking box in terms of whether these candidates miss these requirements or not. That is actually what made our life a little bit easier. But you can see now the issues that it has raised. Matters have been taken to court. And when they have been taken to court, we've got very little time for us to print the ballot papers. And therefore, it puts us in a very awkward position in terms of preparation as far as the logistics is concerned.
What do you want to see moving forward to correct all these troubles that you're having?
Maybe I would like to see that we have got the laws provide clarity. For example, in terms of hearing and determining cases after DRC, maybe they should be given time limit within which they should actually hear those cases and determine. Because if today we can still continue hearing cases regarding nominations, and they may have bearing in terms of printing of the ballot papers, then it's going to still, even if we continue this way, we'll have problem in future.
Okay. Well, just before we exit this question of integrity, last week there was a story in the Daily Nation that puts questions of integrity on you as the chairperson and linking you to Bungoma Senator Moses Wetangula. And a direct question, both of you have rubbished it as saying that you're both Bukusus and come from Bungoma. But a direct question is, have you ever been to Wetangula's home?
His home? Where?
Yes. In Nairobi or in Bungoma?
Well, I've not been to Wetangula's home, but I don't think then that issue, I look at it as profiling myself, and this seems to be an ongoing thing. There's a deliberate move to profile staff of IEBC, commissioners, staff, and there's a serious social campaign ongoing, and it's actually very sad that at this point in time, then you have people who are hell-bent on trying to profile commissioners, staff, so for purposes which we don't understand. So I think it's unfortunate, and I think it's an issue then that people who are behind it need to stop.
So these are just basically detractors who want to derail your pursuit of a free and fair election.
Let me put it this way. If you look at even our staff in the commission, especially ICT and election, they are now frightened because of so many, you see in this, most of the media, I mean the press, the gutter press are, you see their photos on all of these gutter presses, social media posts.
Okay.
And it's coming at this time where now our staff are afraid. Don't forget, it was around this time on the 28th of July, 5 years ago, when our ICT staff was murdered. And this then becomes a very, very frightening moment that you have the chairman of the commission, commissioners, staff then being profiled. And I think it is, I just want to urge the people behind it.
Chairman,
so you would basically
stop doing what they're doing.
You'd basically dare, because Junet stood on our platform and said that they would produce documentation that is linking you to Wetangula or some of the staff at IEBC, you would actually dare them to table any evidence they have.
Like yesterday. Let him produce whatever documentation he has. Because I know for a fact that those allegations are false. And whatever allegations are being leveled against the staff of the commission, and especially the ones directors have mentioned, they're just malicious, and I think they're meant to derail us from doing the work we are supposed to do.
Chairman, let us make progress. And of course, Kenyans, again, Chebukati Speaks 2022 is the hashtag to use to get your questions to us, and we'll be sure to pose some of them. Before I let Kamche ask a question on the next topic, that is the election process and the preparedness, CEO, we know that you've said, or that has been said by the Commission, that in this election, yes, there will be a manual register, but it will be a last option. And the explanation has been that in 2017, or maybe in previous elections, there are some poll officials that colluded with locals to make people that never turned up at the polling stations to vote. How rampant was that, and where did it happen?
First of all, this observation was made after the post-election evaluation was actually done. Remember, in post-election evaluation, the evaluation is not only done by external parties, but it also includes our staff. And that is amongst one of the observations that was actually made. But if you look at it practically, it makes sense because you are looking at a situation whereby you are using two sets of registers at the same time. One is electronic and one is actually digital. So somebody is actually being identified biometrically, and at the same time also you are knocking off the name from the register. And therefore it provides that opportunity, even if it was not exploited, but it provides that opportunity that there is a risk that in certain areas, particularly in strongholds, it is possible for even people to collude and to...
So a suspicion, or it actually happened?
No, that is just basically I'm talking about an opportunity.
Okay.
No, what I'm asking is, because for it to influence a policy decision by IEBC, it has to be a serious thing. So did it happen, or you suspect it can happen?
No, one of the things that actually leads to pointer of that is when you look at for example, the presidential ballot paper, the ones that were actually casted, you could not be able to reconcile with the other position. It was actually more than that, and therefore that speaks to the fact that maybe at some point there was mechanically actually casting of the ballot, and you could also be able to see it statistically that at a certain point of time, because we are taking a note of who has actually appeared in the polling session, the turnout at a certain point was actually very high compared to certain periods, and therefore that actually now proves scientifically.
You cannot pinpoint a case.
No, there was no
Has it
case.
happened before, perhaps?
No, okay. This was only my. I've been in this commission since 2015, and therefore that was.
Let me go to the chairperson.
First election.
Based on the institutional memory, then, Chairman, has it happened before, or are these changes out of fear that it could happen?
Let me put it this way. After the 2017 elections, we embarked on a post-election evaluation. This is a massive exercise involving all our 290 constituency staff, all the 47 county staff, and all stakeholders. And some of these issues actually came out in those stakeholder engagement. So you cannot then say we have statistics of what happened or what did not happen, but these are general expressions which were made in the stakeholder engagements, which then informed the post-election evaluation report.
Okay, Chairperson, I want to dwell on this subject because it's very important. And the Commission has made it clear that the electronic voter register will be the priority and the manual voter register will be the last resort or the option thereof. Have you done due diligence on Smartmatic International, the company you had procured its services to provide the KIMS kits?
Before I come to this company procurement, which I'll ask the CEO to comment on, because procurement is a function of the management. I just want to say that in 2017, on the 4th of August, the High Court in the Court of Appeal in the case of NASA versus IBC outlined what then constitutes the verification process. And in that case, the first issue then is biometric verification. If biometric verification fails, then there's alphanumeric search of the details, which involves just an ID number being used then to procure the details of the voter. And if that fails, then you resort then to a fiscal register. That is in the law, and that law was made on 4th of August 2017, overriding then all the other issues which are there. Now, if we can move on from there and then say that for the KIMS kits then to fail, we have other kits that are available for replacement. And then if you look at that as a commission, we are not coming from just, it's not our decision, it's what actually is provided for by that judgment. And that's how we come up with this framework. But on the issue of procurement, due diligence, I think...
Allow me then to go to the Chief Executive Officer, because this area needs a lot of clarity about it, Chief Executive Officer. And I ask you again, what level of due diligence did you do on Smartmatic International Corporation?
First of all, I want to agree with the chairman that one is the procurement process was actually done above board. It was actually an open tender. And there is a committee that was actually appointed by myself as the accounting officer to do the evaluation of this tender. They are the same committee that are also responsible for doing due diligence. So before even award, there was actually due diligence that was actually done. And this actually involved going to places where actually they did election before, and to interview those specific countries where actually it happened, and also going to the specific areas where this farm exists. So those are two things that were actually done, and this they produce a report in terms of what actually they observed.
One final question, Chief Executive Officer. Then during your meetings, you talked about the procurement process in awarding the company, in procuring its services. Did you know that the Cybercrime Investigation and the Coordinating Center, CICC, in the Philippines after the 2016 elections called on its mathematics? It compromised the elections which led to the election of President Rodrigo Duterte. Did you know that in Uganda, the biometric voter kits failed, forcing the election officials to revert to the manual voter system? Did you know that in Venezuela, in Latin America, in 2017, its mathematics on its own acknowledged that the turnout voter figures were manipulated by at least 1 million voters? Did you establish this before you awarded the contract?
No, because I rely on the evaluation committee after they do the due diligence and they provide me with the report. That is what I rely on. And therefore, these other news about that you are providing now are things that I was not even aware about.
So the report you awarded never cited these issues?
These issues were never cited.
But this is a company that is seriously indicted by a cybercrime agency of a country.
This, I think, it would require the company to respond, because I don't have...
But you're already in agreement with them?
Yes, it's because this information did not even come to our attention. You're actually saying that, and it's not even confirmed. This probably will be based on information that you've been able to search maybe from the internet and the rest. And I think it would be proper at this particular time if this question can be actually directed to the respective company for them. I cannot speak on their behalf.
Let me just finish up before Kamche comes in. One final question then, Chief Executive Officer. The chairperson earlier talked about preparation process when I queried about how the agency ought to be a unit going forward. And we know all the disenfranchisement after the 2017 elections. You had 5 years before you procured this company. You never did due diligence. I mean, elections in Kenya have high stakes, and we're heading into a consequential elections that will determine the next president of this country and across all the elective positions. I mean, this is, in the understanding of many Kenyans, you not doing your job.
No, let me put it very clearly. This is a procurement process. You only commence procurement process upon provision of the budget. The budget for the purpose of general election was provided in 2021-2022, July. And therefore, that is a time when you can start procuring a vendor. You cannot be able to anticipate that 5 years later, I'm going to procure Citizen TV. You will only start procuring, and remember I said this is actually open tender. So the people who are going to participate in that tender is the ones that we are going to evaluate. So you cannot guess.
But even before procuring Citizen TV, you will have already known what has been said about them before.
No, I was just giving a Citizen as
Bwana CEO, tusonge mbele. Swali langu litakuwa ni kuhusu elektroniki, sajili ya elektroniki na sajili ya kawaida, ile tunasema ni manual yenye imekuwa printed. Tumeona kuna mvutano, Azimio wakiwa wanataka kuwe na ile sajili ya yenye ko printed, na nyinyi mnavutia kwamba mtabaki na electronic. Lakini tumesikia kwamba mawakili na wale wataalamu wanasema kwamba pia elektroniki iko prone to manipulation. Na nyinyi mnajaribu kukimbilia elektroniki, manake mnasema manual nayo iko na urahisi wa kwamba watu wanaweza ku dodge numbers pale ama figure. Ando na ile ambayo Bwana Chebukati anasema kwamba mwaka 2017 kama sijakosea kulikuwa na ile ruling ya Court of Appeal kwamba mtafuata hisha, lakini sheria yenyewe inasema kwamba lazima kuwe na ile complementary system ambayo ni manual. Lakini nyinyi tunaona mnajitoa pale mkisema kwamba mnataka kuondoa kudojiwa kwa namba, lakini tunajua pia upande wa elektroniki inaweza kuwa prone to manipulation. Unaweza kujitetea vipi pengine?
Kwanza nataka kusema kuwa sisi hatukatazi watu kutuelezea kuhusu hisia zao. Kits ambayo tutatumia ama mfumo ule tutatumia ni mzuri wakituelezea, ndo tupate kuweza kuwaeleza utaratibu wake, waelewe kwa nini tunasema tufanye hivi na sivyo vile wanavyotaka. Kwa hivyo hatuna ubaya na wale ambao wanasema ya kuwa tunafikiria kuwa pengine kuwe na hii sajili ya manual. Na sisi hatujakataa kuwa kusiwe na sajili ya manual, lakini tunasema ya kuwa hiyo itakuwa ni kitu cha mwisho ambacho tutumie baada ya kuwa kama kutakuwa na failure technology, kama technology itakuwa haiwezi kufanya kazi. Na sheria ilisema kama vile chairman alisema kuwa tukizungumzia kuhusu complementary mechanism ni kwa sababu ukienda pale ukitaka ku-identify lazima utumie vidole vyako. vidole vyako vinaweza kuwa si vizuri kwa sababu ya zile kazi unazofanya. Kwa hivyo kama itakuwa si vizuri, kuna njia nyingine mkabala ambao unaweza kutumia. Tutatumia kitambulisho chako, tutatumia namba zako, tutakuangalia na ile information yako tutaweza kuiona pale kwenye tukiiona basi kuna backups kits ambao tunaweza kuzitumia pia, lakini pia kama tutaishiwa kabisa tutatumia hiyo sajili.
Nadhani upande wa Azimio unaelewa hilo, lakini kwa nini mnaona wanasukuma? Nadhani ni nini wanasukuma kuwe na hiyo manual register?
Wao nafikiri wamejieleza vizuri ya kuwa hawataki kuwa mtu aende kwenye polling station na asiruhusiwe kupiga kura kwa sababu ya kuwa pengine teknolojia haikufanya kazi. Na hayo sisi tunakubaliana. Sisi tunataka kila mmoja akienda kwenye polling station akubaliwe apige kura, mradi ya kuwa yeye ni mmoja wa wapiga kura. Na hapo tunakubaliana kabisa.
I have follow-up questions and I want to be more specific on Section 44 of the Elections Act. But first, because you're answering that, I'll go to 44A. I want you to explain to me before I go to the chairman, 44A, what complementary system means, because the law says this, notwithstanding the provision of the two sections 39 and 40 for identification of voters and the transmission of elections. Let's talk about identification of the voters. How can technology, how can the same so I can't use my thumb or my finger, but you want to make it look like my ID with the same technology is complementary. Could this section also have meant that a complementary system could be this manual register and not necessarily part of that technology that we are saying? It's the Kim's kit, it's the technology, it's everything, but let's get something aside from this. So aside from this, could it not be that this section contemplated the register, the book?
Maybe, but I think the chairman has explained that there's a court ruling. There was a civil appeal number 258, whereby and in that ruling, actually, it set aside the sections of the law you're talking about, and actually it affirmed the procedures we actually explained in the memo that was provided then. So to that extent, we want to associate ourselves with that procedure. When you talk about biometric versus biographic, the default method when you go to the polling station is for you to use biometric, because biometrics are actually unique. You know, even your ID you can actually share with somebody else. Do you know that?
The number.
Yes, and therefore the default that is actually unique completely is your biometric.
Okay.
But in case it fails, because we have also captured your picture, we have your details, when you actually enter your ID, you can be able to retrieve the information. We'll see your actually photo there. Suppose also you don't have hands, we should also have a workaround method of identifying differently. Okay. And that's why we are saying that complementary should also be in terms of your biographics, not necessarily your biometrics. Okay. Therefore, when we enter your ID details, you can be able to retrieve your information. You can say, this is Mijungu, and we should allow you to go and vote because of that.
All right. That having been said, they say I'd like to go to section 44 now 4, which talks about this election technology being deployed 120 days, tested, tried, and all that. I mean, as at now, with 26 days left, I put it to you that none of this comes, knows the kind of technology. Your own test failed. I hear there's another test that you're planning, but it failed. Now, the law that you're saying that you want to associate yourself with that particular one, there's an argument that it could be convenient for you, because if you look at it, you're speaking the same language as one of the candidates. That aside, the law is specific on the number of days that this technology can be deployed and it can be tested. That did not happen. So, Chairman, what is the confidence in this system as at now, with 26 days left, that you're giving the candidates?
Now, you said what did not happen. Technology was procured 120 days to the elections. We had procured a service provider. We procured the equipment that we are supposed to use, and that's what the law says.
Yeah.
Procuring the service provider and the technology to be used. That technology was procured 120 days before 120 days to the election.
Talk to us about 44B, 44.4B now, which says test, verify, and deploy.
Yes.
Talk to us about that.
Verify and deploy.
Yes.
We had a simulation.
Which failed, Chair.
Okay, you can't say it failed. It was not to the expectations of the stakeholders. And then we have worked on around it. We took feedback from the stakeholders, and we are going to have another simulation, I think, sometimes this week or next week.
Yeah, next week.
Early next week. The team has actually worked on it, and today they even took the commission through what they have done, and we are satisfied that we are on the right track. So I think we shall invite you and the stakeholders here.
But maybe allow me to weigh in on what the chairman has said, because when you talk about testing, yes, it's 60 days before the election. We actually, and I want to demonstrate this, because that system is what? The system that is envisaged is verification, results transmission, and registration. Registration you had already completed using Morpho kits.
Yeah.
Because enrollment was actually done before we procured the technology. So we're actually talking about two systems that needs to be tested. Which ones are they? Results transmission and identification.
Okay.
During verification, when actually we provided this opportunity to people for them to go and verify their details, which systems were we using? We were using the new system, and therefore we provided opportunity. It was tested, and actually it was working, because guys were going there and they are verifying their details. What was remaining was only the results transmission. Okay. And this is actually what we tested here. Maybe the stakeholders were not happy with the outcome, but actually we tested it here. Okay. And that's why, because of that outcome, we said we are going to give the country another test, and that's what we are preparing.
The reason why, my last question on this, you explained, but I see 44 says, and this is what the court said, notwithstanding, you talked about repealing those sections. So notwithstanding, to me, it's notwithstanding the technology, right? There should be another one. So if you look at this strictly with the law, I mean, it's not even implied, it's explicit. Notwithstanding is explicit. Notwithstanding this, the other one should be there as complementary. So when you insist that you want to associate yourself with that particular section, explain to me why 44A says notwithstanding.
You cannot read the legislation in isolation.
I know that.
But again, let's be cautious here, because there's again a matter in the High Court on the same issue. We don't know what the court is going to decide on this matter. That's why we said, as a commission, we shall print the register and have it available and await the outcome of that court decision.
So there's a possibility we'll have both of them, again, depending on this.
When it comes to the court, as I said, we shall implement the court order.
Want to see you. But allow me to address this, because you know it's a very contentious issue.
Yes.
What makes you think that the physical register is not a complementary system? What makes you think it is not? Can I ask you why you think so? When you say we are going to print, it's going to be available and it's going to be the last resort, it is still a complementary. When the technology has failed completely, we are going to use that register. So why are you saying that it's not complementary system?
That's not what I said. That's not what I said. My argument is what she said. Azimio is pushing one, and then Kenya Kwanza is pushing another one. And it seems the IEBC, because of the foregoing reasons that you have explained, prone to manipulation and all, they are considering only, and the chairman has made this clear, they want only those present at the polling station to vote. Now with the manual one, like a book, you can vote. You can see the people who've not voted, their ID numbers are there, and they can key into the system and vote for them. So that's why you want it out. So I never said myself it's not. But my question is, why is it that there's a contention within this, yet the law, section 44A, is very clear, even based on that code of honor, notwithstanding 39. We talks about it explicitly also, right? Notwithstanding. So my contention was notwithstanding. And the other one, why do you want technology? Why do you want my computer to be complementary instead of just bringing the manual one?
The manual. Na tunafahamu kwamba sajili itakuwa ni ile sawa. Mnasema kwamba sajili ile kwenye elektroniki ndio itakuwa sawa na ile ambayo itaprintiwa.
Iko sawa kabisa. Sajili iko sawa kabisa. Na kwa nini tunasema tusitumie register na teknolojia kwa wakati mmoja? Kwa sababu ukitumia teknoloji peke yake utakuwa hujui nani ambaye haja kuja kupiga kura. Ni uje ujipresent ndo tuku-identify. Lakini kama mimi kazi yangu hapa ni kumechanically ku-cross, pia naona wale wengine hawaja piga kura, then ina provide opportunity ambao mtu anaweza kuja sasa na ndo tunasema ya kuwa presiding officer kwa sababu ni temporary official. Ni mzuri ya kuwa akifanya ile kazi hajui ni nani ambaye hajakuja. Lakini ukijipresent, ukija na ID yako, na vidole vyako, then utakuwa identify.
Kwa hivyo kuna nafasi ama kuna nafasi ya kwamba mwisho wa siku ya kupiga kura huenda ikawa hii sajili ambayo ni imeprintiwa huenda ikawa haitatumika.
Kama mtambo hautaharibika, mimi sioni kwa nini tutumie.
CEO, I want us to make progress because there are two interventions that are coming from Abubakar and Ken. But before that, this election, because if you recall what happened in 2017, part of the reason there are problems at the Supreme Court is because of the polling stations that could not transmit results from their polling stations. They said that there are several that transmitted from non-gazetted polling stations. Recently, you've told us that you've procured at least 1,111 satellite modems to take care of areas that are affected. Commissioner Gulia here said that you are the sympathy of the mobile network operators. If network does not cooperate on that day, whether by design or by accident, how then are we sure that you're going to receive transmission from all these polling stations at a time that your first trial was 40% successful? Chairman.
Yeah, thank you for that. We have actually been working on that. As you rightly put it, the report from Communication Authority said 1,111 polling centers will not transmit. I and the CEO have actually held meetings with the mobile network operators, all the Safaricom, Telecom, and Airtel, and we are working. There's a technical team working around that. So where there's no 3G, then we shall deploy the satellite devices, which we have for purpose of that transmission. So I think that's, as a commission, we are...
That's fine,
yes.
But the Constitution gives the mandate to IEBC to conduct an election, not mobile network operators. So if the technology does not work on that day, and your satellite modems are just 1,000 and a few hundreds, what then for the other polling stations? Can they transmit results from outside the polling stations?
Well, Marjan, maybe you can comment, but as we have been saying, IEBC cannot do the election on its own.
Okay.
We need other stakeholders to come in, and that's why we engage suppliers. Mobile network operators are part of the suppliers. We have contracts with them. And the issue of internet connectivity is not for IEBC. They are enablers here. You can do that.
There are questions that are coming up.
Can I first of all try to respond?
Yes, just let him respond.
What I want you to understand is that this situation of network rollout is not unique to only this country. I don't think there's a country that has got 100% rollout of 3G and 4G. So it is not unique to us. It is something that we envisage to be in many other countries. And therefore, there must be solution where, for example, there is no network. There must be possibility of where actually the presiding officer can actually move to another place and be able to transmit the same. This, what we have done is to ensure that at each and every tallying center, the 290 tallying center at the constituency, they will have actual network. And in addition to that, we are talking about 1,111 centers. Centers, within a center, there are polling stations. A school, for example, is a center. Within that school, there will be several classes which are going to be polling station. If we provide one satellite modem in that specific area, it will provide wireless network to all those classes. And I want to believe that at the end of the day, they should be able to transmit. All those polling stations in that area should be able to transmit. But it is possible that certain areas may still have difficulties in terms of having 3G and 4G. Where that is the case, the presiding officer should actually be able to transmit the same at the tallying center.
Well,
that to me, I don't see it as an issue.
I thought they were locked to a specific polling station to avoid tampering. So, for example, if I'm voting here, my gadget should not work beyond here. So if I move it to another polling station or they're not locked, they're open, you can come with it to Nairobi and transmit from here.
Of course, you can. You know, what you are talking about is actually geofencing.
Okay.
And geofencing is actually where you lock the device to a specific place.
Want to see you now. The good thing is,
you lock it to us.
Are they locked?
Yeah.
My question now summarizes what they are all coming up with. And the question, during a meeting you had with the presidential candidates where both of you were represented by yourselves, you brought in the usage of an SD card.
Yes.
Number one, question one, how safe is this SD card? Can someone make another one from River Road? Number two, now that you have, by admission, said that that KMS kit can be moved to another place for transmission, and the question that has been asked by Ken, and another one that has been brought up by Sam Gituku, where there were cases in the other election where ungazetted polling station transmitted results. Are we looking at the possibility of somebody else who has a similar SD card transmitting from the same area, but not the polling station where it has been put in? Number three, you've said that there will be 6 extra kits at a polling station. Do each and every of these come with its own SD card, or an SD card will be removed from one and put to the other in an effort to make sure that there is continuity? And number four, still on the same.
No, can we, you see, you're asking too many questions. Okay, let's go one by one.
Still on the SD card.
Yes, go ahead. Because, okay, first of all, SD card is actually encrypted. The information that is inside the SD card is encrypted. It means that even if you get that SD card, it will be useless piece of information. For you to be able to access information that SD card, you need to use the QR code for that polling station for you to actually be able to lock it to that polling station. So even if you are to get that SD card, it is going to be a useless piece of information. You cannot come up with your own SD card from River Road and come and insert it in our kit. It will not work. I wanted also to provide you assurance on the issue of results transmission. You see, you are going to transmit at the polling station, but if there is no network, it will actually display that this result has not been sent. If you are to leave that kit on and you are to move with it as you are going to the tallying center, suppose it were to get the network.
Okay.
It will basically transmit it, but it will give you the coordinates, the GPS coordinate of the place where those results were actually transmitted. Now you can even choose to switch it off and switch it on at the tallying center. When you switch it on at the tallying center, of course, there's going to be network. It's going to be able to transmit that results.
So in 2017, the challenge then was a question of polling stations were transmitted from non-gazetted polling stations. How have you secured that, knowing that your regulations were defeated or were thrown out by Parliament?
So first of all, that's why I said you need to appreciate that our country cannot be covered. The telecommunication service provider, MNOs, are actually business entities. They are driven by profit. They will go to places where it makes business sense. They will not go to places where it doesn't make business.
And that is clear.
So it is
no doubt about that.
And therefore, there must be room. And here we are talking about budgetary constraints here, because to buy Thuraya kits, the satellite kits, last time it costed us around 1 billion shillings. We can't be spending 1 billion shillings for temporary. Let me finish first of all, because you need to give me time to respond, isn't it?
Yes.
So where it is not possible to transmit because, one, maybe we do not have a Thuraya phone. Two, there is no 3G or 4G. These results must be transmitted at any other point. That is something that we must realize. It has to happen. So the issue of gazetted, gazetted center or ungazetted centers, I want to believe that maybe at some point, because it even happened. For example, if you look at when we did the by-election for Kibra, we were to do the election at the secondary school, but because of the examination, we had to move the polling center from there to open ground. So, but we had to gazette that. It is possible at that particular time in 2017, maybe at the time whereby we were just near the election, they were actually moved to a different place and did not get time to gazette the same. So at that particular time, they were transmitted in those areas. But at this time, we've made arrangements to ensure that all the centers and polling stations are actually gazetted.
Before a point gets lost,
follow up there.
Yes,
the SD card.
Yes, will all the 6 kits.
SD card is just one for that polling station. If a kit malfunctions, we remove the SD card and use it now in another kit, which is which will be available.
And in the
and there may be one other thing, the issue about transmission. the KIMS kit is enabled only to transmit the form 34A that will be filled and signed at the polling. It cannot transmit any other thing other than that form. It cannot transmit any other document other than that form, and it only transmits once. Once the send is done, that's it. It cannot transmit anything else.
So you're confirming that all the other kits are not coming with SD cards?
No, they will not, because you see, to provide that simple swap, once the kit has failed, it cannot work. What you need to do is basically just to remove the SD card.
Okay.
And maybe the SIM cards, because it has got primary SIM card and the secondary SIM card.
Then
and just insert them in the kit. You power it on. You take the QR code and it's on. The information still is resident in the SD card.
One of the primary concerns that came out during your meeting with the presidential candidates was the United Democratic Alliance and Kenya Kwanza, by extension, did not have so much of a problem with the usage of these biometrics. But one question was raised by the presidential candidate and the Secretary General of UDA, Veronica Maina, where they requested if there was a possibility that political parties would oversee the process of what is being fed into the KIEMS kit. Is it still an open invitation to them? And in line with that, is that what will also be on the manual register in the event that it is put there as a last resort? That's what they wanted to confirm.
Yes, we actually did discuss the same in our meeting, and we did actually agree that we'll allow them to go and visit. In fact, even as we speak, the first round of membership from those presidential candidates actually visited our warehouse and they saw the work. They were very impressed with the work that was going on. And we've even agreed that we will still continue allowing them to go and observe what is happening there. Even during the time when we are actually now preparing, we are duplicating the stickers that will be used for the purpose of our
Okay, Chairperson.
Chairman and CEO, we need to be winding up. We need an intervention from Abu Bakar because it's just out of time.
All right, Chairman, my colleagues are making reference to 2017. One, because it was the last general election, and two, because there was an election nullified. Part of the reasons as to why the Supreme Court held its decision of nullifying that election was the hesitancy by IEBC to open the server. Nearly 5 years later, you are still the chairman of IEBC. The millions of Kenyans who are watching us tonight, can you explain to them why IEBC chairman, Wafula Chebukati, and the commission was hesitant to open the server?
Is still hesitant.
That is not true. We were not hesitant to open the server.
But that is the reason as to why the Supreme Court nullified that election.
Yes, the server was opened. There were 14 orders by the Supreme Court. And giving access to the teams then that had come to the, were sent to have access to the server, it took time to create access rights because the company then that was involved is also does a lot of security work for other institutions. But
Chairman,
let me answer your question.
Election.
Let me answer your question.
You're saying
the
company was
the access rights were provided at around 3 p.m. And by that time, I think the parties had already left.
This was a consequential contest, an election that almost got the country into the brink of what could have been the worst. The country's Supreme Court ordered you open the server. You must have been in communication with the company that was holding the server on your behalf.
So have I not answered you? I'm saying the server access rights were given.
Okay.
It's 2017 is now is in the past. We are now talking of 2022. And what you should be asking me is how have we prepared for 2022? I think that's the conversation we should be having.
With respect, I'll ask you how you are prepared for 2022. The past is equally important. This has been contentious. It nearly divided the country. It put IEBC, the commission, and
there was a fresh presidential election in 2017. The commission enforced what then had been was the judgment of the first judgment, the nullification. Everything that was done in that nullification case was then implemented in the fresh presidential election. And that's what we are now running with. So let's not dwell on 2017. Let's
Chairman, as we finalize,
should you be ordered by the Supreme Court in the next 27, 28 days to open the server? What confidence are you assuring Kenyans that you will have the ability to open the server?
Yeah, that's a good question. First of all, I want to tell Kenyans tonight that the main server is at the polling station. That's where the focus is. That's where the media will be. That's where the agents of candidates will be. We are telling everybody the result is at the polling station.
Okay,
Number one.
Chairman and CEO.
No, let me first of all provide clarity on that issue, because I think it's creating some tension. Listen, in fresh presidential election, we did not wait to be asked to provide. We actually provided. So we are not going to wait to be asked. We will actually open that server.
And that was in the fresh. Why
Yes,
did you not
so
open before the fresh? Because the court wanted you to open.
Yes, okay, but so we learn from mistakes. We also make mistakes. I want to believe you also. So listen.
And that mistake was the elections were bungled, isn't it? It was a heavy mistake. You can just
listen.
say
you want to focus on the negative side. Let us focus on the positive side.
It's accountability. It's not negativity, actually.
No, and that's why we are accountable for the same. We are telling you that, and the chairman explained that the reason why there was delay is because of the formalities. For you to be given access right today, there's a formality for you to do.
Was it difficult?
You have actually there are some formalities. You have to file an application. There are some forms that you need to file in order for you to be provided the access right. So it happened that it was provided late, but nevertheless we learned from that.
Okay, CEO.
Yes.
Now it's 3 minutes to 11. All these TV stations will hang me if I don't end this interview by 11 o'clock. So we have 2 questions. First, KPMG report, when are you releasing it? What is in that you don't want the people to know? And secondly, how will Kenyans follow the results of the presidential election at a time that no text results are being transmitted? We're just transmitting images. How will they follow from the National Tallying Center? What's going on? Any of you can get
And thirdly, as we finish this, there's the question of our elections and how they might get rowdy at times. And you have admitted that there's a probability that at one polling station there will only be one SD card. What if in the rowdy mess that happens, somebody runs away with the KMS kit that has the SD card?
I think you
go ahead,
take the other one. I'll do the last one.
So am I to start first? Or
Yes,
that one. Yeah. I start with the last one.
Yes.
Yeah, we said that why we are saying that you use the SD card that is actually in the polling station is because it already has the information. It has information regarding the register. It is possible that, as you are saying, that people may actually run with that. If it happens, then the complementary method we are talking about, if it's going to be very, very difficult to actually get another SD card, we have the physical register. So I don't think it should be an issue per se. Okay. But I want to believe that there are policemen. We have got 2 policemen in the polling station. So if a KMS kit fails, we should be able to get the other backup kit, and we'll be able to swap it in front of people as they are seeing.
Please, CEO and Chairman, deal with the 2 questions, KPMG and how Kenyans will follow results. Any of you can take it.
Yes, Chairman. Maybe the CEO can comment on that. But as a commission, we have instructed management then to release the KPMG report. What they were working on was the implementation matrix, because we are alive to the fact that in this country, if we don't tell Kenyans what we have done about the report, then the media houses will be more full of what we have not done. So I think the CEO has worked on it. Okay. Perhaps he can comment on when it's
Lakini mbona hiyo report imechelewa na tayari mshachapisha sajili ya wapiga kura pia?
Let me say this. I think I stated it. I think it was last weekend. If I'm not wrong, is when we said that when we had the media briefing here, we said that it is good to give that report, but you're also going to ask us what have you done. And therefore, it is also important for us to show you what we have actually done regarding the recommendations. Because we've also taken you through the report, isn't it? When it was actually released,
no, you have not.
We did.
A one-page?
CEO not in full.
Yes. I know you want the detailed report.
Yes.
But the executive summary that we gave you actually basically covered everything. The question is now.
Release.
Yes?
You gave a press release.
Press statements that we did.
Yes, we took you through the executive summary of the report, which by and large actually covered the issues. But nevertheless, we are not saying that we're not going to give you the report. We are saying that we want to give you a report in terms of also what we have done.
Okay.
And you know that also we've been doing a lot of activities back and back since that time up to now. Even now, you're engaging us up to 11 now. So please, we are also human beings. We need to rest, we need to work.
Okay.
And therefore, we had promised that we are going to release it possibly by end of this week. Today, we are on Wednesday.
So we'll have the KPMG report on the voter register.
That is actually what you had promised.
Okay. Together with the implementation matrix of what
the last question on how Kenyans will follow results, knowing that text results will not be coming to the National Tallying Center?
Yes, we have the results will be in the public portal. And I also wanted to assure that the security that we want to deploy in terms of results transmission is actually solid, because we are going to use what we refer to as a virtual private network. We are going to use GSM, but we are going to have another layer of network, which is called VPN. And in that layer is where we are going to transmit the results. You can be able to transmit the results only after you've captured the image of the results, which has got a QR code. Okay. So the kit will not allow you to capture any other information apart from that, because it has a QR code dedicated to that one.
CEO, that was very well explained by yourself and the chairman. But the specific question, because we have just a minute to the end, Kenyans want to access presidential election results. You have said that parties and candidates can do parallel tallying by themselves.
Yes.
But Kenyans need to trust IEBC. How will they know how their candidates are faring on a regular basis at a time that you've said there will be no text results?
We have an arrangement with the media guys. We are saying deploy to the constituents or even the polling stations, and you report those results. And I think
so there'll be no results from the National Tallying Center until you have every document from the polling stations.
For us at the National Tallying Center, we shall get the results and project them as soon as they come in. So there are various levels of information which will go to the country.
You'll project upon? What do you need to do before you project?
We shall verify and project.
Okay.
All right. 10 seconds.
No, we don't. Unfortunately, we don't have any more time for more questions, but you can see, Chairman and CEO, that there is so much interest in this topic. These are just the journalists. You can imagine what Kenyans are saying.
Arrange another session?
Yes, we should. We should actually to get into more details about this. And thank you so much, Chairman Wafula Chebukati, for making time for us, as well as Chief Executive Officer Marjan. I keep getting confused about that name. Ken Mijungu from KTN News, and of course Abubakar Abdullahi from TV47, Kamche Medza from KBC Channel 1, and of course Ayub Abdul Kadir from K24, and Kennedy Moredi for making time for us to have this conversation. Of course, you've been watching a live interview and engagement with the leadership of the IEBC as a commission with 26 days to the general election. We hope that you've been able to get some information that is helpful for you to know what's going on, and we'll continue doing this, asking questions in our respective media houses. Of course, this has been coming to you live from different channels, TV channels, including those represented here. My name is Sam Kituku from Citizen TV. Good night.
Naam, masaa ni sasa. Formation imekubalika. Radio Maisha, Spice FM, Vibes Radio na Berur FM wakuletea the best of the 2022-2023 EPL season. Sit up nicely. Usikose kujiunga nasi kila wiki for the best of the Premier League, yani the full 90 plus all the extra. Ujumbe huu umeletwa kwako na The Standard Group PLC in partnership with the English Press.
Leo tuna mshindi alishindia pesa 250,000 Kenya shillings because of a lotto. Na ulicheza lotto mara ngapi?
Let me say over 30 times or more. Yeah, sometimes nilikuwa ninacheza nakufa roho na achana nayo, wakati mwingine naamka nacheza.
250,000 si pesa kidogo, zitaboresha maisha yako aje?
First of all, unajua mtu kulingana na venye economy iko, tumadeni ni twingi. Kwanza nimalize tumadeni, then after madeni, mama unajua pale naye anajua nilishida, aliniona, so lazima naye kabiashara lazima kakue. Hiyo ingine si unajua school fees bado tutaekelea hapo. Ingine tutajua hivi tutafanya. Na pia Mungu lazima tumdunge kitu yake.
Unaweza ambia Wakenya nini nyumbani? Wachezaji wa loto, unaweza waambia nini?
Ile kitu naweza waambia, cheza. This thing is real. Mtu acheze kabisa. Mtu asikufe roho. Siku yako ikiamka kwa ndani yake.
Over 18s only. Gaming can be addictive. Play responsibly. This message has been approved by the BCLB.
Loto iko ground kuimarisha maisha. Na mnajua nini? Loto ikikuja ground haiwachi bure. Mtu atapata kitu. Leta hiyo pesa. Wapi ufunguo? Leta ufunguo. Mwanadada, kamata ufunguo wa gari.
Na kulombo tu.
Ground hii, Loto iko ground kuimarisha maisha na zawadi chungu nzima. Kuwa miongoni mwa washindi na uimarike leo. Ingia kwa M-Pesa, weka paybill number 77700, account name KTN. Cheza na kati ya shilingi 50 na shilingi 1000, ujiimarishe na Loto. This message has been approved by the
I advocate for responsible playing. Why do you want to play like 10 times, use your 10,000? That is irresponsible. Do it responsibly. And, have a meeting with yourself and ask yourself, am I really convicted? Am I really convicted? Should I really do this? Don't take pesa fees, your time to work, pesa rent, pesa food. What you can afford to go away with. Take even the small amount, 50 for me, 50 bob a day, at a ruka 1 week. Yeah.
Gaming can be addictive. Play responsibly. This message has been approved by the BC.
Portal Pharmacy will be at the Beauty Expo from 29th to 31st July 2022 at the Sarit Center from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Portal Pharmacy has a wide range of health and beauty products. These include skincare, baby care, oral care, first aid, and men's care. Join the Standard Group Beauty Expo and expand your market share, meet new buyers, launch or promote your latest products and services, and enjoy countless networking opportunities. To participate, call 0721 668 447 or email ellabonga@standardmedia.co.ke. KTN News. Get the whole story.
Hello, I'm Sophie Kenya. Welcome to Focus on Africa. Our top stories. Protests over the rising cost of living in countries in East, West, and Southern Africa as people struggle to buy basic goods, fuel, and medicine.
Citizens are really feeling a lot of pain.
In Sri Lanka, protesters stormed Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe's office as it's announced he's been put in charge after the president fled the country.
We want all these actors to leave. We want new people to come in and for them to be transparent about a new plan that can bring about some kind of positive outcomes for these people.
Also in the program, another flare-up. The United Nations says 20 people have been killed and dozens more abducted in attacks by rebel forces in eastern DR Congo. And in sports, the first quarter-final game is underway in the Women's Africa Cup of Nations in Morocco. We'll bring you the very latest. Thanks for joining us on Focus on Africa from BBC World News. We've seen in recent days how the rising cost of living has pushed people to take to the streets in protest. In Sri Lanka, for example, demonstrations have led to the resignation of President Gotabaya Rajapaksa. Well, in Africa, Kenya and Uganda are the latest countries to witness food protests as people struggle to buy basic goods, fuel and medicine. Similar street marches have already been witnessed in Guinea, Ghana, Mozambique and South Africa. Our reporter Patricia Oyela has this update from Uganda.
For hours, police battled motorcyclists protesting at various trading centers in Jinja, a district about 80 kilometers from the capital, Kampala. Last year, fuel here was going for $1. Today, it's higher by 60 US cents. In other parts of the country, it is as high as $2 or more. In the capital, Kampala, the high cost of living is forcing many to adapt to the new reality.
People who are driving have resorted to using borders to go for work.
You take what is essential and you leave out the rest. Yeah, but it's not kind of the way of life we should live in.
The taxes are high, the fuel prices are high, the basic food like flour is high. So at the end of the day, you find we are suffering, but we don't have an alternative.
Next door in Kenya, desperate protesters vowed to camp at the president's office in Nairobi. They are demanding government intervention on the price of basic food items. Drought has hit the country for 3 consecutive seasons. Rains expected between March and May have failed, causing a maize shortage in the country. The situation has been made worse by the ongoing Russia-Ukraine war that has affected the importation of wheat, maize and fertilizers not only in Kenya but across the continent. The Kenyan government admits the crisis is a lesson learned. And until governments do more, these scenes continue. In Ghana, hundreds took to the streets weeks ago against price hikes and the rising cost of living.
The domestic conditions within each of these countries is going to determine how the population reacts to these commodity prices and how these protests actually are handled. You are likely to see that these are contained, and when they go beyond the level of containment, then you will have extreme violence to be able to suppress those protests.
The response of governments across the continent as to whether to offer subsidies has been mixed. In Uganda, the country's President Yoweri Museveni warned that any intervention to offer subsidies or reduce taxes would deplete the country's foreign reserves. Neighboring Tanzania has offered fuel subsidies, but their price continues to rise. And as governments across the continent come under increasing pressure from their population, experts warn that solutions need to come sooner rather than later. Patricia Oyela, BBC News, Kampala.
Well, as I mentioned earlier, in Sri Lanka, there have been mass protests over the country's economic crisis. The acting president, Ranil Wickremesinghe, says he has been forced to declare a state of emergency to stop the spread of what he called a fascist political ideology. Our correspondent, Anbarasan Ethirajan, has this report from Colombo.
Another day of chaos and violence in Sri Lanka. This time, angry anti-government protesters are attempting to break into the office of Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe. They want him to step down. As they tried to storm the building, security forces responded with tear gas. Fierce clashes broke out.
The Prime Minister's residence is at the end of the road where security forces are still firing tear gas on people who are trying to cross the barricades, and they're pushing the barriers down. Police are using tear gas to disperse people, and we see people who get injured. As we can see, a young lady, she is now affected by tear gas. People are pouring water on her head, and there are many people there like that. But that didn't stop the protesters. On the one side, people are going. On the other side, those who got injured are being brought from the road end. And there's a van here, and one man severely injured because of the tear gas.
But the barricades were no match for the furious and desperate crowds who have suffered due to the economic collapse. The existing president, Gotabaya Rajapaksa, has fled to the Maldives. In an address to the nation, Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe says he is taking additional charge.
We cannot allow this fascist political ideology to spread in this country. I have given all the necessary powers to the military to bring stability.
But the protesters are not willing to listen to Mr. Wickremesinghe. He is seen as someone close to the Rajapaksa family.
We want all these actors to leave. We want new people to come in and for them to be transparent about a new plan that can bring about some kind of positive outcomes for these people.
The government has declared a state of emergency and a curfew in Western Province, including Colombo. People were shouting in defiance every time the military helicopter flew over.
I don't think the Sri Lankans will get scared anymore. This generation has come forward and led the way. I don't think we will get scared anymore because actually just a while ago there were helicopters pointing guns at the innocent protesters going around just to scare us.
There have been shortages of fuel as well as food and medicines after the government earlier this year ran out of foreign currency. Schools are closed, hospitals struggling. Protests have been going on for weeks, but today marks another dramatic escalation. Sri Lanka is going through an unprecedented crisis. Things can get ugly if no compromise is reached. Anbarasan Ethirajan, BBC News, Colombo.
Well, in the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo, violence has flared again. 20 people have been killed and dozens more abducted in multiple attacks since last Thursday. The United Nations says the dead include children and at least 4 patients who were burnt alive at a church clinic in North Kivu province. The attack is blamed on fighters from the Islamic State-affiliated group, the Allied Democratic Forces, that's ADF. It's known as the deadliest armed group operating in the DRC and has been designated as a terrorist outfit by the U.S. Emmanuel Igunza reports.
M23 rebels celebrating the capture of weapons allegedly from Congolese army units in North Kivu province. They boast about areas where they have overrun government troops. This region, like much of eastern DRC, has faced years of instability as M23 and other armed groups capture and take control of huge swathes of land. The latest outbreak of fighting here in North Kivu began last Thursday, but this time from another group fighting the Congolese army, the Allied Democratic Front. Heavily armed men attacked a local clinic in Lume town where they killed a large number of people, including 4 patients who were burnt alive in the health facility. They looted houses and villages, displacing thousands.
At least 20 people were killed during the attacks, including 2 children. They also abducted large numbers of civilians, including 30 children, and burned hundreds of houses. In response, the UN mission deployed quick reaction forces to provide immediate physical protection and support to those in the impacted areas. In Busio, which is 72 kilometers southwest of Bunia in Ituri province, the peacekeepers exchanged fire with assailants, forcing them to withdraw from the village. In North Kivu overnight, peacekeepers dispatched a quick reaction force to Matonge in response to an apparent ADF attack against the Congolese armed forces.
The ADF has its roots in Uganda and has been fighting the government in Kinshasa for nearly 2 decades now. It also has ties to the Islamic State. The government has accused it of carrying out what it calls a campaign of terror in eastern DRC that include killings, beheadings, and abductions. Mineral-rich DRC is witnessing a recent resurgence in conflict with several armed groups targeting civilians, government troops, and UN peacekeepers. Millions of people have been displaced both internally and across borders into neighboring countries. In response, East African community leaders last month agreed to send a regional force to help the Congolese government to counter violence in the east. But so far, no date yet has been set for the deployment as the country continues to battle the rebel threats. Emmanuel Igunza, BBC News.
Well, still to come ahead of the World Athletics Championships starting this Friday, we find out which of Africa's top stars are going and which are not.
News. Get the whole story. You are watching KTN News.
There's too much noise about nothing because the difficulties we are having at our homes in Kenya today are not specific for our country. They are everywhere. So mine, first of all, is to encourage parents to take their children back to school and to pay as much fees as they can give there.
We shall legalize weed.
Professor George Luchiri Wajakoya of the Roots Party. Raila Amolo Odinga of the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Party.
Unajua mimi sina pesa ya serikali ama ya kashfa.
David Mwaure Wahiga of the Agano Party. And
hakuna kura ya hasla mtaiba.
William Samoei Ruto of the Kenya Kwanza Alliance. Presidential Debate 2022. Do not adjust your sets.
KTN News. Get the whole story.
Welcome back. Here watching Focus on Africa from BBC World News. Now, a 40-year-long conflict between the Senegalese military and separatist rebels is rearing its head again and directly impacting neighboring countries. It's over a breakaway region in southern Senegal called Casamance. You can see it here on this map. It's the highlighted area to the south of the Gambia. And because of the geographical nature of this conflict, renewed violence, which recently claimed the lives of 4 Senegalese soldiers, is spilling over into neighboring Gambia, forcing villagers along the border to flee. Now, authorities there are now taking military action to protect their land and people, but residents of the Gambian villages near the border with Casamance continue to live in fear and uncertainty. Well, the BBC's Thomas Nadi has more.
Old Sharif Obaji is a farmer in the village of Jilamfari in the Gambia. He and other residents have recently returned after fleeing clashes between soldiers and separatist forces, which spilled over from across their southern border in neighboring Senegal.
It's not a Gambian conflict, but we are suffering. Our farmlands are here, but we can't farm in this year's rainy season. Bullets and shells have landed where I farm. So because of this situation, we've decided not to farm in our village here. Instead, we are clearing new farms in a different and much safer place.
This village, like many others along the border, finds itself located between the Gambia and Senegal. This is the landmark that divides the Gambia and Senegal, and it runs through the village of Jiramfari, just a few meters from where I'm standing. And they've been at the receiving end of the ongoing conflict in Casamance. The conflict started in 1982 and it's ranged on for 40 years. The separatists have cited lack of attention and development from the Senegalese government as their main reason for engaging in this fight. But what started as a fight for an independent territory has now shifted to include illegal trading in arms, cannabis, timber, and rosewood. Senegal accused former Gambian President Yahya Jammeh of sheltering the rebels. It also accused Guinea-Bissau of supplying arms to the separatists. Both countries have engaged in peace negotiations between separatists and the Senegalese government. The region was a former Portuguese colony along with Guinea-Bissau. It later became part of Senegal when the country gained independence from France in 1960. Its remoteness has fostered among the people there a perception of neglect by the Senegalese government, hence calls for an independent state. Thousands frequently flee during fighting.
The situation is still tense. Fighting can come anytime, and for us, it's very unsafe to stay in our village, and we have to move to a safe place. Right now, no one dares to go back to the village.
This military patrol team is Gambia's response to the latest clashes. They have been monitoring the country's complex and porous border with Casamance.
We don't want the Gambia to be dragged into this conflict because we are not part of the conflict. We are neutral and also impartial. So we are here to give confidence to our people. Like you have seen, the farming season has approached, and our farmers are supposed to go to their farms. Some of them have vacated their farms because of the selling, but we are trying to make sure that they have the confidence to go back to their farms and live a normal life.
More so because some separatist bases were too close for comfort. Just across this village is a rebel base. This is the end of the Gambia, and then the house over there is the beginning of Senegal. And the rebels used this as a base. They had mounted a checkpoint here, and they were collecting taxes from the locals. The last attempt at a peace deal was in 2004, and in 2014, the leader of the rebel movement declared a unilateral ceasefire. But splitted factions within this movement make the prospects of a peace deal with the Senegalese government elusive. But for now, farmers in neighboring Gambia continue to bear the brunt. Thomas Nadi, BBC News, the Gambia-Senegal border.
Now let's visit a region of Benin that has been dubbed the Venice of Africa. It's a cluster of around 70 villages which stand on stilts on Lake Nukwe, just by the coast. The villages were originally formed as a refuge from slave traders, but now they provide a unique water-based social and economic ecosystem. It's a special way of life that authorities hope can attract tourists. Clarisse Fortuné visited the village.
It's the middle of the night, but here, this is the start of the working day. By 5 in the morning, the Gambia night market is already in full swing. The women call out across the water, trying to attract customers. Among them is Mignon Mende. She has been busy since the early hours to get everything ready for the market.
At 2 a.m. we start cooking. We first take care of the rice, beans, pasta, and finally the sauce. At 4 o'clock in the morning, we come here to sell our meals to those who go fishing and to those who have to go to the market to sell the fish. Gang is our home. I've spent my whole life here. I don't see myself working on dry land.
Trading here is mainly women's business, while the men are out on the fishing boats.
Our work, our life depends on this lake. We were born on this lake, and it's thanks to it that we're able to feed ourselves. We fish, sell our fish, so that we can buy clothes and our boats.
The origin of this city on water dates back to the 18th century, when the local population hid from slavers and took refuge on Lake Nukwe, inaccessible to those who didn't know the region. Today, more than 40,000 people live on the lake, more at home on water than they are on dry land. They have created a unique social and economic ecosystem. Ganvier is one of the 69 villages of the municipality of Soava, a few kilometers away from Cotonou. Of population of about 45,000 people living in stilt houses for centuries. Today's government wants to transform the biggest African lake villages through its program, Reinvent Ganvier. The setting may look idyllic, but living by the lake is far from easy. Education is limited. When you get to 15 years old, you have to go to schools on the mainland. Health systems and access to safe drinking water are still inadequate. And climate change is having an effect on the environment and on the livelihood of the fishing community. But for the Minister of Tourism and Culture, the solution is a new development plan which will improve the lives of the locals and bring in investment and foreign currency.
Le projet de Ganvier, c'est surtout un projet d'abord.
The Ganvier project is above all a project to elevate the comfort and the well-being of the Ganvier residents to an acceptable level. Also, you know that Ganvier is a special ecosystem and a very important eco-touristic potential.
C'est un écosystème particulier et un potentiel écotouristique très important.
The government of Benin has decided to exploit this eco-touristic potential.
Ce potentiel écotouristique.
This plan is that an improved, safer Ganvier will start to attract more visitors by 2024. It remains to be seen whether the residents of this unique place will also reap the benefits. Clarisse Fortuné, BBC News.
You're watching BBC Focus on Africa. Time now for some sport, Peter.
Many thanks, Sophie. And it's almost half-time in the first quarter-final match at the ongoing Women's Africa Cup of Nations. It's between Zambia and Senegal, and the score there is 0-0. Remember, the tournament in Morocco is doubling up as qualification for next year's finals in Australia and New Zealand, with the 4 winning quarter-finalists all booking tickets to the 32-team World Cup. That means either the Shipolopolo or the Copper Queens, as the Zambian team are known, or the Teranga Lionesses, that's the nickname for the Senegalese team, will be going to the World Cup for the first time. Now, tonight's second match is between the only debutants left in the tournament, Botswana, seen here in training, taking on host Morocco. Despite this being their first tournament, the Botswana say their aim is to get to the World Cup finals next year. 2 more games will be played on Thursday at the WAFCON. 11-time champions Nigeria go up against Cameroon. The indomitable Lionesses have reached the final of this tournament 4 times, and on each occasion they were beaten in the final by the Super Falcons. But remember, the Nigerians have already lost a match in this tournament, and South Africa, who inflicted that defeat on Nigeria, take on Tunisia in Thursday's second game. Ahead of their match, Nigeria defender Osinachi Ohale says despite their shaky start to the tournament, they are still the team to beat.
Nigeria has always been a team to beat. You know, when you come into a competition like this and everyone is looking forward to beat you, to win and to bring you down, like you're not going to sleep. You know, you continue to work on your game, continue to trust in the coaches, the staff, and in your teammates. And then you don't let some kind of talks to like bring you down. Yeah, there are some talks that comes and then let it motivate you to go all out. Yeah, Cameroon, everyone wants to beat us. They want to beat us as well. We want to beat. We want to keep winning. That's why we are here.
We hear from the Cameroon camp tomorrow. Chelsea are set to sign Senegal defender Kalidou Koulibaly from Napoli on a 4-year deal. The 31-year-old is set to travel to join the squad in Los Angeles on Wednesday before having a medical. Koulibaly, who has attracted interest from several Premier League clubs, joined Napoli from Genk in 2014 and has made 317 appearances for the Italian top-flight side. Meanwhile, Chelsea have confirmed the signing of England forward Raheem Sterling from Manchester City in a £50 million deal. The 27-year-old signed a 5-year contract at Stamford Bridge. City signed Sterling from Liverpool in a £49 million deal in 2015. He went on to score 131 goals in 339 games, winning 4 Premier League titles. And in athletics, Botswana's Najil Amos has been provisionally suspended from competition after failing a drugs test. The 2012 Olympic silver medalist is already in Oregon preparing for the World Championships that starts there on Friday. The positive sample was taken from out-of-competition tests last month, and the Athletics Integrity Unit say the length of his suspension will be determined at a later date. Meanwhile, Africa's fastest man, Ferdinand Omanyala, faces a race against time for an American visa so he can compete at the World Athletics Championships. The Kenyan is due to race in the heat on Friday at the global event in Eugene, Oregon. After winning the African 100-meter title last month, the 26-year-old took to the microblogging site Instagram to write about what he described as visa delays. Let's hope he gets it sorted.
We hope so. We hope so too, Peter. And just To let you know that you can catch up with all the latest news and current affairs on our websites. That's bbc.com/Africa. But also, you can get in touch with me and some of the team on social media. I'm Atsi Kenya. Let's focus on Africa for now. Thanks for your company. Bye-bye.
KTN News. Get the whole story.
While visiting some of the coastal counties either for business or pleasure, part of the highlights of these trips is to indulge in different food products associated with the region, and cashew nuts is amongst these. However, they are priced exorbitantly, leaving you no choice. Mkorosho, or mbimbo as it is commonly known, dates back to the 16th century when it was introduced to the East African coast and became a very important cash crop for the communities. Dr. Geoffrey Kamau from Kalro.
The cashew nut industry used to be very important in these three counties. That was in the late 70s and the 80s. In 1975, there is a factory that was put up in Kilifi County. The Kilifi, it was the Kilifi Cashew Nut Limited, and this factory used to had a capacity of processing 15,000 metric tons of cashew nuts, and the extras were being exported as raw nuts. However, the factory management used to provide some extension service, of course, together with the Ministry of Agriculture. However, in the late 90s, something happened and the factory ended up being closed down.
The challenge has been the small quantities sold by individual farmers and high cost involved in bulking sufficient nut quantities. This has made farmers to have a low bargaining power. According to Francis Munio, a senior research scientist at Kalrom Twapa, another of the cashew nut industry's reason for its downfall is the powdery mildew disease.
This disease attacks the flowers, young leaves, and also nuts, causing a lot of loss. In some cases, it can cause as much as 100% of the flowers can dry off, in which case the farmer gets nothing from the tree in a whole year. So we are addressing this problem through trying to find disease-tolerant or resistant varieties. And currently we have 14 cashew. We have developed, and we are assessing them on their response to cashew powdery mildew.
Other problems include reliance on aged trees, poor agronomic management, fluctuating market prices, and weak farmer organizations. Lucy Injeri Kemani, a cashew nut farmer from Peketoni in Lamu County, couldn't be more pleased for taking part in the training.
Katika masomo yote ambayo nimepitia plus practicals ambazo tumezifanya, nitaweza kuenda ground, na especially hata vile hatujarudi nyumbani. Siku ya jana asubuhi niliweza kuongea na mama yangu, nikamwambia ile mikorosho yake alikuwa amevunjika moyo kwa sababu ya wenyewe tunaenda kuirevive tena, na kwa hivyo itaongezea mazao na atakuwa beneficiary. Na jambo lingine ningeomba ni kwa sababu tuko na serikali, na kama vile watu wa Kiambu ama wa up country wameanza kubenefit kupitia kahawa na majani yao, wasitu andaruk watu wa Lamu, ni kwa sababu huu mkorosho ndio kipato chetu.
The challenge our farmers are having is that technologies that have been developed is not reaching the farmers. So as an organization that develops these technologies, we have taken it upon ourselves, of course through the government, to ensure that these technologies get to the farmers through training. We are also providing seedlings to farmers, or generally planting materials, seeds and seedlings of very high quality. This is because after the training, if the materials for the farmers to use are not available, it will be a challenge. And the most important, one of the most important inputs in agricultural production is quality seed, quality inputs, good management, disease control, pest control, and those are the areas that are being covered in our training programs.
This comes as a sigh of relief. In an effort to revive the sleeping giant, there is an increased demand for cashew nuts and its products locally and internationally, and Kenya has great potential to exploit this opportunity.
There are so many sources of information when it comes to business news. But where do you go when you want accurate?
The market is very, very strong and resilient.
Informative.
It has been a good run for the banks.
And authoritative content.
We've been thinking about how we emerge stronger.
And who does a better job to help you understand the numbers behind me so that you're better informed in your decisions than our top-notch analysts?
They're actually targeting a market which is already taxable.
We need to invest more than we consume.
It would mean a very good year for investors.
Every Wednesday, 8 p.m.
Join me on the Trading Bell.
I'll be on the Trading Bell show.
Trading Bell show. On the Trading Bell.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
I like listening to you guys. You're the default radio station in my car in the morning. Even the children listen to you guys.
I agree Parliament has failed this country. And I will say it again. We have not done what we should have done.
We know in this country, the Kenya prison sector is one of the most underfunded sector.
The way it is being done and the way we're calling it Huduma Namba the Msema Kweli is because all records will be there. You know, there are people who are now billionaires with no history as to how they got all these assets.
Yes. Anything that the president does that is not in accord with the Constitution is an illegal act. You know, he shouldn't be doing it and should be sitting here and trying to sort of guise it up.
I totally believe live transmission of results and allowing Kenyans to be able to view all these results. I believe that it will be impossible to steal elections.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. KTN News. Get the whole story.
Welcome to the History Makers, a show which brings you the biggest talents in the industry, the Kenyan music and the world over. Brings you the biggest entertainment acts and the people you are willing or wishing to see. On this episode, of course, I'm chilling out with none other but Moji Short Baba. Karibu Moji.
Yes, Baba.
How you doing, man?
How you CEO?
Fitty, man.
CEO.
Yeah.
CEO in a stand for? Or just CEO the boss?
Wewe kwanza tuambie juu ya Devu. Nitakuja kumaliza. Una ni interview hata kama sijaanza bana.
Bana nijue hiyo chanzo tena ndio niko like kuna nyingine katika.
Kuna hii.
E.
Ed.
Ed.
Yes.
Oh, Charles Ed. Big up. Big up.
Big up. Big up hata wewe. Nashukuru. Ndevu
mingi, bad man. This is the chosen few. Chosen few. Yeah, chosen few. Hizi zilianza kitambo. God alibless kitambo. Alipea access nikiwa high school.
Beard gang.
Nilingia beard gang nikiwa bado in my teenage years. I was a beard man. Nilitesa walimu sana high school.
Wanasemaje?
Niliwatesa sana. Nilikuwa napewa walimu self esteem issues. Kwa sababu kulikuwa na walimu wako 45, hawana ndevu, wengine almost 50. So walikuwa wananipia ma suspension tu, ma leave pass. Naenda nakula chapati alafu ndo nanyolewa, alafu narudi. Alafu unajua nilikuwa mix school. Kwa hivyo sidebands nazo, manduru nazo. Msanii, mimi ni msanii, niko na sideband. Niko na ndevu, walimu walikuwa waniona hivi. Misunderstood na ndio wako wanaelewa. So hizi zimekuwa hapo for a long time. Unajua kwa Bible hizi zilikuwa za priest. Walikuwa wanamwagiliwa oil hapa alafu ina trickle down. Alafu ukishika hivi unashika anointing. I can bless you right now. Wapi oil?
Hakuna oil hapa kwa show.
Yeah man.
Karibu.
Asante man.
Man, hey, ngoma
tunatoa kila siku.
New
tunatoa kila siku. My new motto in life is chase a gospel.
Cheza gospel.
I'm
the
like,
gospel industry, hakuna wasanii wengi. I don't know, many people fell by the wayside.
Ni wangapi walitoka, Charles?
Wengi, bro.
Industry ilikuwa na hundreds if not thousands of artists. It's only like 10 big ones maybe. Kuna wengine kidogo maybe wamekuwa discouraged you how 10, because if a big tree falls, of course the forest and everything is shaken in the forest. So there are very few artists that left. So many other artists have been there. You know, the people forget that the gospel industry is not just the urban gospel industry.
There are very many people.
Even Shiro Ajipi is in the gospel industry.
Yes,
even Solomon Mukubo
is in the
even Jemima Tiongo. So what do you mean people are leaving? Those ones are still there. Na kina Short Baba pia tuko hapo. So
Eunice Njeri.
I think it's just a narrative. You know, people, let me just tell a bit of my story. I went to media school.
Yes.
I learned, I didn't attend so many lectures, but I was there until I finished. Kwa hivyo nikihitajika mahali kwa release my papers, they will come out. I went there and I was first day, we asked, yo, give us, what is your definition of news? The guy stood up. You know, news is, news is, news. And then the guy came up, the lecturer. He told us news is simply when a dog
bites.
Is when a man bites a dog, not when
a dog bites a man.
Because a dog biting a man is
normal.
It's normal. Yes. But so now people leaving Jesus, leaving the gospel industry, that is just a man biting a dog. Why can you leave? You are the one telling us to get born again. You're the one telling us to sing for Christ.
Yes.
So how do you leave this person you've been telling us about, or this faith? So of course that narrative has been oversold.
Yeah.
But the truth of the matter is the gospel industry is still very alive. We have too many artists. What it just did, it's just the story imeenda sana, and then you can discourage the new entrants. The persons who are like coming from high school and whatever, they're discouraged, they're confused kidogo, wanashindwa what's going on. Because like when we left high school, we were like sure we want to enter the gospel industry. Because everything was just,
it was planned.
Akina Dati Owen, yani, unajua. But sasa hivi unakuwa like, hey, okay, naona Moji, naona Guardian Angel, but why are all these other guys leaving? I can also do something else. So basically, it's just like a transition of sorts. But it's perfectly fine.
So the journey, let's tie your journey and the gospel journey.
Yeah.
When you're living in 2007, that time, gospel industry was at the top of the game. I remember we were with Daddy Owen in MTV in Nigeria in 2010. Gospel was the biggest in East Africa. Remember, Kenyan gospel was crazy. In the what we call the urban gospel area is where I'm talking about.
Yes,
remember that the rural gospel, Shiro IGP will always do good music.
Yes.
If you go to Luoland, there are very many gospel artists.
Mudoka.
Yeah,
so
Bishop Anthony is there. Guys are doing a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
But the urban industry is...
Which has a lot of noise.
It's a lot of noise. How do we move into this space and make it look more organized?
It's crazy. Of course, we've always had issues here and there.
Yeah.
But now social media even came and so it was like the ni kama kumwaga mafuta kwa moto.
Inawaka kabisa.
Flambe. You know, social media and all these things, they just came in and just that's whatever. But most of the guys, you'll notice most of the guys who have had very crazy stories are very young people.
Yeah.
And I think for any industry, even it's like soccer or whatever, any industry that has very young people, we need very strong mentors.
Yeah.
We need very strong people to help the people grow. And I think there was a disconnection. I can't say we were lacking of mentors. They were there, but there was a disconnection between people who can mentor artists, and there was a disconnection between artists accepting mentorship also, or guidance. Because sometimes unapata, it is the issues of life that affect the music. It's like your issue, if you can't manage your life very well, CEO, it will affect your work.
Definitely.
It will affect your habits and all these things. So you find we didn't have, there was a disconnection between artists and pastors, between artists and church leaders and whatever. And you find that disconnection of mentorship and people being groomed to be people. Sometimes unakuwa pesa kidogo unatingizwa. Challenges kidogo depression inaingia. Nini hizo vitu zote. So I think it's a learning curve, and we're just learning. And now the next generation, or the people who are here now, we know the challenges that can affect our industry, that can affect the ministry, and I can say now we are wiser. We are wiser.
But not everyone understands that gospel industry is a ministry.
Yeah.
Other people are there to make money.
Yeah.
Other people are there. They know this is a calling, is a ministry.
Yeah.
And this is what I want to do. This is what I want to preach the gospel.
Yeah.
Through music.
Yeah.
But other people think that pesa ikiingia.
Yeah.
And na pesa ikikosa, depression, the way you've said.
Yeah.
And it's serious in the industry.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Well, and you'll always have that. I think in everything that happens, even in journalism, what you do, there are people who are really passionate about journalism.
Yes.
And they want to uphold the ethics, they want to uphold the, the craft of journalism, if there's anything like
and
that.
The art.
Yes, and there are people who are just here for a paycheck. And they'll come in, anything in inataka afanye more than they could, more than their JD, whatever, they come out. Yeah. And that's what it is. But now it is inevitable because work, the corporate scene and the ministry is very different, because when people expect you to behave a certain way because you're a minister, they expect you to minister to them, and not only through music but also venye unaishi and all those things. So it's almost like a responsibility that you can't run away with. The moment you accept to be a gospel artist, people expect you
to behave in a certain way.
A certain way. Yes. And it's not like job utasema ati, oh, but then I'm just only here to sing. Nyi mwachana na mimi.
Naenda kwa club.
Mimi kama mziki nakubariki, wewe mziki tuachimalizane hapo. Tuachane YouTube, wacha mimi niingie mitini moja yako huko Islia kiwajaba nini, unfortunately it can't be like that. There's more to it. There's more to it. People people connect to your music, they connect to it vinoma sana. Because somebody will tell you, oh, Nyaja, I was going through a very tough time, and your song
uplifted me.
Uplifted me. So the moment whatever uplifted them, the moment they see me going opposite direction of it's so emotional. They will be so hurt. And that's where I think we don't get it. So if you are now we're understanding that if you are a gospel artist, if you're ministering to people through gospel music, you also need to keep yourself in check. You need to make sure that you manage your life well, because it will affect whatever you're doing. It will affect the bigger picture. And more so, it will not only affect you, it will affect the whole ministry and the whole industry. So it's sort of like you're the biggest guy in it. Ukichoma inakuwa ni nyinyi wote. So ni nyinyi wote. Mimi nakwambia mtu secular akifanya kitu, haikuwagi the secular industry. Lakini mtu wa gospel akifanya kitu, watu wa gospel. Ni mimi tu, ni mtu mmoja amefanya ama wawili, but now it's everybody. Now we have to come here and interview ilikuwa kuhusu Moji. Now we have to talk about the gospel industry.
Twende kwa Moji. Moji. Twende kwako. What is the highest moment in the industry?
The highest?
Yes.
I think the highest moment, it happens almost every day.
Yes.
Every day I interact with somebody, I go like, hey, short baba. When short baba? Hey, napenda this and this and this song. So it's almost like every other time I interact with somebody and they're like, this song I like, or that at a moment, or I saw you at an interview, and whatever. It's like, because there are days it was just a dream. You're like, I just want to, like when we're in high school, just like, mimi nataka kuwa msanii. Nataka tu ngoma yangu ichezwe kwa radio mara moja. Nataka tu nitoke kwa Pulse mara moja. Nataka tu, yani unajua, like nikitokea mara moja, nitakuwa najua yani.
Umefika.
Niko sawa. And there are guys we really looked up to. I remember I think nilikuwa na cut out ya Pulse ya Juliani, nimeweka kwa high school hapo, nimeweka kwa kwa desk yangu, kifungwa hivi unaona Juliani, niko like one day I'm going to be this guy. So every time I meet people, and of course there are those, I think we can call them milestones. There are milestones like when I got on Coke Studio, or when I got a song that was really big in the country. Hata wewe mwenyewe unazunguka everywhere, unasikia wimbo yako, unajua unasikia mtu wa Nduzi ndio huyo amepita na ngoma yangu. Ndio saa zingine hata tushika, kuna siku with a guy like this akapigiwa simu ringtone ni wimbo yangu. For real. Niko like, that's not a very small thing, because I'm like, it's a big thing, because I have music. Being an artist, I have a connection with music, and I know what music does, because pia mimi napenda muziki. There are artists I really like, and there are songs that have carried me through situations. So the moment I see and I hear testimonials of the same with my music, that's like a high moment. So I've had I have high moments every day. Na inakuanga very funny because of my personality. Wase vile wananiconsumingi, even ndo wananibebaga. Unaelewa?
Jovial.
So tukipatana inakuanga Moji. Ananipiga kofi bana. Kuna jamaa anapiga hapo, Mpaka sasa if I'm working with somebody like my grandmother, she keeps asking me, unamjua huyo? I'm like, zi. Unamjua huyo, zi. These are just people who interact with my personality online, interact with my music, and because of my personality, they're like, they feel like they know me.
Hey, no man.
Hey, man.
So, but the lowest moment?
The lowest moment? Hey, man. I think one of the lowest moments I've ever had was when we were transitioning from Kele Takatifu to doing a solo.
Oh, that's hard, eh?
That was very difficult. That was difficult, That was difficult because we had really worked.
Metwang itakuwa ngori.
Baba Mbaya, Inanoma. And hizo ni zile zinajulikana. Kulikuwa na ngoma zingine kama sijui ngapi. We had a whole album. We released an album, and we had done that from say 2010 to 2017. So those are so many years.
Together you are like brothers.
Hey, we're like brothers. So to reach a point where we were now going, like, you're like, hey man, like, how will this thing look? And then, you know, sometimes unaangalia, you're looking around and you're like, how have other people, you know, progressed after they have left groups? And I didn't see so many success stories. You know, but I just see a lot of success stories. And you're like, okay, so people know Kele Takatifu. Now people have to know Moji Shot Baba. Because I don't know. I mean, after high school, yes, I did go to college, but I've never done anything else. I only know music, and entertainment. So I was like, if this doesn't work,
what is the fallback plan?
What do I do? So it was so many dark nights, man. I was in prayer. I was asking God, I was constantly with my pastor. You see my pastor like every day, like, you know, because it wasn't so crazy that he did to contact kuana, but to go to fika to your point. Now where we are now, itabidi kila mse akwe anafanya ajisimamia afanye whatever they feel led by God. So that was one of the darkest moments I've ever
who brought that in the agenda to the table?
We just reached you, Dini. Ilikuwa kama breakup bana, it's not you, it's me.
It's me, that's the problem.
you know, it was crazy. It was a hard conversation. And it wasn't one conversation. There were many hard conversations. And then now the reality of now, how do I go about it? But thank God, you know, it wasn't like starting from one. Because now we had, yes, you're trying to build a new name, but you had more knowledge than before. Sika kitambo venye tuko tunakuja huku nje ya KTN tuko like tunangoja CEO hapo nje. Unajua
lakini nilikuwa mimi sijakataa kuwaona man.
Hapana, but you know we didn't know. Kitambo, you know, sometimes you don't know the channels, right? You don't know the channel. You don't know.
Who it will be.
Maybe you shouldn't look for CEO. Maybe you should look for somebody who knows CEO. Maybe it would be easier for CEO to pick up that call. I don't know. Like, there are things we just... Uko mwanzo to 920, we did so many things. Unknowingly. We didn't know. You don't know the industry. You don't know venye kunaendaga. You don't know who to call. You don't know what. So by the time the whatever, it wasn't so... It was difficult, but... It was difficult, but we knew how to overcome the challenges. I knew, okay, sawa, if I'm gonna be a solo artist, what does the industry want? So like one thing I did, I knew one thing. I knew people don't get booked for gigs because of one song. You get booked because of your catalog.
Yes.
You don't get booked because
of one hit song.
Because of one hit song. So what did I do? I went and recorded like 100 songs within 3 months or whatever. I had like songs. So I was like, I have songs. So do a lot of videos. And then I knew, ile like ukitoa song moja, inagongaga mwamba saa zingine. And then unakuwa discouraged for 2 months kabla recuperate. So I had like I had a friend who partnered, a friend called Director Dambis. We did a lot of videos together. So I was churning out music. Between September of 2017 to May of 2018, I had like almost like 6 songs, 6 videos out. It's like every
a lot of them
came out. Watch a story in a normal Shuko Stumane Nini, and then came a big song called Vimbada. Energy. That one came in like May of 2018. Now that was like the seal. Mungu alikuwa ameamua kijana anapambana sana.
Lazima atoke.
Acha atoke. Hiyo ikalipuka na ikalipua hizo zingine zote.
I go by the name Jabide. Na shoti baba, give me space. I can't go save it. Vimbada energy. Synergy. changu ziraruke like a baby. Moji anja bidi, we drop this a heavy. Increase we party, increase we raving. Wakiuliza, washo increase najibamba kabisa. Tele najigamba kwa Jesus. When we think about what he has done for me, daily blessings coming.
So nashukuru niko sawa, so mina vimbada. Nampa sifa kama kawa, so mina vimbada.
Basically, let's go back maybe to your journey, musical journey hivyo umesema. You met Didi, of course.
Yes.
Tekelele Takatifu.
Senior Chief Koinange.
Senior Chief Koinange. Mkakuwa for almost 10 years together.
Yes.
And then 2017 you decided, break.
Ile barabara you and Ngare Mazai Road na ile la inaenda Ngara. So nasema hiyo that's the separation between money na poverty. But then tukafika hapo crossroads. Yeah.
Mkaachana.
Yeah.
So how did the other people feel in the group? Their career have not taken up like he was. Did they stop singing?
It was a duo. We were just two guys.
Yeah, you and Didi.
Me and Didi.
Yeah.
Well, he's done well. He's done equally well.
Yeah.
He's done very well. But unajua kitu ya muziki and entertainment, it's very like kuna msemo mwenye you make it sai. Mwingine ana make it baadaye. Ama kuna mwenye anapataga break sai. As long as you bora tu
consistent.
As long as you're consistent with whatever. So Didi is doing equally well because I see him he's doing amazing things. We even do gigs together. But sometimes I think when it also comes to arts now and entertainment, it's also about, it's more than the music.
Yes.
It's maybe personality and stuff like that.
How you brand yourself.
How you brand yourself and how out and out you are. So like me, I'm out and out. And funny enough, I'm the introvert, but I'm out and out kabisa. I understand that part, that I can't just release songs and be uko nje. These interviews like this and whatever, being out and out. So utapata, people will interact with Moji one way or the other. I do a bit of acting here. I host events. I have TV shows on other channels, not this one. Yeah, so those kind of things, they the name keeps being talked about and people keep interacting with your face kila mahali. And that's one thing in I learned and I kept doing all through.
So, you talked about your grandmother a lot.
Yes, a lot. Even in songs.
Sana? Why so?
Well, me mtoto wa shosho in this sense.
Yes.
My mom got me very young. Very young. She was like 16.
Oh.
16 years. 16. So that's when she got pregnant with the short baba. It wasn't a big pregnancy because you can understand I'm a short man. So, but it went full time. So what happens then? I get kuzaliwa and nizaliwa kwa shosho yangu. So my shosho had 8 kids. Yeah, my mom was the second born. And 8 kids now, mimi nikakuwa wa 9. So for a long time, I knew my shosho was
your mom.
As in kila hao wote wanamuita madhe.
So hata wewe unamuita.
Mimi sikuwa namuita shosho. Nilianza kumuita shosho later. Niko tu madhe si wote. Madhe. And I used to call my mother by her name. Waithera, the late. Used to call her Waithera.
The late.
Yes. She passed on in 2014. It's 8 years now. 8 years now. So I grew up like that. So shosho has always been shosho. She's like she's crazy. Has her personality, her love for God. She's very strong in her views, and shosho has always been shosho, and she has influenced me a lot. So for a long time, it was me and my mother being mothered by her mother.
Yes.
But of course, my mother, we were very good friends with my mom, because for a long time we grew up like almost like siblings, almost like yes. Of course, kuna mali nikiingia cross sana,
unapigwa coffee.
Don't forget I'm your mother. So, but we were very good friends with my mom. But sasa shosho, alikuwa tu like shosho ni kama any boys wangu yani. Nafikirianga tu every time tunaongea kwa simu, tunachapiana, and then now when my mom passed on, she also like took up that place. Yeah, so she's like the mother now.
Fantastic. So and your mom passed on. You know, losing a parent is difficult. I remember I lost my mother in 2016. It's the hardest thing ever.
That's like losing a mom for a man I can't even. I've never known that. I've never known pain like that. I've never known pain like that, man.
It's crazy.
It was hard. It was hard. It was hard. You know, it was so my mom was always, again, being friends with her, we always like talked. So even this music thing, my mom has never discouraged me. So she was always like, you're gonna make it, you're gonna make it, you're gonna make it, you're gonna make it. You know. And I remember that 2013 December, I got like one of my biggest paychecks, you know. Until that time, I had never gotten that kind of money. So I got that money like December I was paid for it. So one of these big gospel crossover concerts, I was paid, and I had the check in your bed. So I'm like, yeah, for the first time, I'm gonna buy my mom something nice, you know. For all these years, she has supported me. She's always been there, you know. And we also at that time we were going through some tough family issues. So I wake up, I think on the first, is it first or the second? Unajua event ilikuwa heavy, so unajua unachoka unangoja urudi sawa. I think she passed on the second of 2014. Yeah.
So you didn't buy this?
I didn't buy anything, man. I had that money. You know, it was really about the money, but it was enjoying
the fruits of your labor together.
And she went to be with the Lord. It was the second of I think the second. Yeah, it was the second. The second of second, or it was the morning was the second. So maybe she passed the first or something like that.
But was this illness or a sudden?
Yeah, I don't like talking about the details, but it was a sudden death. So it was crazy. It was hard. It was hard. It was hard. So even like coming to God and like, yo, why would you do this now? Why now? You know, maybe she could have been here to see her boy even, you know, at least because she struggled to raise. Yeah, and my grandmother did a lot of things for me to be the person I am today. Used to sell mandizis in the market. Used to go to Stukutus. Let them mandizi, was the HSC ripen. That's my shosho and my mom. They used to do a lot of crazy things for me and also all my uncles and all that. So it was one of the hardest things I think I've ever gone through. But God, I prayed to God. I'm like, yo, if it's your will, just give me peace and give me the strength to carry on. And I had a small bro and a small sis. They're all grown up now. My bro just joined high school. And God has been amazing, Mazi.
Ah, great. And the sis as well?
Yeah, she's doing her class 8 this year. Yeah, so they're big people, but they were like 7 and 5. So they were small children. So just like, what is this now? What is this? But funny enough, they also gave me the strength to carry on, because I was like, if I'm not strong enough,
who will take care of them?
Take care of them? Yeah. So it's been a journey, and I've seen God.
Serious.
Smile. Sometimes we real life issues.
No, they're real life.
Yeah.
And then how did you meet you got married last year? It
was a Corona wedding, which ended up being a blessing. Shout out to all the people who got married last year. Budgets were slashed. Class of 2021.
Class of 2021.
It was very stressful to cut down on the list. Very stressful to cut down on who is not coming.
Yes.
But you know, we had no choice.
Yes.
It's a government directive. Nobody. So I used to call people very vizuri, it's the government. It was stressful because now even family, you don't forget about kina CEO wale tumetoka nao mbali, even family. Unaambia anko yako fulani ukam.
Anaona wedding cake inakuliwa.
I'll come by the way uncle, because this is what we do. 70 people. Ukishaika was line up nini weke shosho nini it was crazy. But after the wedding, we're just like, thank you God. Because you imagine if it was this expensive and it was this many people.
So Corona.
Sasa kama ungekuwa sijui kwanza mimi mtu wa watu yani ingekuwa kama campaign. I'm so happy. So it was a blessing in disguise. Acha tuseme tu hivyo. Like it was a blessing.
Hatukukuja bwana.
Ilikuwa crazy. Haina noma. 10th anniversary. God will keep us, brother.
Until 10th anniversary.
10th anniversary.
Hata one nijafika September.
One imefika. It was May last year. So May this year. Hata nilikuja hapa actually on this stage. I came to surprise my wife because she has a show here on
Yes,
KTN.
yes.
I came to surprise her here with a cake on her first anniversary. Juicy. She has a show here called Sunday Best.
Sunday Best, yes, I know.
Yeah.
How did you meet her?
How did I meet her? Well, she's been in communication and events. That's what she does. And so we first met at an event, but tulikuja kujuana vizuri at a church. At a church, we go to the same church. Or we used to go to the same church, and that's where we met, in the service of the Lord. Let me tell you, for those young men out there who have not found...
Levis.
Eh?
Ambia Levis.
Our director, Levis. Go serve in church. You will find your wife in the service of the Lord.
Asitafuta kwingine.
Ukitafuta unajua mahali unatoa mtu unamtoa na shida zake na shida za huko. Unajua if you find me in a market, I'll come with my market. If you find me in church,
with
church. So I don't know if church is good for you. If it sounds like a good place for you, then that's where we met. We were and our friendship grew, and then we started dating, and then we got married, man.
Ishoti baba na unifingeri niwe milimani ama mabondeni utukuke niwe milimani ama mabondeni utukuke
KTN News. Get the whole story.
Oh, it's brilliant from Mo Salah. And still, Salah. Oh, sensational!
Naam! Masaa ni sasa. Formation imekubalika. Radio Maisha, Spice FM, Vibes Radio na Berur FM wakuletea the best of the 2022-2023 EPL season.
Oh, did it sit up nicely?
Usikose kujiunga nasi kila wiki for the best of the Premier League, yani the full 90 plus all the extra. Ujumbe huu umeletwa kwako na the Standard Group PLC in partnership with the English Prep.
This is KTN News. For many centuries, it was a hub of irreplaceable treasure, the pride of many tribes and literature to future generations. On Culture Quest, we explore jungles to uncover the truth behind its legends. From daring crew
We're supposed to cross to the other side of Dol Dol village
to creators of the amazing race. It is a discovery that will unlock the secrets behind the archaeological mystery of forgotten cities and stashed villages and unarchived ancient history. We go beyond the familiar to bring you breathtaking, rich and raw heritage, creating lifetime memories. Get ready to experience a new perspective of heritage conservation as we reveal the untold story. Every Sunday at 8:30 p.m. on KTN News Channel. Culture Quest, the heartbeat of heritage conservation. KTN News. Get the whole story.
Shoti baba, yeah. It's mad. Kama unishoti ya Yesu, basi udawacha story kama unisho tuya udawacha story kama unisho tuya blessing basi udawacha story kama unisho tuya udawacha story udawacha story udawacha story udawacha story udawacha story hakuna time ya longo 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 yeah mamchezo kalongo longo longo yeah kabla kufungua mdomo domo domo yeah tubonge papisi udongo dongo dongo yeah kila kitu tuna sese tusibongeza wasese tuachane na mapepe labda kusifuna kupepe. Let's talk peace, let's talk love, things that matter. Let's talk God, let's talk blessing. Wacha goodness kama unisho tula Yesu. Basi udawacha story kama unisho tula. Udawacha story.
So, musically, what is your outlook going forward? What do you want to do this year musically? Big stuff, or what is in the plan? What is in store?
I think every other time, I think it's like, I think in everything that you do, so like the biggest hurdle I had as a solo artist, starting out as a solo artist was to get established as a solo artist fast. And I think that has happened by the grace of God. So now I used to say, now I need to pioneer something, you know?
Yeah, you need to progress into.
I need to progress. Now you're like, okay, sawa, Moji anajulikana, ama jina Moji anajulikana. So how do I take this now to the next level and say, okay, now this is what, when years to come, people talk about Moji. Okay, like, okay, now, yeah, he came.
He conquered,
but then now he came and I think now the next thing, whatever I do next, is gonna open doors for like the next generation. Because I'm like, we're still enjoying fruits of what some people really did
before.
Yeah. And I shout out Akina Tatio and Jimmy Gates, and there's a whole lot of guys. Some of them even maybe not known, but they did a lot of. You might know them because you wrote about them.
Yes.
But kuna so many guys that made it possible for us to be here. Now, how do we make it? Because again, since then and now, so many things have changed. So how do we take it to the next level? So how do we take it to Africa? Because now even things have been made easier. Sika kitambo. Said we have social media, we have all these things, we have all these tools. So how do I take it? So my biggest, I think, headache right now is how do I take Kenya gospel music
to the world?
To the world. And because if I am successful in that, it means that it will be a model that can be replicated by other artists. And you know, we shall cut this interview in a few years.
And we'll check
because it will have happened.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm very sure. I am certain it will happen. Because if there's no impossibility.
No, there's no impossibility.
There's no impossibility. Because once you start thinking about it, then you're like, even by now me saying it here, gives me the confidence of doing almost a certain accountability. Because if you said it, you have to follow through. And it will happen. So for me, it's to do that. And I think it's also to establish platforms that can be used to either mentor other guys and bring out, and also just push the gospel music ahead. So for me, the next stage for Moji Shot Baba is establishing platform and is to opening new doors and knocking new doors and going to like new areas. So people are gonna see me traveling, taking this Cheza gospel outside there.
Cheza gospel.
Cheza gospel. And we're well on our way. This year we did our first Cheza Gospel Festival. It's gonna be an annual festival happening every year. And we packed out Nairobi Cinema with like young people. We came and had fun, and we had like an array of gospel artists that came and just brought the house down. And we're gonna continue doing that. Next year we go at it again, and more platforms and more things and more crazy ideas. Just just tushamalizana sana hiyo ya nisho ti baba. Sasa ni kwenda.
Sasa ni kwenda.
Ni kwenda. And it's gonna be amazing. Even me being on this interview, it's such a big interview.
No,
so it shows that it's possible, and we're gonna keep on going.
So there are very many personal things which affect musicians, and there sometimes you feel like you want to quit.
Yeah.
It's natural in any career. Have you reached the one time you said, kitu wacha niache leo, ama did it come to you?
Swali see if it has happened. Swali ni how many times. Oh. Pengine hata before tuingia hapa ili happen. Acha nikwambie honestly, being a creative or an artist in this country is not the most easiest. It's not the easiest thing. And I'm sure you've had this. And it's mainly because I think it's a relatively young industry. So it hasn't the pipelines. The pipelines haven't, the structure is not clear. You see, like, it's very clear on how somebody can make it as a journalist. Come to standard media, start out as an intern. As when you are an intern, visit every department, go to broadcast, go to print, go to see which one suits your whatever
career.
Go to the gallery, blah blah blah, and then from there you can say, it's very like you can ukiingia tu hivi unaweza ambiwa this person, this is what they did. But for most time for Kenyan artists, I'm a creative.
Unaanza from scratch.
Na hata ukiuliza mtu make it sometimes anaweza kosa kukuambia clearly the route. And it's true. Ukisikiza wase wengi inakuwa tu like unapambana because the structures have not been laid. Hauko sure how before ujue how to make your money and all those things. So yes, sometimes unafikanga hiyo point unagonga hurdles, uko like because tunafikirianga maybe a big song is like ukipata a big song, that's it. Unapata a big song, unakula pesa kidogo, and then you're like, okay, industry inakuuliza where is the other one?
Where is the other one?
Where is the other one? So because that understanding, and also I guess the knowledge, sometimes knowledge is, and that's why I think shows like this are very important, to pass down knowledge.
Yes.
To pass down knowledge to the younger guys to know, okay, first of all, it is not a hit song that gets you paid over time. It's a brand. It's a brand that you build. People can trust the name Moji Shot Baba. They know Moji will show up. They know Moji will deliver. Those kind of things. It's not Vimbada that will get Moji paid eventually for a long time. It is the consistency in upholding your standard as a brand and those things. So ukijua hizo vitu mapema, you're like, okay, sasa. And there are certain things. So there are more than one thing. So I think kwa hiyo on that learning curve, sometimes you hit a lot of roadblocks. And you give up. I remember Askeleta Katifu, before we got to Ngori, I think if Ngori didn't become a big song, tungeachana nayo.
Ungeacha?
Ikwende imambo. Because kuna ile period when you leave high school, or 18, if your friend aende tu kwa biashara ya kuuza makaa,
na make do,
aifanye for say like 4 years straight, unapata akidrive sidio? Sasa wewe maybe umeanza na hiyo muziki, unaweza kupatana na maboys wako washaanza kuambia, unajua kwanza after high school mtu anakuambia amehama, kwanza hiyo ndio like the biggest blood pressure. Amehama aje?
Ameenda wapi?
Tunalipa rent.
Unalipa rent, wacha mchezo. Wacha unalipa aje?
Unatoa bido. So kulikuwa na hizo vitu zote, like after high school we did it for a while, and then matunda zilikawia. So and then but you're seeing all these things. Unajua maisha yako inasimama, wengine isimami. So I think I've reached so many points where you're like, and then also other people giving up. Kitambo kulikuwa na ile, I think it's ending now. But kitambo, and maybe you can confirm this, msanii wa Kenya akifika 35 ama 30
anatoka,
anaretire. I don't know hiyo story ilikuwa imetoka wapi.
Si walikuwa nafikira tunawazee.
Msanii akifika 30 ameacha muziki. Ati hiyo ndio ni kama football age, yani ni kama football. Tunaretire kama soka.
And many people actually left. Unamuuliza, I just stopped. Many guys.
So we're like, so una imagine, so tukiwa huko in our 20s uko like, so nikikaribia 30 ninafaa kuanza kufikiria exit strategy ama, so kuna so many points when unafika, because it's a young industry like but then kumekuwa na so many other artists, kumekuwa na so many artists wenye I think kuna some artists who break hizo barriers. So like, and everybody now is starting to think, okay, so this is something I can do.
It's a long-term career.
It's a long-term career. But sasa huku again, sasa at 30 mtu ameretire, ameacha. Anaacha na aseti hata akiwa juu anawaacha.
Na ngoma inaenda.
Hadi nimefika 30. I don't know ilikuwa inatoka wapi hiyo story. So kumekuwa na so many challenges za kufanya mtu atake kuacha.
I think the challenges were people thought that music is a fad, a pastime. Walikuwa wanacheza muziki wangoja job fiti kuje.
So
that's the problem.
Na kulikuwa na hiyo pia, there was an idea that wasanii wajasoma, but now you're seeing guys, and you know, just to mention guys like, because they're one of the biggest in this country, like Akina Sauti Soul, and so many other guys I know.
They've gone to school,
they have their degrees. Some artists I know even have their masters, but they want to be in art and the creative industry. And so with those kind of stories happening, and with the media highlighting those stories, people can actually, because the more we are, and I don't think an industry can be grown by one successful individual. It's the media industry is successful in Kenya, it's because we have so many media competing.
Yes.
We anakuja new ideas from Stu Happy, and it's cool. An industry cannot grow because of one successful person. We need a lot of people, and that's why PF now in gospel, I'm pro the Cheza gospel thing, because I'm like, we need more artists, because kuna a lot of them that left. It's like we need more artists for the gospel ministry and industry to be vibrant. We need a lot of top class artists performing at a very high level for it to say it's thriving.
So, and songwriting skills, how do you increase, because your songs are very catchy.
Yeah.
How do you improve on our Kenyan songwriting skills so that we have more songs which can go out there?
I think, I almost think like we had hacked it before. Mwanzo. And then we lost it, and then now we're getting it back.
It was, somewhere it got totally lost.
Yes, because we wanted to go international. And we thought maybe going international is changing our sound, or changing the sound that Kenyans love. So ulikuwa unapata msanii anakam, ana hit na ngoma zenye wase wanapenda, alafu inafika point fulani kwa career yake, anasema sasa naenda international wase. So inamaanisha ile mtu zenye mlimpenda nazo alawacha. Anaenda kuimba ngoma zingine zenye sio as resonate. I don't know if I'm sure you've seen that. Like, yo, Moji, okay, Vimbada, Nini, Mitumba, itakuwa ngoni. Now I'm going international. So it means, na achana hizo vitu zote naanza kuimba ngoma zingine. So, going international means now I first lose out on my Kenyan audience. And I think we had lost it. And maybe it's my analysis, but now you find, when you think about things that are catchy, and that's why for me, I'm like, I sing gospel music, so I must pass down lessons.
Yes.
I must pass down knowledge. I must pass down inspirational content. But it can't be boring.
It can't?
It can't be boring. It can't be something that you can easily just, you know, skip ama kitu kayo. So that's how, like, since my debut in the industry, I've always wanted to write music that is easy. And then meaning boy I'm ta. I mean niko like, if nataka if yenye tunaongea ndio nataka niweke kwa muziki, but niweke lesson. So like there's a song I did called Mitumba. It talks about how just like Mitumba, God can give us a second chance. And you see, that was just me observing and seeing Mitumbas are actually clothes that have been given a second chance. They had already been worn. And I know the whole conversation you're about to start. I see you. But I see you. Yeah, but the second chance that the Mitumba clothing got, or the Mitumba clothing get, is the same second chance that Jesus Christ offers through us getting born again, because we have been used up by the things of the world. But God and come and to pay a second chance. So you see that's kind of, and I think in literature it's called what do you call it? It's like imagery. It's like idioms and all those things. Once you use that in music and use the language that was wanaelewa, mzee akisikia Mitumba ako like, hii ni kitu anasikianga every day akipita kwa barabara. Mitumba. Now you put it in a song and add content into it, like that people really. So even as we go international, let's not lose out on
our touch, local touch.
Let's actually take our local touch and take it international, just like the Nigerians are doing, just like all these other guys are doing. Wasewa reggae, wasewa ragaton. Let's take what we have here. Now, all we need to crack is how to package it for the international market.
Agreed, totally. But hiyo mambo ya Mtumba tutarudi hapo after some time. But I pass it. You know, this week we are going to election. Raila talked about Mitumba. I will.
Yes.
I will not go there.
I even had to repost my song. I even had to repost it. I was like, hey, let me cool out on this vibe. That's happening.
Let's not go to Raila and Mitumba. Wajakoya.
From the professor.
From the professor na bangi.
Yes.
What is your take?
My take? Hey. I don't know, man. I don't know. I like Wajakoya. He's a learned person, so respect to him. Yes. He's an elder. Even if I talk about him from a point of he's an elder, when he's on a beer, that kind of pick a durag. My view is, first of all, bang is illegal now in Kenya. So I stand by the government and by the decree, by the constitution. It's illegal, and I'm not sure about. What I know is there are things that are legal and are bad. Even alcohol is legal now. Watu wengi sana wanakufa na alcohol. So I'm like, as long as as we discuss whatever Wajakoya is talking about, let's discuss it from a point of it's actually a drug. It's a substance that can. So legal or illegal, let's not forget that it's a drug. It's like a drug, and it can be abused and has been abused. So legal, illegal. Let's talk about it from that part. I don't know if he'll become the president. I don't know if he's really the fifth. That I'm not sure. That I'm not sure. But I'm like, even when we talk about it, let's not forget that it's actually a drug, and that there are people who have lost their minds on this thing because of it. And we all have somebody in our family. But even Wajakoya has brought up a whole. The conversation is even crazier because again, when you talk about alcohol in Kenya, alcohol is a pandemic. We just don't talk about it like that. Alcohol is even whatever. That's a whole pandemic. Kama umetoka ghetto unajua hiyo ni pandemic ingine. So even when we talk about weed and whatever, I think he also brings up the conversation of, are we abusing drugs as a society? And will this just be another one that will just come and just sweep everybody? Wala wamebaki. Pombe isha sweep wengi. Sasa hii ingine ikuje kama imefagia kabisa. So because we all have uncles, we have lost people because of alcohol, or we have people now who are in alcohol. I personally have people in my family who are bound by the chains of alcohol. And so I'm like, ukiongeza bangi, I don't know sasa tutaenda tuelekea wapi.
The last question.
Yeah.
What is the highest amount of you paid before in your show? Ile ulishika hivi mkono ikafanya moji ni mimi.
Basi.
Imeingia hii yote.
Kumekuwa na mafiga zimenitingiza. Kuna mafiga zimenitingiza. Kwanza kuna moja, I won't say the amount. It's ya KRA nini. Tuko kwa hii age ya KRA. So
najua hiyo age. Siwezi sema.
It was a government show. Well, different show mingi zalo, but this one was funny. It was particularly funny because you know how the government operates is that when you're going to perform to certain functions, the security is very heightened. So usikuje na mtu, kuja peke yako tafadhali. Ama hata wewe ujue kama ukuje na mtu whatever. So tulikuwa tunachukuliwa sijui 4-5 mahali tumeenda. Mimi niko na kakoti kangu safi sana, unajua na performia president. Sasa the idea is sini wote mnakuja. Government first of all ni government. Check ya nani? Utaandikiwa check na the Ministry of nini? So treasury inakuandikia check. Where will you bank it? So anyway, I don't know. Maybe wanaandika check, but hawakuandika check. Walitupea wasanii tunalipanga cash sana na
hizi ndio mtu asikuruke.
So jamaa wa cash alikuwa hapo kando ya stage. So wewe unakam
unapiga show?
Ukikaribia next on stage unakaribia. Sasa jamaa ako hapo na baga na kupiga kitita.
Anafungua?
Hisi kibuta hili kitita. Sasa hii kitita unajua ni kitita kibunda. Hauwezi pia tu mtu akushikia. Kwa sababu akituna tano utajua. Sema baba kuimba na
amejaza huku mfuko.
Limba hivi.
So as we end, what is your advice to the upcoming generation, the youth, and towards election? Najua lazima tuambie watu wa vote wisely na nini. It's a call.
Yeah, I think, well, first of all, I think, and I had somebody talk about this. I think, first of all, as Kenyans, we get really caught up about the government, about the top seats. Let's really concentrate also on the smaller seats.
Martha Karua actually said the deputy.
Like your MCA, that affects your road, your whatever. Kama sai, we are very happy. Kama mimi huko kwenye nimetoka Gando right now. Tuko na barabara because sasa siasa imekaribia. Siasa ikaribia ndio sasa tunaanza kuona
development.
Tunataka kuona barabara to alleys. Na unajua MCA anaweka picha yake kubwa. This project was commissioned by nani. Like sasa tunajua this is your nini, this is your jurisdiction.
Yes.
Hatuko tunajua hii barabara ni wewe unafaa kutengeneza. So anyway, let's concentrate on even the smaller offices because those ones will really affect us because that's every day. 2, let's remember that even after elections, we still have a country to go back to.
Of course, we can't
still have still these are the same neighbors you're gonna live with. These are the same guys you're gonna work with upper. You're gonna work with you. Artists are gonna need guys like CEOs. You're gonna need artists. So let's not get carried away. Na you people, let's not get very carried. Ikuwe kama mpira. This is how we go to Arsenal. To fight.
I'm from Manchester.
Manchester. Tunashautiana.
Good examples.
Ball inazima nga.
Mnaenda home.
Tunaenda home ama tunaitisha nyama. Tunaendelea kuongea.
Yes.
Mmetupiga zetu 3 ama 4 but sasa tunasema ni sawa. Unaona? So I'm like after this it may happen and whoever has won to go to tuseme okay sawa. Wachakoya is our president. Let's continue with life.
Lakini sina bangi.
Wewe una imagine wewe jamaa akakuwa president. Wewe imagine vile watu wanaweza kiwasha huko that day. August 9th Kenya kunaweza kuwa kuna kama Vatican venye kuna chagulia kwa nini inaitwa kwa
ile moshi ya Pope.
Wewe imagine wacha kwa yashinde. Ai sisi inaweza kuwa movie. Mungu wangu. So anyway, let's just be careful. Let's just remember we have a country to go back to. We have dreams, we have children, we have for us we still have children in here.
Hapa kwa wewe uko na kwa magoti.
Tunaenda kuwatoa and we need a nice country for our children to get born into. So let's not, and anybody who is doing anything out there, I just like to tell them that just keep on working. One day it's gonna make sense. And for those that maybe you feel like, will I ever make it? Your opportunity is gonna come. So I heard it somewhere. It's a cliche saying, but it's very important that success is an opportunity meets preparation. So always be prepared. Always be prepared prepare for an interview like this if you're an artist. Think to yourself, if I ever found myself at an interview, how would I answer certain questions? What would I say? Prepare so that when that opportunity comes, you don't lose it. Usifanye interview alafu watu wanasema, huyo usiyemuita tena, huyo ametupo. So just prepare. Prepare properly so that when opportunities land on your desk like this, ama land on your laps like this, you are ready to go. Yani that opportunity takes you to another level, and then another opportunity takes you to another level. That would be my advice to everybody out there.
And to the gospel, people should keep waiting for our gospel industry to grow or to...
The gospel industry is still growing. It's still big and very vibrant. That's why we are here. So we've just had challenges, and those challenges have been, they have overshadowed the good work that we are doing. But we're still there. We have so much music coming. We still have, if the gospel industry was surely dead, would KTN have shows for gospel music? We have like 6 of them. How many?
We have many.
We have so many shows or whatever. Nobody would invest in something that's already dead.
Yes.
So the industry is still vibrant. It's just that the stories have overshadowed. And what I would want us to do as gospel artists, and just to urge every other gospel artist out there, wetua mziki, tengeneza kitu kali.
Itakuja na tutakuinterview.
Utakuwa hapa, makers of the nation ama
history makers. Thank you for watching Moji Short Papa and myself. That was a pleasant interview. Najua Moji alitoa ndevu akiwa form 2, so msameheni maze. Walimu walisumbua sana huko, but he's a great artist, great talent, a guy of many seasons, a guy of many reasons. Keep watching.
Yeah, bye. Hey, aye. Riba bang bang bang. Nigelele taka tak tang bang.
Say we at B.
Itakuwa ngori. Bila Yesu itakuwa ngori. Itakuwa ngori. Mwisho wa story. Itakuwa ngori. Bila Yesu itakuwa ngori. Itakuwa ngori. mwisho wa story.
Ananishangaza nasema ulala, kumsifu kazi hakuna kulala. Amenipa mavazi na chakula la, niko fresh, niko fridge, niko kulala. Askari ya majeshi ya mawe raia.
KTN News. Get the whole story.
Oh, it's brilliant from Mo Salah. And still, Salah. Oh, sensational!
Naam! Masaa ni sasa. Formation imekubalika. Radio Maisha, Spice FM, Vibes Radio na Berur FM mukuletea the best of the 2022-2023 EPL season.
Oh, did it sit up nicely?
Usikose kujiunga nasi kila wiki for the best of the Premier League. Yani the full 90 plus all the extra. Ujumbe huu umeletwa kwako na the Standard Group PLC in partnership with the English Press.
I mean, it feels great. I mean, without the support of the ITF, Tennis Kenya, Ministry of Sport, and also Kenya Airways for flying me here back home, I mean, it couldn't be possible, but I'm really grateful that I'm able to come back with this title. I mean, this will really show a lot of belief to more Kenyan players out here and to also African players that it doesn't matter the background you come from or...
Elimu darasani, michezo na burudani, pamoja na mtaala wa CBC. Yote haya tunasuka vipi ili mtoto ayafaidi katika mustakabali wake anapoendelea kitaaluma?
Ningependa kuendelea kuwa mwandishi ninapoendelea kuwa mkubwa.
Aliweza kupata alama 90 ambazo zimekuwa alama nzuri zaidi.
Na vitabu vyako ndivyo vingekuongoza kwa kila jambo ufanyalo.
I think there's a frustration from the comrades, especially on matters education.
Jiunge nami kwenye uchambuzi wa kina kila Jumapili saa 11 jioni hadi saa 12 katika kipindi cha Dau la Elimu, nami mwalimu Franco Tieno.
KTN News. Get the whole story.
3 months to the next election and the environmental impact is already being felt. Millions of posters plastered in every possible public and private space. Campaign trucks blaring loud music, and the government has introduced laws to govern the election advertising in a bid to minimize their impact on the environment. But is it actually working? So tonight we ask, are election campaigns choking the environment?
Yes and no. Yes, because we have not been able to basically enforce. But the beauty is that we have the laws and it's possible.
Yes, because we have seen how ugly the place looks like. And of course, with no alternatives yet, I believe this is going to continue for a longer period.
My guests tonight, Rasi Masudi, Director for Voter Education and Partnership at Kenya's Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, and Anita Soina, an environmentalist and aspiring member of Parliament for Kajiado North. Let's get connected. Hello there, welcome to Kenya Connects from the BBC and KTN News, connecting Kenya to the world and the world to Kenya. My name is Macharia Maina. Now, political posters have featured prominently in Kenya every election year. While they tell the undecided whom to vote for, they remain a pollutant and an eyesore. Should there be control on the distribution of these campaign material? The BBC's Caroline B. did a spot check in the city of Nairobi 3 months to the general election.
These glossy papers are a sign that the elections are here. I mean, they're all over. But as they lend color and excitement to the campaigns, they're a nuisance.
They are plastered haphazardly on electric poles, trees, footpaths, private property, and even road signs, posing danger to motorists and presenting an environmental concern. This massive display on strategic places is an eyesore. While the posters may be a scourge, politicians believe campaign posters introduce candidates to the electorate.
Oh, I didn't even notice.
Jerry is a first-time aspirant and believes there should be regulation on the distribution of these posters.
I've focused on placing my campaign posters on electricity poles, but like you've said, from the viewpoint of a politician, visibility is very important. And for young people, for example, erecting a billboard is around Kenya shillings 400,000 to 300,000, but a poster, one is Kenya shillings 10. Yes, I believe we should have regulations on where you put your posters, so ensure that once you vie for a position, you know that you put up posters, you had a team in place. Ensure you have a team in place to remove the same posters.
But with the advent of social media, one seasoned politician thinks other political candidates ought to utilize social media as a tool for their campaigns.
In the just concluded nominations which we did last 2 weeks, I did not produce a single poster. Right now, a large number of Kenyans own phones, and they can access Facebook, and they can access WhatsApp groups. And anybody who is aspiring to be a politician needs to look that direction, so that we avoid environmental pollution occasioned by posters and banners and all this manner of pollution.
Some of these campaign posters end up discarded in rivers and water sources whenever it rains. And cleaning up some of these half-tone photos is a huge task. I sought comments from the Nairobi County government on this issue, also reaching out to the National Management Authority, NEMA, wanting to find out whether there should be regulation on the distribution of these posters. But by the time of filing this report, both were yet to respond.
Even with this kind of debate, election posters remain a part of Kenya's political culture. So should restrictions be imposed to control how these posters are put up to protect the environment?
Soina, what exactly is the impact of the election advertising on the environment?
From the clip that we've watched, we've seen how we have excess, I'd say excess posters as compared to voters, for the lack of a better word. So we have heard from the previous clip as well that a lot of people don't bother going back to remove the posters. So this is causing environmental pollution right from how it looks like down to where it goes to after the election.
Are you feeling any pressure on yourself knowing that you are running and this is one of the ways to advertise?
Yes, I am feeling pressure, of course, because when you're viewing it from outside, you will always ask yourself, like, why are politicians doing this? But when you're in that situation yourself, then you start to ask yourself questions. Where do I start? Because posters are cheap. Posters are also good. As much as we have social media, not everybody is on social media, but everybody is on the ground. So we still need to use the posters. So it is a challenge and pressure as well, also being an environmental advocate.
Masudi, when you look at the advertising, there is the noise pollution and, as you are saying, posters which are glued. Is it possible to have these two out and still be able to do what you need to do?
For us as a commission, we use, posters, and sometimes you use caravans to go and sensitize voters for their effective participation in the electoral process. But I've seen, because this is the commission, we will not do so much. But when you look at the political players, you are talking about several political parties going out there. You are talking about several candidates going out there with the caravans, with the posters, with banners and all that. And so, as Anita did mention, and we saw in the clip, the issue is not the usage, but it is how it is utilized.
When we look at campaigns, Kenya's election scene over the years has been marked with the pasting of political campaign material in public spaces. But how effective are they in influencing the choice of candidate to vote for? We put this question to our audiences.
Will vote for someone that looks familiar in that ballot paper. Therefore, if they have seen you, even if it is through your poster, they are likely to vote for you as compared to someone that they have never seen. I also think that it is prudent for politicians to really invest on good campaign posters that is on design, photography, and even color blending.
A campaign poster with a certain political aspirant on it, they will get convinced to vote for this person. And in cases where someone was not decided on whom they're going to vote for, they can easily get swayed to vote for this person. Campaign posters also increase the number of voters for a certain aspirant because they can be put in a range of places in a city or even across the country.
It is advisable that you should be able to have a campaign poster because it complements the online and digital marketing. A campaign poster will get you the electorate or the voters that could not have voted for you before.
So now you've heard that there is need to regulate how we do the posters and how we do the caravans. How effective is it going to be with or without the posters for you?
I think the culture of politics that we have in our country is not yet accommodative to that kind of advertising where we have to do away. But regulating, yes. So far, I haven't put up any poster because I am buying on the Green Thinking Action Party ticket, where we are still having a debate with my party leader and other people, how we are going to also make sure that we are going to put up posters effectively. So at the moment, I have been doing online campaigns and also physical campaigns, that is attending meetings. And I still feel like there is a gap because everywhere you go, people will always ask you, others will say, nah, hatuja kuona ground. Not basically to mean they haven't seen you, but they haven't seen your poster while they have seen your opponent's poster. And I also think when we talk about regulating, we also have to include political parties because recently we had some of the political parties getting done with their primaries. So it should be a step also. It should be a responsibility for the political parties to urge and to also make sure that their candidates remove the posters so that as we go to the next phase of election, we can proudly say at least there was something done after the primary. So we are sure something is going to be done after the elections.
I'd like us to take a deeper look at solutions, but time now for a quick break. When we return, we connect you to the laws regarding use of election campaign material on the continent. Don't go too far. Kenya Connects will be back in a moment.
KTN News. Get the whole story.
There's too much noise about nothing because the difficulties we are having at our homes in Kenya today are not specific for our country. They are everywhere. So mine, first of all, is to encourage parents to take their children back to school and to pay as much fees as they can give there.
KTN News. Get the whole story.
Welcome back to Kenya Connect from the BBC and KTN News, connecting Kenya to the world and the world to Kenya. And here is what else you need to know from across the world in 60 seconds. Scientists begin a 5-month mission to study how plastic pollution in Africa's main rivers and climate change stresses are impacting microorganisms in the Atlantic Ocean. The survey is being staged ahead of the expedition up the West African coast. I think I deserve such a trip. New Delhi ranks as the world's most polluted capital for the 4th consecutive year, followed by Dhaka, Jamena, and Muscat. India ranks 5th in the most polluted nation rankings of the United Nations Environment Programme. A giant coral reef in pristine condition has been discovered off the coast of Tahiti. Coral reefs are among the ocean's most threatened ecosystems, but scientists say this reef appears to have avoided damage from pollution and rising sea temperatures because it is unusually deep underwater, around 30 meters beneath the surface. Talk about safe and secure. Amos Kamande has done a variety of political campaign branding work for 3 election cycles now. This season is already proving to be lucrative. He spoke to the BBC on the business side of campaign posters.
My name is Amos Kamande, 36-year-old. Introduction to politics actually, and branding itself, it was done a long time ago, that is in 2013. And it's a good business, especially for, after every 5 years, you're very sure there's some work that's going to come in plenty. Normal branding, we do 70% deposit. It covers me who is doing the production so that in case of anything, I can be able to redeem myself from the mess. Now, specifically with politicians, they have to pay full amount because there have been cases. Back in the day, they did posters on cars, like on windows. Nowadays, they are doing full car brand. So we print on the large format here, and then now we get, there are guys here who can just paste it the way the car is. And that one has changed the game. Because right now, if you look around all campaigns, cars are all branded. That is business to us as a plus. They are also doing more production of posters. T-shirts again, half jackets, they're doing hoods. You've seen all these things on there, yes. There are other things that they're wearing on top. You've seen with politicians, their scarves. When they decide to do a lot of digital content, that one is taking business away from us. In 2022 campaign, we started on a very high note from January this year. Now these are people we are printing for. These are people just joining politics. Business right now, it's just silent. As you can see, we are just printing small bits of people who already gotten the ticket, of which is on the low. Because also, the politicians are very clever people. They don't just do branding throughout. Like before they did nominations, like 2 weeks, they were all over. After that, they cool down, they wait. When we are nearing election, like 2 to 3 weeks, you will wake up one day and you find Nairobi is painted red. Everything is red from June and July, those 2 months. There will be a lot of chaos.
We've had a chat on the environmental impact. We've heard from a candidate and we've heard from IEBC and you, the audience. But here is what the law says on the disposal of campaign material. All candidates are required to remove clear campaign materials after the elections to prevent environmental pollution. That is according to the Environment Management Coordination Act of 2013. All candidates, agents, political parties, and party members are required to remove all banners, billboards, advertising material erected during the election period within 7 days after the close of the polls. That is in accordance to the Elections Act of 2011. Now, is this situation the same elsewhere? Earlier, I took a quick look at what laws exist across the continent and the world covering the use of election advertising. Here is what I found. Say elections are done and dusted. Posters still plastered in public view, some of them aging, torn, and possibly ugly by then. What laws exist with this environmental concern across Africa and the world? Let's start here in Kenya. If your campaign posters are still up 7 days after the elections, you risk a hefty fine decided by the Electoral Commission. And should you be unable to pay the fine, you will be banned from participating in future elections. But BBC has not found anyone who has been fined or banned accordingly. If you cannot remove the posters, you pay the National Environment Management Authority, NEMA, to do it for you. In South Africa, glued posters are illegal. Plus, it is very strict in Cape Town. Parties only have until the end of election week to remove the placards polluting public spaces. In other South African cities, political parties must remove all posters and banners in 14 days after the election. Let's fly across to Accra, Ghana. Here, the city's bylaws say that no person shall put up posters for advertisement on any wall, tree, or fixtures, and if you do not have the express permission of the Accra Metropolitan Assembly, you have to remove them within 3 days. If not, the Assembly will remove and smack you with the heavy cost they incur. But the question is still mostly on the enforcement of this law. Outside Africa, in Ireland, you have up to 30 days. Many have argued in favor of poster-free campaigns, but then revert to the cheaper options. You will £150 on the spot for every poster that they find. Additionally, the Litter Pollution Act says election posters may not be displayed within 50 meters of a polling station, effective 30 minutes before the polling begins. The law says you will be banned from future elections if you contravene the environmental policies from IEBC. Masudi, what do you have to say about that?
Whereas the Commission has the laws and regulations, the process of ensuring that you are prosecuting somebody for an offense that has been done requires the participation of other players. And so sometimes the issue is when you are enforcing, someone needs to take the action of either reporting or providing the evidence or at least a witness. So I think we have tried. We have the beauty is that apart from prosecution, sometimes there's issues that we handle like disputes, and we have dealt with that. It is true that we have not had a lot of cases that are being prosecuted for this offense, and I think it's work that we must work, as I said, with the stakeholders, so that all of us take the responsibility of playing our part in order for us to have successful prosecutions. And if it is also issues of fine, putting the hefty fines that you have talked about, we also do that because somebody has brought up that matter to the Commission or to the relevant agency responsible for enforcement. But for us, I think the chairman the other time talked about the role of the Commission in ensuring that we are engaging with the stakeholders.
Masudi, before I go to Anita, you keep saying stakeholders. Who are these stakeholders?
For example, I said in the area of environment, we have NEMA, which is the enforcement body in terms of environment. But we have the county governments. The county governments also have bylaws. We have the Commission, which is an interested party in terms of the election. So, and you can look at it in all ways. Who are the people who are mostly violated in terms of posters? It could be schools, because their walls are actually messed up by these posters. So the Ministry of Education could be a key stakeholder, because most of their facilities are actually, so this is what I'm talking about. If we, and of course we talked about the political parties and the candidates, because these are the ones, these are the users of the posters.
Anita, yourself, you are a candidate, and you have said earlier that posters are the cheaper option. Are you admitting that the environment is hostage to the money?
It's not really that we are putting profit before the planet. That's not the case, or profit before the environment. But trying to look at what other alternatives do we have? Because looking at the previous elections in 2017, we saw what Boniface Mwangi used, which I think is also a good idea, where we have the spray spray paint instead of the posters. But again, this leaves a permanent mark. So it's just us trying to understand which way, then what is the alternative then? So if we have to sit down and look for alternatives, then we are going to go away from this. We are not trying to sacrifice our environment for the sake of what is the cheaper means, but sadly that is the case that we have. But looking from the videos that were played before of how other countries do it, I still think we can still manage it here. The problem is enforcement. If you're going to have laws and guidelines and trying to say that maybe you shouldn't put a poster this way, if you do it, this happens to you, and we still have the same things happening without the penalties, then it becomes a problem, because people tend to assume that, okay, we just have the laws, we have the rules and all that, but it's not really going to affect me in any way as a candidate, maybe even for the future. So I think we need to also put more effort on the enforcement of the laws. I think that one, focusing on that, will keep other candidates on toes. So by the time I'm running an election, I'm running for office in the next elections, I will know that I saw this happen to a candidate, or I saw happen this to me, so I will make sure it doesn't happen to me the next time. So that's where we are still going to be able to solve this.
And on that point of enforcement, I wish to understand, help me understand and help my audience understand, who exactly enforces these bylaws and laws?
We have to agree that politicians should also give a percentage to the environmental body where they can, I don't know how to put it, like we've seen other companies that pollute the environment pay for it. So we also need to have politicians to give a percentage to environmental conservation, be it within, after, or even during the campaigns.
Some have argued that election campaigns should not be so dramatic. Here's BBC's Dickens Olewe in London with a comparison of how election campaigns are conducted in the UK.
So it's election day here in the UK, and probably one of the main differences you can say about elections here in the UK and in Kenya is the fact that, you know, it's just a normal day. People are out, businesses are open, you see lots of parents taking their kids to school. And then the other thing as well, just when it comes to the campaign period, I mean, one thing that that's been quite notable, obviously, for me is just that, you know, you don't have those big public rallies. What you have is just basically politicians going to, you know, knocking on doors. You have some, you know, campaign teams going to local markets. And I was actually speaking to a candidate who's in my local council, and he was essentially, you know, speaking to parents who, you know, when he was going to pick his daughter from school. So that's where he will speak to voters. In terms of political, or rather the election coverage, especially on election day like today, it's quite muted because there are laws that restrict what the local media can cover. And therefore you don't get that sense of, you know, wall-to-wall coverage that you get in Kenya, for example, about, you know, who has voted, you know, how long the queues are. And that's obviously, you know, something that quite striking.
Based on that point, what did you connect with the most? We'll begin with you, Soina.
Elsewhere in the world, campaigns are running without unnecessary placing of posters, so I think we can also do it.
Masudi?
I think matters stakeholder engagement to facilitate enforcement of the law. I think I connected with that. I see ourselves making a breakthrough once we have effective stakeholder engagement.
Well, those are my guests, and that's all we had for you today on Kenya Connects from the BBC and KTN News. Catch this and other episodes of Kenya Connects on bbc.co.uk/Kenya Connects. I've been your host, Macharia Maina, and until next time, it's goodbye for now.
You looking for employment and are tired of sending job applications without any response? Gone with no response? Tarmacking is now a thing of the past thanks to Skiza. Dial *811 *1 *21 hash and subscribe to a ringback tune that reflects your qualifications only for 1.5 bob a day. And your callers will know your credentials and send you opportunities they come across. Set the tone with Skiza.
I thought of doing something, especially in the potato farming.
When people look at my engineering degree and say that, hey, will you waste 5 years of school?
And that brings us to our story of the day on youth in agriculture.
I decided to learn more about farming because at the end of the day, you can't manage what you don't know.
Hii shamba mahali nimepanda hii nyanya sasa. Hii part nimeita block A.
Right now we are at the section where the pigs are being reared.
Ukisha cross freshen na asha utapata worete si mbaya.
Viazi zinakuwa na bloka mingi. Sasa bloka wakati zinaingilia, viazi zinakuwa bei ya chini.
KTN News. Get the whole story.
Good evening and many thanks for joining us. Welcome to Impact Kenya, your television series that gives you an opportunity to be heard and also hold our leaders accountable. My name is Jason Nyantino. Tonight on this program, we focus on the state of our democracy with a specific eye on access to information in our public offices. We will also look at the role of our social media in the ongoing election campaigns. I've got a fantastic panel to help us unpack these subjects tonight by fielding questions from my audience that is drawn from Migori County, Nakuru County, Mombasa County, Nairobi County, and many, many other counties. Welcome aboard. Let's get to know who is on the panel tonight. On my far left is April Oichoy. April is a cybersecurity professional with vast experience in information security strategy, enterprise risk management, systems audit, and testing. She has over 11 years experience in IT and information systems. April loves bringing her real-world experience to every engagement that comes her way. April, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Next in line is Murara Omoke. Murara is an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. He is the founder and managing partner of Murara Omoke Advocates. Murara's areas of experience is litigation and dispute resolution, and currently is practicing law as a dispute resolution and litigation attorney. Murara, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Last but not least, Winnie Wanjala. Winnie is the field director, Inform Action Limited, Western Kenya region. Inform Action is a grassroots-based organization that uses film to create change in communities. Winnie is passionate about empowering ordinary citizens to demand for their rights. Let's put our hands together for our panel tonight. Before we delve into tonight's debate, let's get to hear what Kenyans are saying out in the streets of Nairobi and other parts of the country.
hizo information katika hizo ofisi za ofisi, kwa mfano kama hizo tenda na nini, kwa kweli kunaga uwazi.
Information haifiki vizuri kwa ground. Sababu example ni kazi mtaani, unapata kuna watu wametumiwa message, sasa tumetoka huko kumwani mzima watu 8 ndio wametumiwa message, au wengine hawajatumiwa. So unaona information haifiki vizuri kwa ground.
Ukiona kama huko hakuna stima, hata TV yenyewe utaiona saa ngapi na hakuna stima. Radio utasikia. Kila kitu ni stima na huko hakuna.
So wangetafuta platform ili wawe kwa mfano kuna social media, kuna magazeti. Tunajua kwa sababu hata kama hizi ofisi zipo, hatujui ni ofisi zinadili na nini.
Information yenye tunaweza pata hapa ni wakati chief ndiye anatupatia information. Sema kama kuna mkutano, chief unapata wameweka posters huku, kuna kitu fulani inafanyika siku fulani, kama tuseme kwa mfano kasa mtaani. Chief unapata chief ametuma watu, ndio sisi tunapata nafasi ya kuaccess hiyo information.
Many thanks for those views. Our first question of the evening is from John Owedi. John is from Nairobi County.
Yes, my name is John, and my question is, as human rights activists, as we work in counties, we get really difficult time getting information from county departments because of several red tapes, administrative actions set by the governors or some of those county officials. So my question to us is, how do we as CSOs or as NGOs working in grassroots or county level bypass these red tapes or administrative actions to access information freely?
Thanks, John. Winnie, I think you work in the civil society.
Yes.
This challenge of access to information in our counties and other government offices, what's your take?
Sadly, I concur. Access to information, especially at the grassroots level, is a very big challenge. And as a human rights defender, definitely that hinders your work because your core mandate is to protect, safeguard, and promote fundamental rights and freedoms that can only be realized once you are able to access some of this information. One of the initiatives that is in place is the Commission of Administrative Justice, where you have hit so many roadblocks in terms of, we know there are gatekeepers in these government offices who do not want you to access information because they don't want you to oversight them. They don't want to be accountable, they don't want to be transparent. Commission of Administrative Justice is a very important office that can assist you to get this information that you need. Just visit, they are in all counties. If you visit them, they'll be able to help you to write to the departments at the county level, and you'll be able to access this information. We have tried it, and it has worked. Yeah.
So looks like it's a big challenge because we've seen complaints, and there's a research here. I think it was done by Article 19, Eastern Africa Office, where they found out that much as there is the right to access information, we have a law to that effect. We'll be talking about it shortly. Execution has been slow, and there are allegations of opaqueness and a culture of secrecy in our counties. For instance, despite multiple information requests, the government has continuously failed to disclose information. So, Bwana Wakili, we have a law on access to information which I know was signed by the president in 2016 thereabouts. Why do we still have a challenge accessing information in our government offices?
I would say on the first level is the understanding of that particular law. So the foundation of that law is the Constitution itself, and under Article 35, where you have a right of access to information held by the state or by any other person, as long as that information is required to protect a right or a fundamental freedom. So in that, the law that is to implement that particular article is what you referred to known as the Access to Information Act. It contains some procedures, which if the people were to know about those procedures, it would really help in this process. So within that law, what you're required to do is you write a request. You could do a letter, or you could check with the particular organization if they have a format that you have to follow when you're making a request. So you write and request, and they're required to do a response to you within 21 days. But if it's something that is very urgent, touching on the individual liberties of a person, then that one should be responded to within 48 hours. You can see the timelines, very short. The law allows them to only extend the 21-day period by 14 days. But of course, the reality is that the compliance is very poor, and we blame, of course, there's the state, but as I said, there's the aspect of the awareness that there's that procedure. So once we deal with those particular, we make sure there's civic education on that law, that would help the people. But of course, on the part of the state, they should comply. Personally, I've ever made a request to the Judicial Service Commission that was touching on the recruitment of the Chief Justice. The last time when they had the interviews,
Did you get the information?
I've never received a response. Yet, as we know, this being the judiciary is one of the entities that is actually expected to enforce those rights.
Okay.
So for them not to comply, it's a big problem.
I'm curious to know from John. John has said they've tried as civil society, members of the public. John, do you follow the procedure that Wakili has told us tonight?
We actually even work with the Commission on Administration of Justice, and I think one of the challenges that was also highlighted last year was the lack of regulations. We have the Act, but then we don't have the regulations. So 2021, what was happening, we actually worked with the Office of the Ombudsman to try and we have the draft regulations that we are trying to actually sensitize, using them to sensitize the public, but they're still in draft forms. They've not been adopted. So that is also one of the hurdles, because the regulations are supposed to actually clarify some of the gray areas and enable the government to actually follow those specific rules. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, John. Now, April, have you ever had an experience of experiencing road bumps when you're looking for information from offices?
Yes, definitely. Being an entrepreneur, sometimes you have to go to government offices particularly. I like what the first person, the Mwananchi, said in the video that you showed us. Access to public information sometimes, especially when you're dealing with tenders and all these things, can be quite difficult. And we know that we have the Public Procurement Oversight Authority that is supposed to, lay down some of the ground rules on how these things should happen. But yes, personally, and as a person who runs an organization, I have experienced some serious roadblocks just trying to get information, even just on the regular tenders, I know there are government portals where you can get this information, but it's not comprehensive, it's not complete. I don't know how often these portals are checked for accuracy and for currency, and that's another thing that is an issue. So I don't know whether the problem is digitization. We are in the process, I know like Ministry of Lands, for example, is in the process of digitizing. I don't know whether they finished, but I know that was there at some point. So the problem could be on the process itself, or the problem could be on what you said. We have people who just do not want you to get access to information.
Very interesting, talking about tenders. This is what the president said in 2018. President Uhuru Kenyatta issued an executive order directing all public institutions to fully disclose, and publish public procurement information. So I'm actually at a loss if this is happening, and probably there's a success story. It may not be all that gloom. Listen to this. This order strengthened the right of access to information in the country, but it's only Makueni County. Let me say rather, it was the first county to set up an open contracting portal using open data. So we have a few counties probably who are complying. But I have a challenge. I'm coming to you, Winnie, as we finish this first part of the show. Civil society, what are you guys doing? Because have you checked the portals? Have you seen the information there? And you are from Inform Action. Are you informing us to act?
Yeah, thank you for that question. There's a study that was done by IEBC looking at just the websites of the counties in terms of budget, who put budget information. The counties were not doing well. I think it was Nyeri that came up the best. But there's a challenge. They do not update. They do not put information, whether it is by default or by design. But those website, county website are not active. There is no information that you'd get there. If you were to get a budget there, you would get for the previous years, but not the current year. So there's a challenge to that in terms of them operationalizing their websites, and also their Facebook pages, but they do not post substantive information in those.
Yes, I agree with you.
Yeah.
Listen to this. There was a survey, I think that's what you're talking about, or maybe a similar one. The County Budget Transparency Survey 2021 reveals that only 9 out of 47 counties provided more than half of the information required for comprehensiveness. So you see, it's less than 10% in terms of compliance. Wakili, should we be worried about this trend?
Definitely, especially because the new constitution gives us the power, gives the power to the people that they have a right to participate in the public affairs of our country. We need accountability, we need transparency, and those ones have been ingrained in the constitution and at Article 10 as national values and principles. So that's not happening the way it should be. It's a major failure, and we should not entertain it as a people.
All right, thanks for that. Impact Kenya is taking our first break tonight. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
KTN News. Get the whole story. You are watching KTN News.
There's too much noise about nothing, because the difficulties we are having at our homes in Kenya today are not specific for our country. They are everywhere. So mine, first of all, is to encourage parents to take their children back to school and to pay as much fees as they can give there.
East Africa's biggest beauty platform is taking over Sarit Center in the month of July. Beauty Expo is an exclusive gateway to the business of beauty for service providers, manufacturers, and customers. 6 exhibition zones for health and wellness, skincare, hair, makeup, nail care, and education. Hundreds of exhibition stalls. Thousands of industry professionals, educators, and manufacturers. Join us for the Standard Group Beauty Expo from the 29th to 31st of July at Sarit Center from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. This is your golden ticket to expand your market by meeting new buyers, launch or promote your latest products and services, and enjoy countless networking opportunities. To participate, call 0721 668 447 or email ellabonga@standardmedia.co.ke. KTN News. Get the whole story.
Welcome back to Impact Kenya with me, Jason Nyantino. Tonight, we are focusing on the state of our democracy with a specific eye on access to information in our public offices. And we'll also look at the role of social media in the ongoing election campaigns. April, before we went to the break, I think there was a big issue about access to information when it comes to our county governments. I'm also aware that the budget-making process is a public process, and the citizens are invited. How does this go to every citizen? Do we participate? Are they aware what is budgeted as far as our counties are concerned?
Okay, I think the first thing that we need to do is what Wakili said. when there's civic education on all these things, because a lot of times we'll find that you're invited to participate, but you don't know what you're going to do. So the first thing is education. The government should put in more effort to actually educate the people on the type of feedback that they want to get from them and on the type of initiatives that they are putting in place. But also this goes back to the citizenry. We just can't sit and wait for the government to do everything for us. We can also reach out to the civil societies. We can reach out to the people who understand these things. We can reach out to the legal experts to actually guide us through these processes. And in that way, once we gain the knowledge, then we can be able to actively participate and as a whole change our government, change our nation for the better. Because if we are not proactive in these things, then it means we'll keep taking a backseat because we don't know what feedback to give, we don't know what to expect, we don't know exactly what we want and how it can be given to us.
Thank you. Let me now take my next question of the evening. My next question of the evening comes from Ludi Omolo from Kisumu County. Ludi, your question, please.
Thank you very much. My concern comes with the use of social media during this electioneering period. A lot of information seems to be going through the various platforms, information whose authenticity or whose truthfulness we seem not to be able to ascertain. So my question comes to be that what does these social media platforms, the Twitter, the Facebook, the TikTok, what role are they playing to mitigate the spread of misinformation and disinformation?
Thanks a lot, Ludi. April, this is your area, so I'll start with you. Then Wakili will come in to give our legal perspective, and then Winnie can give her thoughts as well. What is going on? We have elections and WhatsApp all over the place, Facebook.
Yes, so I like how he said it, information, and I smiled because there's misinformation as well. So we have a lot of information going around. We don't know, we cannot ascertain what is correct, what is accurate, and what's not correct. And we can see that, and you spoke on Facebook. We know what Facebook did. I mean, how Facebook participated in the past elections in Kenya, in America, and all that stuff. And the biggest challenge here is that the internet is an open space and there are no regulations around what you can say. There's freedom. Again, if we go back to the constitutions across almost every land, there's freedom of expression and there's freedom of speech. But then the thing is, I know that Facebook, Twitter, and all those have put up some rules that if what you have posted or what you're saying falls under those categories, then it's pulled off. But we had an incident where I'll just say it as it is, where someone actually used Facebook to commit an online suicide. Mm-hmm. And Facebook only pulled that after 3 days. You see, so a lot of misinformation will go around, but even the platforms themselves do not have that kind of visibility where they can take it off like almost immediately. Mm-hmm. And that has impacted greatly on how we think, how we act, how we live our lives every day. So this misinformation is totally shaping our perceptions or reshaping our perceptions in a way that may not essentially be positive. We know every space, even the physical space, we can see the positive, we can see the negative. So it's up to you as an individual, and this is where the issue of integrity comes in. So what type of brand do you want for yourself? How do you want to be perceived? But then again, with the misinformation, there comes a point where you can't really tell what's right and what's wrong, what's true and what's not.
Okay. Wakili, I'm coming to you. Are we, these people who are spreading hate speech on social media, we have elections. I even saw the other day the National Cohesion and Integration Commission is complaining. Everybody's complaining. But we seem helpless as far as the law is concerned.
It's not exactly that. I think I would say that when you look, we have now laws dealing with what is considered to be cybercrime. We have what you call the Cyber Crimes and Computer Misuse Act. Basically, that deals with things that are not criminal conduct on the internet. And some of the things, like what you're talking about, can be captured under those particular laws. Mm-hmm. I would say the problem might be in terms of enforcement, because everybody has injected themselves into the debate, and we are not assessing, our vision is blurred. We are not assessing what is right and wrong as being purely right or wrong. So I would say that it's about enforcement. The agencies go beyond the National Cohesion and Integration Commission. There is the DCI, they have a responsibility. The DPP, who is eventually the person who prosecutes all these crimes when they come to the courts, also has a responsibility. So it's a collection of different agencies. Also, it's about making reports, because when something has been written online, which I think, especially what would lead to what I would say is hate speech, either maligning a particular community, that one requires to be reported, first of all, because we may assume that this agency should see, but they may also not prioritize because they have not received a specific complaint about a particular post on the internet.
Wakil, my question is this. Much as you've explained that, the legal background, legal framework, I haven't seen, unless you prove me wrong, I haven't seen convictions. Somebody who has spread hate and propaganda on Facebook, on Twitter, I haven't seen them in court. They have been, sentenced to 10 years, 6 years. Have you seen that yourself? You're a lawyer.
We've seen at least people being arrested and charged, especially some of the politicians, but they were able to probably get into some what you call plea bargaining, again, which is allowed under the criminal law in Kenya, that you can actually plea bargain with the state and maybe make
Maybe you can explain to Kenyans what pre-bargaining means, because for us, are they cutting deals behind the corner?
The law is permitted, actually. Even in the Constitution, it's provided that you can have what you call alternative dispute resolution. In the criminal procedure, they are provided that you can actually, the state and the accused person can enter into some negotiation. So there is that. There is lack of clarity again on what is the standard that is applied in different crimes, but that is happening, and that's why we've seen a lot of politicians who are able to walk free because they entered into those negotiations with the complainants. For instance, the National Cohesion and Integration Commission. They made some promises that they would change and become very responsible citizens, and they were able to get off the hook.
I have a problem with what you're explaining, Wakili, because that means I can spread propaganda, I can spread hate speech, then I can pre-bargain with the state, and I'm out here. So, what deterrent is there, legally speaking? Or we need to change the law, probably.
I would say for me, enforcement should be more forceful.
Okay. Now, Winnie, there's something here that Kenyans are online. I can tell you millions. According to social media statistics for Kenya in 2022, that's by January this year, there were over 11.8 million social media users in Kenya. And that is, those ones who are probably documented. According to a report by Global Social Media Statistics, social media users in Kenya increased by 750,000. So, and the numbers are going high. Should we fear? Because what we are seeing, as elections, campaigns are going on, is very scary. Yeah. I'm sure you've experienced this.
Yeah, I have. In fact, for the women aspirants, they have taken a back seat. We've kept on complaining there are no women aspirants. But when you visit IEBC offices, there are so many women who are vying for these positions, but they have taken a back seat. The few that we've talked to cite cyberbullying. They're saying they're not being bullied physically, but cyberbullying, a lot of stuff is put out there. And they say women are emotional beings. Huh? So when you think of family, you decide to take a back seat. Nonetheless, like April said, I think the use of social media is a moral issue. As a keyboard warrior, unfortunately, there are so many people, one person with so many aliases as a keyboard warrior, who can write anything they want on social media about anyone. But it is actually a moral issue. Where there is no regulation, it is up to you to determine what is my moral standing. I think that is the best we can do.
All right, I think we will moralize, but we need a law. I'll take my next question of the evening from Newton Ingui. Newton is from Nairobi County.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. So my question is, our society today, you will consider that social media is greatly occupied by the youth. So you find that the content of the youth that are being shared on this social media, for example, on Facebook, to find that the content is so irrelevant and irresponsible. As the body in charge, how are you trying to regulate such kind of information to make sure that it is the correct kind of information or correct kind of pictures that are being uploaded on those social medias? Thank you.
Thanks, Newton. April, very worrying. Young people, you know what they are posting online?
Yes.
Is it relevant? I mean, what is the solution?
The solution is, it comes back to morality. Again, we'll just have to go back there. Because, I mean, if we look at global statistics, in the world currently we are slightly over 7.5 billion people. And the number of people on the cyberspace are 5 billion. That's more than half. So we can see how our threat landscape looks like. And, you know, and most of these people are young people who are impressionable. Most of them are at young ages, from, say, between the age of 12 to between the age of 12 to 29. And most of these people are actually accessing this. In fact, there's an image I like looking at on Google, the 7 deadly sins of social media. And let me tell you, we are living in a vacuum and we are living in a lie. Most people are living in utopia, a world that does not exist. And why is this? There's so much pressure on young, let me not just say young people, on everyone in the world right now. If you go to Facebook, WhatsApp, there are so many, society has broken down to a level where families are broken down. People are not honest and open enough anymore. We have so many different digital identities, and we have so many pseudos on the cyberspace. And because in the cyberspace, it doesn't bring out you as you really are. People can do very many different things, as my colleague here said. So this boils down to a moral issue, and this has to start in the home. I'm sorry, churches are not doing much here. Because if, as a parent, you buy for your child a cell phone at 12, you need to understand and you need to monitor what your child is doing on that cell phone. And there are tools that can actually help parents to actually see what their children are accessing.
All right, looks like nonetheless we need more pastors and preachers. Now, Wakili, this is a challenge. I mean, I'm really worried about the legal perspective. Much as talking about the family. Like somebody, she talked about who committed suicide virtually. You know, can you imagine committing suicide virtually? How do we get this person? How can they be charged? So that as an example to the others, legally speaking.
I would say that Jason, there are no easy answers. The questions are quite difficult when you think about it. For instance, in what you just described, who is to blame? Is it the owners of the platform? If it's is it Facebook? We're gonna go after Mark Zuckerberg, who is in the United States, where he's very powerful there. I think it would need a lot of efforts being put together on the part of the state. How can we hold these organizations accountable? There is probably no provision at the moment. For you, the citizen who is not happy about, for instance, that kind of a thing that happened on the social media, you could sue them in the civil court. You can mount a challenge over there, saying that it's affecting even the safety of other people, because when you see one person has done this, it can have a ripple effect on many others. They can be sued. That's one of the ways we can go after them, even before we change the law.
Okay. Thanks. We are taking our second break. You are watching Impact Kenya with me, Jason Nyantino. It's a good time to be part of this conversation from where you're watching us from by answering this question. Do you think social media has improved the quality of our election campaigns? Do you think social media has improved the quality of our election campaigns? Engage with us using the contacts on your screen. We'll be back in a moment.
KTN News. Get the whole story.
There are so many sources of information when it comes to business news. But where do you go when you want accurate?
The market is very, very strong and resilient.
informative.
It has been a good run for the banks.
And authoritative content.
We've been thinking about how we emerge stronger.
And who does a better job to help you understand the numbers behind me so that you're better informed in your decisions than our top-notch analysts?
They're actually targeting a market which is already taxable.
We need to invest more than we consume.
It would mean a very good year for investors.
Every Wednesday, 8 p.m.
Join me on the Trading Bell.
I'll be on the Trading Bell show. Trading Bell show.
On the Trading Bell.
Great. I mean, without the support of the ITF, Tennis Kenya, Ministry of Sport, and also Kenya Airways for flying me here back home, I mean, it couldn't be possible, but I'm really grateful that I'm able to come back with this title. I mean, this will really show a lot of belief to more Kenyan players out here and to also African players that it doesn't matter the background you come from or...
We shall legalize weed.
Professor George Luchiri Wajakoya of the Roots Party. Raila Amolo Odinga of the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Party.
Unajua mimi sina pesa ya serikali ama ya kashfa.
David Mwaure Wahiga of the Agano Party. And
hakuna kura ya hasla mtaiba.
William Samoei Ruto of the Kenya Kwanza Alliance. Presidential Debate 2022. Do not adjust your sets.
KTN News. Get the whole story.
Welcome back to Impact Kenya with me, Jason Nyantino. Tonight, we are focusing on the role of social media in the ongoing election campaigns. Winnie, just before we take our next question of the evening, there's a lot of politicians have basically taken over that space. And it's a new, platform for campaign. And there's a lot of misinformation and disinformation. Misinformation, by the way, is when you spread something that is wrong unknowingly. Disinformation in when you actually do it knowingly. Voters are out there. We are voting in August. What do you have to tell them, Winnie?
We need to change our voting patterns. Let us vote based on issues. Let us vote based on how well do we know these people. We are talking about information. If you want to get information about somebody, there's now also a lot of information about these people who are vying for leadership positions within our areas. Let us not rely on the photos. Someone goes and does something in the village, snaps a photo and shares it. Let's change our voting patterns. Let's look at issues. Let us look at these people. How well do we know them?
All right, thanks for that. I'll take my next question from Jesse Julius. Jesse is from Kakamega County.
Are we able to create awareness to the youth, fellow youth who are living in rural areas on how effective they can use their social media handles? And now that we've had cyber crime and cyber bullying issues at rise. And another one, how are we able to educate these fellow youth on how they can commercialize their social media handles in a way that they can make a source of income from the same? Because we've seen technology taking the lead.
Thank you, Jesse. Those are two questions in one. We'll start with the cyber crime. Then we'll finish up with the positive one. How can young people use internet more responsibly? I think, April, recently you saw there was an allegation. Young people were murdered. Their bodies were found, in some, I think, Kijabe forest. And the allegation was they were involved in this cyber crime. What do you tell our young people in terms of being responsible on social media?
The first thing I always say when I'm talking to young people is the internet does not forget. So whatever it is that you post there, if anyone wants to retrieve that information 5 years later, they will retrieve it. And then we have the Data Protection Act regulation, which is supposed to protect your personal identifiable information. However, there's a clause in that act that says if you post the information willingly, by yourself, then the law does not cover you. So you have to be very careful. And let's remember that, you know, I alluded to this earlier. I said, in this world, whether we like it or not, there are only two sides. There's the good and the bad. So you choose for yourself where you want to go. Even when you go to school, no one tells you that, okay, you know what, you need to study because of ABCD. It's the same thing. The internet can be used in two ways. It can be used positively and it can be used negatively. So at the end of the day, just think about yourself. What is it that I want to be? Who is it that I want to portray myself as to the world? Because whatever you're posting there, we don't care whether it's your digital identity, we know it's you. And the experts, and if you decide to commit crimes on the internet, you will be found. Because all these mobile phones that you're using, everything on the internet, it's called the Internet of Things now. Everything on the internet has an IP address that can locate you specifically to where you are. So do not think that you can commit crimes through the cyberspace and that you will not be found. You will be found. Besides, we are not living in isolation, okay? There are people out there who will. And remember one last thing, we are living in an age where information is liquid. It keeps changing form every second. So right now here we are talking, we are sitting in the physical space, but it's being aired, it's in a video, it will be in photo form, and it's shared across. So just think about what you post before you actually post it. Is it necessary? Is it beneficial to me and to the people who are actually seeing what I am posting?
Thank you. Wakili, do we have a law that, you know, talks about cybersecurity, crimes on cyberspace? Could you shed some light on that?
Yeah, it's the one that I talked about earlier. It's known as the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act. And she's talked about the Data Protection Act. Those are the newest pieces of legislation that have been passed by our parliament. They have made an attempt to cover some of the common violations that we see online, like phishing. We have some of the things they call like cyber squatting. They have things. They have other types of things like, you know, interception of data, personal data, or banking data. The common things you could think about, but given that this is a space that is, as she said, fluid, that is changing all the time, the law has to be, the lawmakers have to work very hard to keep capturing the new violations that will come up, even as we use the internet every day. Yeah.
There's a study here, a report by Communication Authority of Kenya, CAK, which indicated that most Kenyans between ages 21 and 35 years spend at least 3 hours of their day on social media. Then there is a related position that parents have raised concerns about the dangers these has posed and the difficult task of controlling what the children access online. That's what April was saying earlier, when I'm coming to you. The young generation has bowed to pressure, and this has resulted in lifestyle faking. Mm-hmm. I think there's that mantra that fake it until you make it. They're doing it so well on social media, isn't it? So this has brought depression, Winnie. Where are we as a society?
So it starts at that lower level, and you know now we are bringing up the tech-savvy children. They are able to do so many things on their phones that...
They are actually better than us.
Yeah, they go to sites that even you would never think of accessing as an adult. So we cannot police everyone. Like April said, there are like 5 billion people on using internet. You cannot police 5 billion people. This is a personal thing. It is just a personal thing. That is my belief.
It's very worrying. But now, as we come to the close of the show, I want to just know from April and maybe the rest of the panel, are there success stories?
Of course, there are success stories because look at what has happened since COVID came. People have realized the power of the internet in education. That's one success story. Number two, we have success stories when it comes to the medical field. We now have people who can access doctors through the internet, people who cannot even be able to travel to wherever, you know. So people can make, doctors can actually treat patients from across the world, from wherever they are. So the internet is a good thing. It was created to be a good thing. And we know the goodness of the internet. The difference is we need to know, it reminds me, I'm a Christian, so sometimes I go back to the Bible. It reminds me when God said in Genesis, you shall eat of every tree of the garden except this one. But what do? That's one thing that we have been told not to touch is what naturally, as human beings, sometimes that's what we want to do. So it's up to us again, back to what do you want your child to look like? Even teachers in school, I think this also comes down to teachers need to be educated on the cyberspace and the impacts of the cyberspace on the youth. And that's a conversation that the government actually needs to take very seriously when it comes, because I mean, these things are starting from the time our children are young now. We are in a generation where it's just millennials. Millennials don't want to do, not in a bad way, but millennials have become they're very minimalistic. They don't want to go, you know, the full way. And as human beings, we like taking shortcuts. We like, our heuristics and biases do not allow us to go the full stretch sometimes when we want to.
All right, Wakili, there are many young lawyers in this country, like yourself and many others. I'm aware that nowadays you do litigation from the comfort of your laptop.
Yeah, so
Could
that's...
you just shed more light, because that is really interesting.
So, coming down to what is happening to the judiciary, following just before the COVID actually started ravaging our nation, the former CJ, David Mara, was already in the process of trying to digitize the judiciary. So they set up what you call the e-filing judiciary, e-filing portal, where we file our cases electronically, and they made rules to allow us to send documents to opponents electronically on email, on WhatsApp. Instead of the previous, you have to print out many copies of documents and move around office to office, home to home, supplying the documents.
How is it working?
So now it came to the courts. Yes. The Americans made it for us. We haven't been innovating, but they did. We have the Microsoft Teams that is being used by our judiciary. We have the Google Meet, and we also have Zoom. So those sessions, we join the court sessions. Even the judges, the magistrates, can actually conduct the sessions from their homes or from a different location from where they are working. And it's making the speed of determining cases much faster. We're hearing cases quickly. We're even hearing cases of people that are not within the country. I have a witness who's living in America, and they can participate in a case here in Kenya, saving them thousands of shillings, flying in and out to attend our case. Maybe they go to and the case doesn't take off. So it's really working very well. It's something that I would say should continue in every station in our country.
All right, so that means even as far as our professions are concerned, other aspects of life, social media, internet, very, very positive. And it can be used responsibly, which is the message you want to send out to young people out there. That is your space, use it responsibly. Now, as we finish the show, Winnie, I want to give you an opportunity, all of you, beginning with Winnie, to give your final remarks, especially as we go into elections and this whole thing of hate speech on social media. What do you advise Kenyans?
Social media presents a very good opportunity for us to present our issues. We have seen like the high cost of living is across the globe. What is our voice as a country in terms of airing out our issues? So social media provides us an opportunity to plug in grassroots issues at the national level, at the global level. These days, the world is a global village. I think it is a good opportunity. We need to take it up. We need to use it responsibly so that we can be able to create change for where we are, the spaces that we occupy.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Wakili, closing remarks?
I would say that the internet, much as we've talked about some of the bad things, there are the good things that we are able to network across the world. Politically speaking, I would say in Kenya, I don't think that elections are won on the social media. So for the politicians, they have to really still brainstorm the nation and campaign, do the rallies, door-to-door campaigns. I think that's what works, because there's a huge section of, maybe a huge section of those who are using the social media that are probably not even voting. So they have to reach the voters, and the way to do it is the traditional way, to campaign.
Thank you. April?
The internet is definitely one of the best things that happened to us, because it has given us access to information that we would not have had unless we had to travel somewhere. And as young people, I would advise that you take advantage of the positive information that is on the internet to build yourself. On the aspect of the elections, again, I will say this, the internet does not forget. If someone wants to pull up something that you tweeted 5 years ago, they will pull it up. And guess what? Employers are actually using social media to try and discover the type of person that you are. So be careful. Think before you post. Is it necessary? Is it beneficial to me? And is it beneficial to the people who are seeing?
Thank you, and that's where the curtain falls for this week's edition of Impact Kenya with me, Jason Nyantino. I thank my panel and my audience for the fantastic debate, and to all of you at home for watching. You can still be part of this conversation from where you're watching us from by responding to this question. Do you think social media has improved the quality of our election campaigns? Do you think social media has improved the quality of our election campaigns? Engage with us using the contacts on your screen, and let's get the conversation going. We do this again next week, and on behalf of my production crew, it's good night.
KTN News. Get the whole story. For many centuries, it was a hub of irreplaceable treasure, the pride of many tribes and literature to future generations. On Culture Quest, we explore jungles to uncover the truth behind its legends. From daring crew
we're supposed to cross to the other side of Dol Dol village
to creators of the amazing race. It is a discovery that will unlock the secrets behind the archaeological mystery of forgotten cities and stashed villages and unarchived ancient history. We go beyond the familiar to bring you breathtaking, rich and raw heritage, creating lifetime memories. Get ready to experience a new perspective of heritage conservation as we reveal the untold story. Every Sunday at 8:30 p.m. on KTN News Channel. Culture Quest, the heartbeat of heritage conservation.
There's too much noise about nothing, because the difficulties we are having at our homes in Kenya today are not specific for our country. They are everywhere. So mine, first of all, is to encourage parents to take their children back to school and to pay as much fees as they can give there.
KTN News. Get the whole story.
Brexit happened. It was that initiative, the UK's split from the European Union, that helped propel him to Britain's highest office. But that was not what brought Johnson down. Critics point to his 3 turbulent years as Prime Minister as the straw that broke the camel's back. Johnson presided over office parties that broke COVID-19 lockdown rules that his own government designed.
I once again offer a full apology.
He also promoted an ally he knew had faced allegations of sexual misconduct. A scandal-hit, chaotic premiership that cost Johnson what was once his greatest asset, his popularity with voters. On the streets of London, the mention of his name draws mixed reaction.
There's no sorry, no nothing. It's just like, come on, you know? Pitbull, all he wanted to do was get to the pub. Sad. Very sad.
Was he right to go, though?
God, yeah. I mean, it should have happened ages ago. In fact, he shouldn't even been in Parliament. All I can say is it's all very pitiful, you know? We need someone charismatic who actually deals with the people on a people level. Do you know anyone who does that?
I'm a Labour supporter, but then I love Boris. He's doing a lot for the country. And I wish that, you know, he could be forgiven to finish his tenure. He's trying to protect his cronies a lot. But then, you know, sometimes it doesn't work out like that. So unfortunately, it's so sad. It's so sad, but, you know, there you go.
No, I think Boris should stay. I think he's a good guy, generally, and I think he's doing a good job. I think he should stay on.
I mean, he was pushed by all his MPs, but he was still hanging on. I don't know why, actually. It's shameful. It is. Europe is laughing at us, I'm sure.
He should have gone a long time ago. I'm sorry, because he's a complete incompetent. He's in it exactly for himself and no one else. Not the country. The lies he's portrayed, I'm glad he's gone, but it should have been a year ago.
I think the general public have had enough of him, really. His lies, this whole COVID situation about, you know, lying. People couldn't go to attend funerals. We think it was about time for him to go.
In Africa, Johnson leaves behind an equally mixed and controversial record. He made global headlines with his controversial immigration deal with Rwanda, which aims to send migrants and asylum seekers from the UK to the East African nation. Some will remember the offensive remarks Johnson made, especially during his time as British Foreign Secretary and Mayor of London, which sparked outrage across the African continent. In a 2002 article on Congo, he referred to Africans as having, quote, watermelon smiles. In a column about Uganda in The Spectator, Johnson wrote, quote, the problem is not that we were in charge, but that we are not in charge anymore. He also called members of the British Commonwealth of Nations, quote, flag-waving pickaninnies. But on Johnson's watch, the British Commonwealth of Nations, a political association born out of the British Empire, expanded, especially in Africa.
Heads of government wish to formally send their congratulations to Her Majesty the Queen in the year of her Platinum Jubilee. And I am delighted to confirm that the Commonwealth she has served with such devotion will grow from 54 to 56 nations as we welcome the Gabonese Republic and the Togolese Republic into our family today.
The two French-speaking West African nations with no historical ties to Britain officially joined the club during the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting held in Rwanda's capital, Kigali, last month. In 2009, Rwanda joined the Commonwealth, which comprises 56 member countries with a combined population of 2.4 billion people. Well, joining me now to discuss Boris Johnson's legacy and how he has shaped the United Kingdom's relationship with African countries is David Monda. He is a professor of political science at City University of New York. He joins us from Johannesburg, South Africa today. And also with us from the United Kingdom is Nicholas Westcott. He's the director of the Royal African Society and a research associate at the Centre for International Studies and Diplomacy at the University of London. Gentlemen, what a great pleasure it is to have you both with me. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for having us.
Well, David Monda, I want to kick things off here with you. The British Commonwealth of Nations has often been criticized as being out of touch, out of date, and largely ineffective. Now, I want to ask you, if that is the case, how come African countries keep joining the club? It seems to be expanding and not shrinking.
Well, I think critics of the Commonwealth have rightfully stated that a lot of the elements of the Commonwealth are out of touch and out of date, right? So, for instance, the whole issue of this special relationship or colonial legacies and ties between the former English-speaking colonies and the British, right? It's not what it used to be in the 50s or 60s. There's other powers like China, obviously the United States, Russia, that have come onto the stage. However, the broader issues of the core concepts of the Commonwealth Charter, I think, are important because they afford a lot of the Commonwealth nations, particularly the Anglophone nations, an alternate forum through which to have their issues and more broadly issues of the global South heard. In addition to that, you have middle powers like New Zealand, Australia, and Canada, which can also bring their issues to the fore and press the UK, which has a permanent seat on the Security Council, to advance their issues. So I generally think, yes, there are elements of it which need to be revised, but I think in terms of multilateral framing of global issues and multilateralism, it's still very relevant. And this is why many countries still tend to join.
Nick, we don't often hear much about the Commonwealth. I mean, for those who are new to the conversation, can you give us a bit of the background about what the UK is hoping to actually accomplish with this club?
There's no question that the Commonwealth had colonial origins, if you like, the Anglophone countries where the UK used to rule. And it was part of the transition process to try and retain good, strong links with the UK despite independence. And for many years that worked. It means there's a lot of close links through the universities, through the language, through systems of law. So there is something that is substantively there, and the Commonwealth members themselves feel it's a good club to belong to. I took part in some of the Commonwealth meetings in Kigali recently. And it was quite clear the African members came because they wanted to meet the other African members in particular, but also India, as well as Australia, Canada, and the others. So it's a useful global club. It's Anglophone throughout, so people can understand each other, communicate very easily. And there are common interests. And the fact that it cuts across richer and poorer countries has real value. But what was most striking was that it has, if you like, its own existence now, independent of Britain. And British views are less and less relevant. What matters is the collective view. And this time, African countries made their views very clear. 2 new African members were admitted. And if you like, it's becoming a more African club.
David, there has been this long-running conversation on the continent and beyond about decolonization. So how does this idea of African countries then joining the British Commonwealth, how does that gel with this agenda of moving away from colonial powers culturally, economically, and even psychologically, which is a shift that there are many Africans who are aspiring to that?
I guess it's a challenging dilemma to have. So, for example, if we think about cultural imperialism, right, it's generally an Anglophone club, so most of the members, are English-speaking. A lot of the African countries then speak in English, but if English was not the common unifying language, then how would all these different African countries communicate? For example, South Africa and Xhosa and Zulu versus Yoruba and Hausa in Nigeria versus Swahili and Kikuyu in Kenya versus Ewe and Ashanti in Ghana, right? So I think it's one of those areas that that you have to take a range or sort of a sampling of both the legacies of colonialism, but sort of making those legacies relevant to the common and current conditions. So I'm specifically thinking, for instance, around issues of common custom of English common law, right? And how that's then translated around the codification of human rights, around common issues of trade and limitations of trade barriers. When you speak one language, it's then a lot easier to communicate and facilitate other areas for exchange in education and also in trade. So it's definitely a club formed from a colonial legacy. I just think it really needs to be modernized to become relevant. I think, and lastly, there really needs to be a re-emphasis in terms of how do we think about accentuating the values of the Charter, specifically on issues of valuing human rights and good governance. I'm not sure Togo, for example, and Gabon, right, the new entrants, and even Rwanda, which recently joined, right, a lot of the members have very suspect records in terms of valuing human rights, in terms of freedom of expression, and in terms of upholding good governance. So I think it's really a mixed bag in there.
And this was also an opportunity for journalists to ask Rwandan President Paul Kagame some questions about those who are in prison. And as he said, quote, no one is in prison in this country that shouldn't be there. So that was quite an interesting opportunity there as well. But Nick, I want to turn now to Boris Johnson himself. Now, he's a man who seldom leaves people wondering what he thinks about things and people. But, you know, I'm going to ask you to be a bit of a mind reader here. From what you have observed, what exactly does Boris Johnson think of Africa? Does it differ from country to country for him? How does he perceive the continent, really?
Boris Johnson is one of the most energetic, optimistic, effervescent, you might say, leaders that Britain has ever had. And he made himself popular by telling people what they wanted to hear, whether it was true or not. And eventually he gets rumbled when it is not true. So in relation to Africa, his message was very upbeat, positive. Britain was going to become the biggest investor in the G7 in Africa. Trade was going to expand. Africa was to play a serious part on the world stage. But sadly, his actions rather belied this positive message. So he slashed aid, which is a very important component of Britain's relationship with African countries. He announced a tilt to Asia. He made it more difficult for Africans to get visas, and then there's the whole asylum scandal in relation to Rwanda. So his actions were seen in Africa as not very friendly. And this, therefore, has, to some extent, diminished Britain's standing in the continent, even though there is a great deal of continuing nostalgia. Nostalgia is not the right word. Affection for aspects of British life, the royal family, for the Premier League, for the British Council, for the education system. There's still fondness for that, but the government actions are not reinforcing it, they are undermining it.
David, I'm curious to know, what do you think Africans think about him? I mean, who likes him, who loathes him, and why?
I think for the most part, most Africans probably are struggling with day-to-day issues, right? I mean, with COVID, with economic issues. But I think if you asked, if you ask the average African about the relationship with the UK, for example, in my country of origin, Kenya, I still think it's very much unclear about specifically what and where the UK is going to go. And I say that in this context. So there's a lot of internal dynamics within the UK, whether it's deciding what's going to happen post-Brexit, whether it's about whether the United Kingdom will remain the United Kingdom with issues of Scottish independence, broader issue of Ireland and Northern Ireland. And I think those internal dynamics complicate the UK's relationship with the continent, because it's not very sure, it's not very clear whether the United States wants to maintain its close relations with the EU, whether it wants to maintain its transatlantic relationships with the United States and strengthen that special relationship, or whether it then wants to immerse itself further with emerging powers like China or developing countries like Kenya, South Africa, Nigeria, and the Bahamas. It's still not clear. And lastly, may I add to your earlier question about the character of Boris Johnson, I would equate him very much to, say, a Zuma here in South Africa, or a Donald Trump, a very populist sort of individual that thrives on this buffoonic sort of common man energy, which really attracts him to the common man, because he's not a traditional politician. But I think that really clouds clear policy making. And I think this was a major issue when Boris Johnson came to power. He strived very much in terms of clearing a way to becoming prime minister. But when he actually became prime minister, you know, the haphazard nature of his governance and his policy making and the absence of a clear agenda, particularly in terms of Africa, then becomes a problem. And this is where I think your question then ties in very clearly about where exactly does the UK go from here with Africa? And it's still not clear, particularly with the current crisis within the Conservative Party and British politics more broadly.
And I want to get back a little later on to British politics and what's going on at the moment. But Nick, given Johnson's offensive remarks that he's made in the direction of the African continent and its people in the past, has he really done anything to help change the perceptions there might be of Africa, negative perceptions in particular, inside the UK?
Johnson had a long career as a journalist before he went into politics, and in the course of that career I think he insulted most countries under the sun, and these have been regularly dredged up. And he did say some appalling things, certainly about Africa. He restrained himself in office. This is something that I would...
We seem to have some technical problems there with Nick Westcott's connection. But David, I am going to continue with you here. Brexit is, of course, Johnson's signature initiative, and it was a very, very divisive issue in the UK and in Europe. It's been criticized as xenophobic, as being anti-immigrant. Of course, that affects African immigrants. Has Brexit necessarily been bad for the business relationship between the UK and African countries?
I'd actually say Brexit has been positive for Africa, particularly if you think of the context of the fear of, of a lot of the Commonwealth, that when Great Britain, when the UK joined the EU in 73, right, that it was turning its back on Africa, right? And as the integration got deeper and deeper, there was a sense that, the UK was abandoning its historical and customary and economic ties with the continent. But I think with the UK, extricating itself from Brexit, I think this really creates multiple opportunities for the UK to re-engage with the continent, for the UK to re-engage with other partners outside of the EU. The challenge here, Heidi, is that it's not very clear, and Boris Johnson has not done a very good job about extricating the UK from Brexit. He said he'd get Brexit done, but it's just become even more complicated. And, we're probably going to get to this a little later. I think one of the more challenging issues, being here in South Africa, for example, and understanding Kenya and a lot of the African countries, is a lot of the migrants from the continent that really see the UK as one of those countries that they can seek asylum in and find safe haven. I think Boris Johnson has really re-emphasized this xenophobia and has really externalized the responsibility of the UK of catering to the depressed and those who are facing persecution. And I think this is a significant problem, particularly for a lot of people, not only on the continent, but more broadly, you know, in the former English Commonwealth, journalists, human rights activists, civil rights activists, to have to go to Rwanda before you go to the UK under very difficult circumstances is a problem. So Brexit has created its challenges, but I think more broadly created a lot of opportunities. But therein also, in terms of the Brexit policy and the UK's migration policy, this has also become another challenge.
Indeed, there's the economic relationship, and then there's, of course, the human relationship. Nick, I just quickly want to move on. We don't have much time, but I want to take a look at the race to replace Johnson. It's, of course, in full swing. We now have 8 Conservatives vying for the job. Who do you think the front runners, or the 2 front runners, will be? And do you foresee a new Prime Minister making any drastic changes to either Brexit or UK-African relationships at large?
The 2 current front runners are Rishi Sunak, Liz Truss, and possibly there is an African candidate in Kemi Badenoch, who is getting more support than people had expected. But I don't believe it will make any difference for 2 reasons. One, this is the same Conservative Party. It comes from the same base. But secondly, Britain itself is changing, and Britain is, as a country, growing closer to Africa. And although Brexit, I agree, was a Little England movement, it would cause great puzzles across Africa as to why on earth Britain would leave a club that everybody else wanted to join, and it caused some surprise in the UK. There is a very large African diaspora population here that keeps the country very closely linked to many African countries, and that is becoming a part of what Britain is and a part of British politics. So we can see this is the most ethnically diverse leadership competition there's ever been in a British party. And from India, from Africa, from Asia, those groups are now an integral part of British politics, and that includes the African group. So I would see relations in the long run continuing to get closer.
I want to ask you both very quickly. David, do you think we have seen the end of Boris Johnson? Is this the end of his political career? I mean, where else does he go from here? What do you think?
Well, in the tradition of British politics, right? So once you get out, it's very difficult to get back in. You think about the stoic career of Margaret Thatcher. You think of John Major. Once you get kicked out, it tends to be a system where, as Prime Minister, you're a leader amongst equals, right? And if your party faction kicks you out, it becomes very challenging to get back in because, the leadership is taken over by others. So I tend to see him holding on. It's going to be a very interesting situation here in terms of, one, deciding who take over the leadership, but in the short term, deciding what exactly will be Boris Johnson's caretaker role, right, in sort of midwifing this transitional process. But I think politically, I see it very difficult for him coming back to be Prime Minister again. I think, and more broadly, the new leadership of the Conservative Party will continue to maintain the policies that have been there before. And I think the UK generally right now under the Conservative Party has been more inward-looking. And it's going to be interesting to see if Labour does win the next election, how British foreign policy, particularly in relation to Africa, will change.
Nick, we've got very little time here, less than a minute. What do you think? Is this the end of Boris Johnson, or will he be back?
David is right. He is politically dead, but like a bad penny, he will keep turning up. Boris loves the limelight. He will keep trying to hog it. But the question there is, the next election is almost certain to go to Labour. That will make a substantive difference. There will be different policies on immigration, different policies on relations with Africa. The only question is when that election will be.
Well, this has certainly been a very fascinating and at times entertaining conversation. Gentlemen, thank you so very much for joining me. David Monda is a professor of political science at City University of New York. He joined us from Johannesburg, South Africa, and Nicholas Westcott is in the UK. He is a research associate with the Centre for International Studies and Diplomacy. He is also the director of the Royal African Society. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for having us.
We're going to take a short break here on Straight Talk Africa, and when we come back, we look at the business relationship between the United States and African countries. We'll bring you my interview with Florie Lizier of the Corporate Council on Africa. Stay with us.
Health, wellness, sport, beauty, medical breakthroughs. Healthy Living cares about your well-being. What are the main health concerns in Africa and around the world? Find out the latest on coronavirus. Connect with our experts and ask them questions.
How long does the virus stay?
Join me, Linoch Mudu, in Washington, every week on Healthy Living, right here on VOA.
And you're with Straight Talk Africa. Welcome back. Every year, the Corporate Council on Africa brings together political and business leaders from across Africa and the United States to discuss trade, investment, and commercial ties between the two regions. It's called the US-Africa Business Summit. And this year, the summit takes place against a backdrop of a global economic crisis fueled by Russia's war in Ukraine, and even as some countries work to recover from the COVID-19 pandemic. Well, earlier I sat down with the CEO of the Corporate Council on Africa, Florie Lizier, to discuss the business relationship between African countries and the United States. Florie Lizier, CEO of the Corporate Council on Africa, welcome to Straight Talk Africa.
Wonderful. Thanks for having me here.
So great to have you here. Let's start out a little bit with some background. Tell us about the Corporate Council on Africa. What is it about? Why is it needed, and what does it do?
So in 1993, a number of people in the private sector on the U.S. side thought that it was important to talk about the opportunities for investing in Africa, trading with Africa, doing business in Africa. And so we are almost 30 years old at this point. And I think the thing that's unique about Corporate Council on Africa is that we are a business association that is solely focused on Africa. And I tell people this is important because you can be a part of a larger organization where they have a division that works on Africa, focuses on Africa, but Africa still may not be the sole focus for that organization. So the thing that's special about us is that Africa is what we are focused on. It is all we've ever been focused on, and it's all we're ever going to be focused on. And I think that's important, especially because in many cases, Africa does not get the kind of attention that it deserves, that's warranted, and especially in the business community, where Africa is now, I think, receiving only about 1.7% of all global FDI. It's important to shine a light on Africa, on the fact that the 54 countries of Africa is not one country, that if you see that there are things that may not be attractive in one African country, that doesn't mean that there aren't many other African countries that you can invest in and do business in. So CCA is committed to doing that. We also are committed to working with our African partners to talk about the doing business environment. What are the things that Africans can do that would make it easier, facilitate inward investment, facilitate doing business? And people say sometimes that, oh, it's so tough to do business in Africa. And I say, well, is it tougher than in other emerging markets in the world? How was it in China 35 years ago? How was it in the former Soviet republics, 20 years ago? I think that the perception of doing business in Africa, the perception of risk in Africa is actually not the reality. And I think that that is one of the things that Corporate Council on Africa is very determined to advocate about.
So when you talk to investors or potential or anyone who wants to do business in Africa, when you talk to them about that reality on the continent, what do you tell them about the trade and investment opportunities that exist for the United States in African countries right now? What makes investing in Africa appealing? What makes it profitable?
So, you know, the thing that's interesting, and I didn't mention this, but it's important, CCA has members that are both large and small multinationals, but also U.S. and Africans. And so we have a wide range of companies that are members that are doing business in the most promising and profitable sectors, the ones that are growing the fastest in Africa. So in health products and health services, in infrastructure, both hard and soft infrastructure, in ICT and the digital economy. We have many companies that are looking at that. We have companies that are into the security area and people that are in finance, fintech. And so this is really important because one has to understand the breadth of opportunities that are there in Africa. So what do we say to people? Many of our companies have been there a long time. People say, where are the African companies? Where are the U.S. companies, Flory? Where are they in Africa? And I say, but they are here. You have companies like Procter & Gamble and Visa and Caterpillar that have been there for, 50 years in some cases. But then you have some of our newer members, Amazon and Google, that have been there less time. And then you have companies that are in the health sector. We have a number of those, Pfizer and Gilead and Raven Martin and Johnson & Johnson. These are all Abbott. These are all companies where the opportunities in Africa also shift, right? So over time, we've seen that there are companies that are focused on, in that sector, developing the right responses to malaria. Now there's a malaria vaccine, or the right responses to Ebola, or more recently, of course, the right responses, the needed responses to the COVID pandemic. And so companies like Pfizer, like Johnson & Johnson, who maybe, 3 or 4 years ago, pre-COVID, would not necessarily have thought about producing certain kinds of vaccines, mRNA vaccines, in Africa, are now doing that. So what I think is most important for people to know is that Africa provides lots of opportunities in various sectors, and it's always evolving. It's always evolving.
So what's always made Africa, or at least in the perception or the minds of many people across the continent, is that Africa's most attractive feature, of course, is its extractive industries. As some African countries themselves work to diversify, what investment opportunities are there on the continent that go beyond the extractive industries? Some examples that you could share with us.
So, we should start from the big picture. Africa today, and this is actually shocking, accounts for only 3% of all global trade. Actually, it's a little less than 3%. Now, I remember when it accounted for about 2% of world trade. And there was a study that came out that said if Africa was able to capture just 1 additional percentage of global trade, that would have been equivalent to 3 times the amount of development assistance that Africa gets from everyone in the world, which shows you the power of trade and investment. It shows you that if you trade, if you invest, if you create jobs, that actually is far more impactful, has more of an impact than development assistance. And I'm a big supporter of development assistance, humanitarian aid. And there are going to be lots of situations and in various countries where they will need that. So I'm not advocating against development assistance. However, I am advocating for the importance of Africa being able to participate more fully in the global economy, to be able to be active partners in regional and global value chains. And I'll use an example of this. You asked about commodities. So most of the reason that Africa accounts for only 3% of world trade today is because it is shipping commodities that are raw and have not been processed. No value addition or beneficiation, as the Africans would say. So take, for example, Africa's cashews. Almost 70% of Africa's cashews are shipped out of the continent to South Asia, largely to Vietnam and India, for processing. Those cashews that are processed in, for example, Vietnam, that's an entire industry that's been developed there that needs and depends on Africa's raw cashews. So we're advocating for, and when I was in government, in the Office of the U.S. Trade Representative, constantly advocating for the kind of value addition and processing of Africa's own commodities on the continent of Africa. Let's invest in those sectors there. Let's develop and create the jobs there. And then let's see how that will, in fact, contribute to Africa being able to capture more of global trade. And if you look at so many products that Africa has, whether it's their diamonds, most of their diamonds are cut and polished elsewhere. Coffee, most of their coffee is roasted and brewed elsewhere, you know, etc. And you can take almost every value chain, copper, iron, even petroleum. When you look at oil, crude oil, right, and then they're importing back in mostly the manufactured products which use their inputs and their raw commodities. So the key for Africa to be able to really build its economy and use trade and investment as an engine for economic growth, which is what everybody else in the world has done, is really to be able to get more manufacturing and industrialization and value addition of its own commodities. And I think we're starting to see that happening more now.
And the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, a lot of it is about that, to see finished goods actually leave the African continent. And I want to get to that a little later on. You know, what is the state, Florrie, of the business relationship right now between the African continent and the United States?
Well, see, because we get to talk to businesses, even the ones that have been there a while, but maybe they're only in 5 or 6 countries, and now they're looking to expand into other countries. Maybe they've been in one sector and are looking to expand into other sectors. And so what we hear is that there are a lot of opportunities, but being able to actually move in and settle the agreements, the commercial agreements that have to be done, getting the licenses from government for operating in those countries, whatever it is that you need to do business in those countries, to expand into a new sector, to hire people, that some of those processes take either too long or are inefficient. And so as a result, you hear sometimes some frustration from businesses that say, you know, they want to move at, 80 miles an hour, and they're only able to move at, 50 miles an hour. But I think that what we say to people is you have to have patience. You can't just, pop in and think that you're going to, come and sit down, negotiate a deal, and be out of there in a week. So patience is important. Presence is important. People need to see you there. It's not, especially in Africa where relationships are so important, you can't just come once a year, meet with all the key people, and think that you can build the kinds of business relationships that are going to be beneficial for both sides, mutually beneficial.
And that's part of the culture of doing business,
exactly.
right? Like you would in Asian countries as well. There is a certain cultural protocol to follow when doing business.
Right. But being present in Africa is important, and we're finding that many of our member companies of CCA and others more generally realize that they need to have people on the ground, boots on the ground, as they say, and for them to be able to also develop the kinds of relationships that are important. And this is something that I think that CCA does well. We provide the kinds of access and connections that are important. So, you know, when a minister of finance is coming to the U.S., or a head of state is coming to the U.S., or the head of the Africa CDC is coming to the U.S., what we're trying to do is to make sure that our members have an opportunity to meet with them, to find out what's going on. And so I'm really pleased that we're able to do that. We weren't able to do it in person for, more than 2 years. And then we started off small again last fall during the UN General Assembly. We hosted the president of Namibia. We hosted the president of the African Development Bank. We hosted the president of Tanzania, the only female head of state in Africa. And we started having smaller meetings. Maybe we could only have, you know, 35 or 45 people in the room, but that is so important.
Face-to-face
yes.
Contact. You talked about existing relationships or building these relationships. What about the relationships that exist and the agreements that exist between African countries now with the Continental Free Trade Agreement or Free Trade Zone in place, which is aimed at a more unified African market? How are those relationships impacted, those individual relationships countries might have with the United States?
Right. So I think the first thing to talk about, though, with the AFCFTA is the fact that it is a game changer for Africans in terms of how they deal with each other, opening up their borders, reducing barriers to trade, the free movement of goods and people and resources across 54 countries. And for a lot of Americans and other business people around the world, many of those economies are so small individually that how do they attract the kind of investment that they need? So the AFCFTA, by pulling together some of the regional economic communities, whether it's in East Africa or West Africa or Southern Africa now, they have a continental-wide market and 1.3 billion people, and it's going to be worth trillions of dollars in terms of that market. So now if you wanted to invest in East Africa and you couldn't decide kind of where you were going to go, you could go to Tanzania and know that you'll have access to Kenya and you know, other countries, Rwanda in East Africa. But now you also have the opportunity to say, okay, I'm planning to expand my digital business, my ICT business. I'm going to invest in Rwanda, and I'm going to use that as my base to actually expand into other parts of Africa altogether, out of East Africa. And so I think that the AFCFTA is important not just for opening up trade and investment amongst Africans, but for making them more attractive as a continental market for businesses that want to invest there.
We touched earlier on foreign direct investment flows. They've been decreasing in recent years. They've fallen as it flows to developing countries, especially to African countries. And given the economic crises we see in the world right now, what does the future look like in terms of foreign direct investment going to Africa? Do you expect some of that will stagnate, at least in the short term? Do you see an increase, or do you see a continued decline?
So, you know, I think that it's not a one-size-fits-all answer, because I'm not so sure that FDI has been falling in all sectors in Africa. In fact, I think there's some sectors, say, for example, fintech. I read something that said that there were an enormous amount of investments, new greenfield investments into the fintech sector in Africa last year and the year before. Now, some of that is partly driven by the fact that all of us had to be more virtual, and there are all these new technologies, and, you know, 3 years ago, you know, there was Zoom, but now, you know, right. we couldn't live without it. We wouldn't have made it without those kinds of platforms, not just that one. So what I would say is, first, let's check the numbers and let's make sure we're clear which sectors are growing, which sectors are attracting FDI, and which are not. I would say the health sector is another one that's been expanding, and where, you know, we saw certain value chains that broke down. And so, you know, are we able to now have Africa producing some of those products, not just vaccines, but the PPEs and ventilators and all of that. And I think that there will be more of those kinds of things happening. For example, semiconductors. We understand that, you know, many factories around the world, here in the U.S., there are auto factories that had to shut down for a while because they couldn't get access to semiconductors. Batteries for electric vehicles, right, EVs. These are all areas where I think the opportunities are ripe to go into Africa, invest in producing those products there. They have all of these strategic minerals that are needed, you know, for certain technologies and certain businesses. You know, why not produce the batteries there in Africa? It's closer. It should be less expensive. And even where the productivity levels may not be as high, if you bring the right technologies to Africa, we've seen this. And Africa is, by the way, developing its own technologies in a number of these areas, not like they are sitting there begging for everybody else's technologies. The first time I saw mobile banking was, frankly, on the continent. Yeah. Right? People were doing that in Africa when I was traveling there all the time before we were doing it here in the U.S.
And so many cases, necessity has helped Africa leapfrog many of these technologies. So what are we talked about the advantages for the United States in Africa. What are the advantages for African countries of doing business with the United States, especially when there today are other options for Africans?
Absolutely. So, you know, there hasn't been any place that I've traveled to in Africa, and I've been to a lot of the countries, where people don't essentially look to having business partnerships with American companies. And I think there are reasons for that. It's not that they can't do business with with companies from other countries. They can do business with Chinese companies. They can do business with French companies, you know, Indian companies. But what they like about the American companies is that we will bring certain ways that we do business. There's more technology transfer. We tend to be more open in terms of partnering and utilizing people there on the ground. Not everybody does that. So we come in and we have a tendency to transfer skills, transfer technology, and work closely with them. Also, I think people recognize that we have certain products here in the U.S. that are valued in a particular kind of way. And people want to be able to partner with companies who have those kinds of high-quality products. You know, not to talk about anyone else, but, you know, if you buy this product from an American company, it will last, you know, a decade. If you buy that same a piece of equipment from other countries, it may only last 3 or 4 years. So there's a value to working with the Americans, but it's not just the value of our products, it's also the value of the partnerships, the way that we work with folks. And then, not to leave it out, it's also important that American companies have to operate in Africa as they do in the rest of the world, with certain things related to corruption and so forth. So they also bring to the table sort of the best practices and standards for how businesses should cooperate and work with each other.
Do those come as strings attached?
I think they come more as this is the value of working with an American company. You don't have to worry about this or that. You know that, it's not going to come to light later on that there's something, inappropriate that's been happening that's going to either endanger you and your business or endanger the American company and their business. And I think people appreciate that. I think folks want straightforward, issue-free, corruption-free opportunities and partnerships. And I do think that American companies in particular do offer that. They may not be the only ones in the world who do, but I think that we are known for being able to offer those kinds of business partnerships, and Africans want those kinds of partnerships.
This year we have the US-Africa Business Summit, as you have every year. I think there was a year during the pandemic that you didn't have it. But tell us a little bit more about this year's US-Africa Business Summit. It sounds very exciting, and I want you to give us some of the details.
Well, first of all, we had planned to hold the U.S.-Africa Business Summit in 2020 in Morocco. It would have been our first business summit in North Africa, but the pattern had been that we would hold first of all, it used to be biannual, and we would meet here in the U.S., and then 2 years later, we would meet in Africa, and then we'd come back to the U.S. But what that meant was that we were only doing the summit in Africa every 4 years. And there was a lot of demand. We had countries that were coming to us and saying, well, why can't we host the summit next year in our country? And so the board of directors decided back in 2018 that we would have the summit every year, annually, and that way every other year we would be on the continent. And that seems to be just about where the demand would be. And so we had the last summit in Africa was in Maputo, and then we couldn't go to Morocco. And this past year, we had a virtual summit, and it was actually quite successful. We had 6 African heads of state, 5 members of the Biden administration, cabinet members of the Biden administration that joined us, and probably about 1,800 people that joined us, CEOs and executives from across the continent and the U.S. So now we're going back to in-person, and we are so excited about it. This is the 14th U.S.-Africa Business Summit. It will be in Marrakesh, Morocco on July 19th to the 22nd. We invite everyone to come. It will have and host some African heads of state. We are honored that our co-host, the government of Morocco, we learned maybe about just 10 days ago that the summit will be under the high patronage of King Mohammed VI. Such an honor, because that means they are giving it the highest level of attention for an event in their country, and they host many events. So we are partnering with the Moroccan government. We have any number of senior people from Morocco that are joining us, but we also have lots and lots of companies, both CCA member companies as well as non-member companies, and who are learning about us and saying, oh wait, I should be there, maybe I'll become a member of CCA, who will be joining us. Our theme is Building Forward Together. And we are really excited about that theme, because I think at this point in time, both coming out of COVID, hopefully we're all coming out, but also there's a lot of pent-up demand for in-person meetings. And then this is also a time where Africans are also dealing with now the Russia-Ukraine crisis, and that's having an impact on them, on the economies in Africa. So, it's sort of double, triple whammies that have happened. So this is a very important time, and we see the summit as a very important opportunity to bring together U.S. and African government, as well as U.S. and African private sector. And I just have to say something. We are really delighted. We have an incredible U.S. government delegation that will be led by the CEO of the Millennium Challenge Corporation, MCC. Alice Albright is leading this delegation. We learned that from the White House last week. And we have key people from so many U.S. government agencies that are involved in U.S.-Africa trade and business. And if I start naming them, I'll probably forget someone and offend. But let me just say that all the key agencies that are working on Africa in one way or another are going to be represented at the U.S.-Africa Business Summit. We're excited about that. And again, we are really pleased to co-host this with the Moroccan government. President Akufo-Addo of Ghana is coming. President Masisi of Botswana is coming. And we have a few others that are still in the works, even though the date is coming up soon, but we think that'll happen. We also have the head of the African Development Bank, who will be joining us, the head of UNECA, the UN Economic Commission for Africa, who will be there, the head of the Trade and Development Bank. So, you know, there's so many folks who are going to be there. Oh, and we were talking about AFCFTA. We have the Secretary General who will be joining us from AFCFTA.
And we had him here on the show too. This looks like quite the lineup. And anyone who was thinking of not showing up, now that you've mentioned their names on television, they have to show up. Although you'll have no trouble getting people to Morocco for your event. Thank you so much. This was very enlightening, and we really hope to have you back on our show again in future. Florie Lazier, the CEO of the Corporate Council on Africa. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Thank you.
And that is our show this week. Thank you to all my guests for joining me. Thanks to all our affiliate stations airing Straight Talk Africa across the African continent. And of course, a big thank you to you, our audience, for joining me on television, radio, and online. Thank you for always watching and always listening. Until next time, go well. Goodbye.
KTN News. Get the whole story. Portal Pharmacy will be at the Beauty Expo from 29th to 31st July 2022 at the Sarit Center from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Portal Pharmacy has a wide range of health and beauty products. These include skincare, baby care, oral care, first aid, and men's care. Join the Standard Group Beauty Expo and expand your market share, meet new buyers, launch or promote your latest products and services, and enjoy countless networking opportunities. To participate, call 0721 668 447 or email ellabonga@standardmedia.co.ke.
I thought of doing something, especially in the potato farming.
When people look at my engineering degree and say that, hey, will you waste 5 years of school?
And that brings us to our story of the day on youth in agriculture.
I decided to learn more about farming because at the end of the day, you can't manage what you don't know.
Hii shamba mahali nimepanda hii nyanya sasa. Hii part nimeita block way.
Right now we are at the section where the pigs are being reared.
Ukisha cross freshen na asha utapata quality si mbaya.
Viazi zinakuwa na bloka mingi. Sasa bloka wakati zinaingilia, viazi zinakuwa bei ya chini.
There are so many sources of information when it comes to business news. But where do you go when you want accurate?
The market is very, very strong and resilient.
Informative.
It has been a good run for the banks.
And authoritative content.
We've been thinking about how we emerge stronger.
And who does a better job to help you understand the numbers behind me so that you're better informed in your decisions
than our top-notch analysts.
They're actually targeting a market which is already taxable.
We need to invest more than we consume.
It would mean a very good year for investors.
Every Wednesday, 8 p.m.
Join me on the Trading Bell.
I'll be on the Trading Bell Show. Trading Bell Show.
On the Trading Bell.
KTN News. Get the whole story.
Well, a very good afternoon to you. Welcome to Business Today, this wonderful Wednesday. My name is Nokip Kimboy. We have a lot in store for you over the next 1 hour. We'll take a look, of course, being a Wednesday, we have My Market Story. But tomorrow being the 14th, we're expecting a review in palm prices. Are they going to go up or will they maintain? Factoring in the high cost of living that has been actually weighing down on a lot of Kenyans. Apart from that, also we'll take a look at some other interesting stories from the world of business. But now, let's begin with the market, shall we? Well, starting us off on matters energy, Kenyans may have to further prepare to adjust to the harsh July as the Energy and Petroleum Authority is set to revise palm prices in the next 24 hours. Last month, fuel prices went up by 9 shillings. In Nairobi, a litre of petrol is retailing at 159 shillings and 12 cents, diesel at 140 shillings, and kerosene at 127 shillings and 94 cents. This is the highest in Kenya's history. The jump in palm prices comes at a time when inflation has hit a high. Actually, Kenya's economy is diesel-driven, and this means that manufacturers, farmers, and service providers will pass the increased fuel costs to consumers, which will further hit households and businesses. The jump comes at the back of a spike in the global cost of crude, where the average landed cost of the commodity that the regulator uses to set local prices crossing the $100 mark per barrel. For the first time, the free onboard, that is FOB price of Marban crude oil, lifted in May 2022, was posted at 112 shillings, and that is actually USD per barrel, an increase of 19.67, that is USD, from $93.99 per barrel in April 2022. Kenya's geothermal stock has grown over 400% in the last decade, ranking Kenya as the first in Africa and 8th globally. Geothermal energy development creates a huge opportunity economically in regards to electric power generation and direct utilization. With this, Geothermal Association of Kenya is holding a congress which will run from 12th to 14th of July. It is a premiere that aims to showcase the country's success, create a platform for discussions on technology, finance, directives, and geothermal investment in Kenya.
When we look at the cost of power in Kenya, the running theme is that it has been very costly for consumers. So this goes to how do you produce the power and what is the cost of that production methodology. We're only producing 863, which means we are less than 10% of the opportunity. With 90% of the opportunity out there, it is the world that is pushing to come to Kenya. So what we needed to do was open our arms and receive them, and that's what we are doing here at the Kenya Geothermal Congress.
I can congratulate Kenya. You have done an amazing piece of work to develop geothermal within the country. Especially the last 10 years, or the past decade, has seen some magnificent growth. I heard this morning it was 400%. As of beginning of the decade, so 2010 to 2020, you've seen a 4 times quadruple growth, which is phenomenal. The lessons learned that we can, let's say, as a global community can learn from Kenya would be around, how do you structure the market? How do you have the right policies in place? How do you bring capital, so financing and investment to the country to make it attractive for the workforce to develop the projects?
Now, it's very imperative we get our minds in sync with our market leaders. So, talk about CEOs. 4 out of every 5 Kenyan CEOs plan to establish data hubs in their organizations within the next 1 year to automate decision-making. A survey involving more than 50 CEOs done by Zetova, a Kenyan-founded technology company, shows that organizations plan to upgrade their IT departments to include data scientists who use artificial intelligence tools to streamline their supply systems and cut costs by improving their distribution systems. The survey found 80% of CEOs interviewed have implemented digital solutions within the last year with a view to shifting from legacy IT departments to modern data hubs that support more precise decision-making. And this is the mindset that we're seeing amongst CEOs and the corporate world in regards to digitizing. Well, moving on to matters looking at the economy, the country could be looking at the onset of a prolonged bear market. That is where we have a decline in prices amid rising interest rates, inflation, and the spillover effects of the Russia-Ukraine conflict. Senior portfolio manager at ICE Airline, George Kamau, said the Monetary Policy Committee, which will meet actually on July 27th, is expected to raise the central bank rate by between 50 and 100 basic points. That is 0.5 to 1%. It could be the second consecutive rise in the benchmark rate in 2 months after the Central Bank of Kenya's decision to actually raise the rate by 50 basic points on May 30th. The committee had hitherto kept the rates unchanged, with the last change having been in July 2015, with the rate hitting 11.5%, the highest at the time.
2020, in came the COVID pandemic, and it did reveal just how interconnected the world is. As you saw, the pandemic spread from patient zero in China to Asia and eventually to the entire globe, affecting us or impacting all of us, not just socially, culturally, but also to a very large extent economically. And with that, we now find the world grappling with new challenges. And as we speak, we are standing on the prefaces of a possible global recession. And there are a lot of this actually coming off from the stifled demand. We are seeing rising inflation. We are seeing supply chain constraints. We are seeing a lot of geopolitical tensions. All of this playing out in the global space, and of course, coming to impact us right back here at home.
I think possibly I need to revisit our prior model in terms of looking for concessionary loans from multilateral partners, as had happened before. If you look at where we were, say, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, that was the kind of model that we are applying, and of course the rates are much lower than those of the more market options like the syndicated loans. So I think maybe in our view, an opportunity to revisit that model. Of course,
we predict that the central bank rate will be increased by between 50 basis points and 100 basis points. That's 0.5 to 1%. As regards the stock market, our view is that it could remain depressed for the long run because of global investor sentiment. So there's talk of a recession oncoming in the US, and which will be coupled by probably a global recession, as George mentioned. So we think that the key driver for the depressed stock returns will be really the global sentiment, with the US economy slowing down and possibly going into recession.
You're very right in terms of the kind of inflation that we are seeing. Inflation that we have in Kenya is majorly imported inflation. And again, if you recall from my presentation, I did state that raising interest rates in cash-based economies such as ours does not really work that effectively or that quickly as you'd expect. And as a result, what we normally see more of is increased investments in the country.
All right, now crossing borders, the Democratic Republic of Congo is now an official member of the East African Community after depositing instruments of ratification on the accession of the EAC Treaty with the bloc secretariat at a function held at the EAC headquarters in Arusha, Tanzania. The DR Congo delegation, led by its Vice Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs, Christophe Lutundula Apala, completed its final step in joining the regional bloc.
Ainsi se réalise.
Therefore, this is the achievement,
l'ambition
of the ambition
du président Félix Antoine Tshisekedi Tshilombo,
of President Félix Antoine Tshisekedi Tshilombo,
président de la République démocratique du Congo,
President of the Democratic Republic of Congo,
et l'ambition de l'ensemble du peuple congolais,
as well as the ambition of the Congolese people,
de contribuer
to contribute
dans la fraternité,
to the friendship,
au développement de l'Afrique,
to the development of Africa,
et particulièrement de la région d'Afrique de l'Est.
Of the East African region.
I take this opportunity to thank Their Excellencies, heads of states of the EAC, for making that wise decision of admitting DRC into the community, and particularly congratulate His Excellency Felix Tshisekedi for this bold move, and the people of the Democratic Republic of Congo for accepting to join the East African community. I want to tell you most welcome. We shall now from today henceforth involve DRC in all the programs and activities of the community, because now they are full members of the community. So together we are bigger, and we can exploit a huge potential in this now community. At the same time, we are going to confront all the challenges we are facing together.
Kenya still needs to up her game in funding infrastructure projects in the rural areas if the country is to combat poverty and improve livelihoods. In an exclusive interview with KTN's Deputy Economy Editor, Abiagina, the Africa Development Bank President, Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, lauded the progress made but called for more private-public partnerships to bridge the huge infrastructure deficit in the country.
Talk to us about some of the projects. Of course, AFDB has been a strong partner to Kenya, considering the historical past we've had, the bank disbursing close to $6.4 billion. And what do you see in the next medium term in terms of funding of projects within Kenya and East Africa?
Well, you know, I always say as president of the African Development Bank, you know, the most important part of that for me is not the bank part. It's the development part, the bank that's actually accelerating development for Africa. And right here in Kenya, you know, since 1967, when we started program operations here, we've actually disbursed $6.4 billion, as you said. But what's important, actually, is that when I was elected president, first elected in 2015, and in the period under this President Kenyatta, we provided $4 billion just in that period, compared to what was done since 1967. So it's about almost 68% of that was done. You know, 72% of that is in infrastructure. It's in energy, it's in transport, it's in water, in sanitation. You know, I came here to see some of our work. You know, I went to the road, the Canal Sagana Marua Road, which has been a dream for the people in that area for 4 decades. It's financed by the African Development Bank with 178 million euros. We also got co-financing from the African, the AGTF, which is African Growing Together Fund, which is actually from China, about 34 million euros. And it's fantastic. You know, I was told that that area, sometimes it can take them 12 hours to be on the road. It's beautiful, 84-kilometer dual carriageway. You look at what we financed Kenya for here with the outer ring road here in the city of Nairobi. You know, it used to take about 45 minutes to move around. Now it takes about 15 minutes. You look at what we've done in terms of infrastructure, connecting, for example, Kenya to Tanzania, to Addis Ababa. So you're going from Mombasa to Nairobi to Mayole all the way to Ethiopia. We financed it with $1.1 billion. And that alone is increased the trade between Ethiopia and Kenya by a whopping 400%. And I was so delighted to learn that the travel cost for people trying to move from to Nairobi to Mayole has actually, it used to be 2,500 Kenyan shillings, now it's 1,500 Kenyan shillings. We also finance in Kenya on other things apart from transport infrastructure. We're doing energy infrastructure.
Standard Group Chief Executive Officer Orlando Liomu says broadcast business products in the television and radio segment launched in 2019 will likely break even earlier than expected. Speaking at their 104th Standard Group Annual General Meeting at the headquarters, Liomu said initial reports indicate that they have been received well by the market and cost will equal the income in less than 5 years.
In August 2019, Standard Group invested in 2 new TV channels, KTN Farmers TV and KTN Burudani, and 2 new English radio stations, Spice FM and Vibes. The products already have positive reviews in the market.
The typical maturation period for a new radio station in the market is about at least 5 years. And we've seen that with our products, especially Spice FM, we've been able to register revenues within less than 2 years. So we are very confident that in less than 5 years, our radio products will have broken even.
Standard Group is also betting on new digital products, such as e-paper and premium subscription articles, to grow total revenue, which increased by 8% in the period ended December 2021 to 3.1 billion shillings from 2.9 billion in the previous year. Cost rationalization continued to be integral to the company's operations, which saw the group's total operating costs reduced by 5% from 2020.
Once the pandemic hit us, we went into a very aggressive cost-cutting exercise, and in that regard, we had our staff taking pay cuts, we had the board also taking pay cuts, and many other areas of operations were cut back just to make sure that we were able to survive the difficult period of the pandemic. And this was a very positive outcome because then it enabled us to preserve value in a very difficult environment.
Economic headwinds such as the depreciating shilling, global supply chain disruptions continue to hamper recovery efforts from the COVID-19 pandemic. At the same time, the group continued to experience delayed receipt of payments from the government and its agencies, which impacted negatively on business operations. As at the end of 2021, the Government Advertising Agency and other government bodies jointly owed the group more than 1.3 billion shillings.
The weakening of the shilling against the dollar has an effect of increasing our operational costs because then the value of every dollar translates to more shillings. And the biggest component of our imports is actually the newsprint, the paper that's used to print newspapers. And for this, we've seen a dual effect where the international prices have gone up from about roughly $700 per ton in 2020 to almost $900 and up to $1,200 per ton in early 2022. When you factor the increase in price and the weakening of the shilling, then this has a very significant cost increment.
On an outlook basis, Standard Group is optimistic on meeting the needs of the audience and clients across all the platforms in 2022, driven by the launch of the Converged Newsroom, the new look KTN News TV channel, and other revamped products. Brenda Kerubu, KTN News.
Somalia is normally a top exporter of livestock to the Middle East, especially during the Muslim holiday of Eid al-Adha. But a record drought in the Horn of Africa has wiped out millions of livestock, leaving Somali livestock farmers struggling, some forced to live in camps for displaced people. For VOA, Mohammed Sheikh Noor reports from Mogadishu, Somalia.
In one of Somalia's largest livestock markets, located just outside Mogadishu, sales have stagnated during one of the busiest times of the year, Eid al-Adha. Muslims celebrate the holiday in July with 3 consecutive days of mass slaughtering. But this year, prices are too high for money to buy an animal to celebrate the holiday. Mohammed Abdi says he came here to buy a goat but cannot afford it.
Since I was among those who came to this market this morning to buy animals for Eid al-Adha, the things we planned and the prices we intended to buy something are quite different because the prices are higher than ours.
Experts blame inflation and a drought that has killed millions of animals in the Horn of Africa. Elsewhere, Marche Selasso waits with others to receive meat at a camp for internally displaced people. The father of 3, who also cares for his aging mother, used to own his own herd of livestock in the lower Shabelle region of Somalia.
I owned a herd of animals, but all of them died in the drought. And the drought has forced me to live in this IDP camp. And as you see today, I have nothing left of my belongings. Please help me.
The drought has had an impact on inflation, holiday activities, and livestock sales and exports, according to Hassan Ise, an advisor with Somalia's humanitarian ministry.
As a result of the drought, nearly 700,000 Somali animals, including camels, cows, and goats, died. They had lost their livestock, which provided them with an economic backbone, such as milk, so they had to move.
In his Eid al-Adha message to worshippers, President Hassan Sheikh Mohamud had this message to Somalis.
I urge my Somali brothers, help your brothers who are in dire situation. Help your neighbors, the poor and the affected families, no matter how much or how little.
Marshay Salathu and other Somali livestock farmers who once had comfortable lives now live in abject poverty and, like many other Somalis, live with an uncertain future.
President Gotabaya Rajapaksa has fled Sri Lanka on a military jet. Amid mass protests over its economic crisis, the country's Air Force confirmed the 73-year-old flew to the Maldives with his wife and 2 security officials. Attempting to revive Sri Lanka's flagging protest movement, a group of activists rallied thousands to demonstrate and bring down the government over its handling of the country's worst economic crisis in 7 decades.
After months of mounting public anger over the country's worst economic crisis in 7 decades, Sri Lanka's president, Gotabaya Rajapaksa, is on the brink of resignation. That's after a core group of activists rallied hundreds of thousands to demonstrate. Among them, a Catholic priest, a digital strategist, and a popular playwright. Pushing to revive the country's flagging protest movement, they began meeting in June at a seaside-tented camp in Colombo. Digital strategist Samira Derivage.
We nudged the people in the right direction. People were already determined, they were already expecting something, and they were willing to commit themselves to this outcome. So what really happened by this core group was that we gave the people a slight nudge in the right direction, and the rest happened organically and spontaneously.
The protest movement had already begun in March. Thousands began taking to the streets to vent anger at fuel, gas, and medical shortages.
Let's take a short break right here on Business Today. When you come back, we have BBC Money Daily, and thereafter my market story. Stay tuned.
KTN News. Get the whole story. KTN News. Get the whole story. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
I like listening to you guys. You're the default radio station in my car in the morning. Even the children listen to you guys.
I agree Parliament has failed this country. And I will say it again. We have not done what we should have done.
We know in this country, the Kenya prison sector is one of the most underfunded sector.
The way it is being done and the way we're calling it Huduma Number Them Sema Kweli is because all records will be there. You know, there are people who are now billionaires with no history as to how they got all these assets.
Yes. Anything that the president does that is not in accord with the Constitution is an illegal act. You know, he shouldn't be doing it and he should be sitting here and trying to sort of guise it up.
I totally believe live transmission of results and allowing Kenyans to be able to view all these results. I believe that it will be impossible to steal elections.
The Situation Room. Kenya's biggest conversation. KTN News. Get the whole story.
All right, welcome back to Business Today. Wesley Yaman is the project's head at Joam Coffee, a company that deals with coffee export, coffee roastery, and training. He spoke to our reporter Esther Diana about starting his business and what it takes to run a coffee business.
We deal with coffee roastery, which is the local distribution of coffee. We also deal with the training center, which is the new baby, has been in the operation for the last 2 years now. And we also incorporating of introducing new syrups to the coffee industry. So our whole workaround from the exports of coffee, which is the buying and selling of green coffee, which is purely Kenyan Arabican coffee, as well as looking into venturing specialty coffee locally, which is our roastery, Joam Coffee Roasters, based in Lavington. For the main umbrella, which is the traders, you need to be licensed by the CBK, which is the Coffee Board of Kenya, have all the regulatories overseas checked, they license you, you are able to run your business, have all the license requirements as per the government laws. You need some capital, which is true, and you need to be someone who is a coffee expert. So running coffee business, you really need to be passionate about it, and also, yes, you might need expertise from outside, but yourself, you really have to be into the coffee background. The capital that you need is quite some of amount for you to begin an operational, especially to where we are in Kenya. There is no, you can say you can't start with 1,000 or 2,000. If you look at the regulatories for the trading, is a bit quite some amount of money, which are equivalent to $500,000, which is goes for only licensing only. It hasn't been easy, but through the commitment, through the passion that we put in, through the hard work, it pays. So we can stand and say, yeah, we've been able to settle. Some of the regulations are a bit harsh for those people who are small-scale SMEs. So someone who's an SME wants maybe to move from employment to self-employment. It's a bit tricky for them to make decisions real quick and real fast based on whatever they have or savings. The regulations or standard sets are quite fair. They're not harsh because sometimes if you loosen up tight, or someone might take advantage. So you really need the challenge. The main challenge is finding a shipping line. For example, if you don't have, you have to wait. If you don't send your consignment between maybe half of the month, you have to wait after 2 weeks for another shipping line. So you find maybe you have challenges with the customers depending on the deadline.
According to data from the Coffee Directorate, Kenya's coffee export was valued at 21.68 billion shillings. The leading importer of the Kenyan coffee was Belgium, parting with 4.18 billion shillings. It was followed by Germany at 3.86 billion shillings, United States at 3 billion shillings, Republic of Korea at 1.89 billion shillings, and Sweden at 1.43 billion shillings. In terms of local production, Kenya produced 44,987 kilograms of coffee, with Kiambu County as the leading producer in the 2018-2019 financial year. Kirinyaga County, Nyeri, and Murang'a counties were among the top producers of coffee in the same period.
The market, yes, is high in demand compared to any other continent. Africa is the only continent where they start to embrace the coffee culture. So all the kind of business in coffee, in a few years, 5 from today, it'll be booming. Yes, they are a little bit challenging, but the consumption is rising because of the knowledge of the product. What I learned from the Arabs is one key thing, the brotherhood. What I learned from them is how can we work together as brothers and sisters? How can we be able to help the community? How can you lift up someone who's really needing help? And you're able to tap into your connection and be able to see the light that you've been walking through. So what I came up with is the ethics to ensure I don't want to be the only eye in the village where people believe whatever I have to say, it stands on the ground. We have to be many. So the knowledge that I came with, I shared. That's why we began the training center, to be able to rise up each and every person to meet our demand or be wherever we are, travel the path that we've been into, be able to guide them in terms of decision-making process, career growth, and each and every step they take financially. Trainings in barista and coffee roasting. So once they have finished either the barista skill level or the roasting skill level, we try our best to work with them in terms of career growth. So we secure opportunities for them through our networks. The challenge is we are not yet recognized as a
profession in the industry or in Kenya. So that is the biggest challenge we have on our Labor Law Act.
More data from the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics shows that in the year 2021, Kenya exported coffee worth 26 billion shillings. The consumption of coffee is expected to increase as demand increases due to the recovering hospitality sector. For KTN News, I'm Ndombi Esther Diana.
All right, for Marta's Coffee, let's go to Egypt. Once known as a graveyard for tanks, an Egyptian mud flood east of the Suez Canal is being reclaimed for what its backers hope will be a vast industrial zone producing goods for export and domestic market. The East Port Said Industrial Zone, as it's on the Mediterranean Sea, 7 kilometers away from the city whose name it bears. It is one of the 4 such zones under construction along the canal, a transit route for about 15% of the global shipping traffic. Egypt runs a large trade deficit and has struggled to develop an industrial base. Many of the industrial parks it has so far tries to create or semi-vacant, partly because they are far from urban areas where workers live.
Egypt is building a vast industrial zone on this reclaimed mudflat on the Mediterranean, just east of the Suez Canal. It's one of 4 under construction along the canal, which is a transit route for about 15% of global shipping traffic, and it will produce goods for both the domestic market and export. The East Port Said Industrial Zone's developers, private Egyptian companies plus the military-owned National Service Projects Organization, hope the strategic location means it will succeed where others have floundered. This is the zone's CEO, Sameh Gabra.
المنطقة دي على 16 مليون متر مربع.
This area stretches over 16 million square kilometers and is in a genius location because the factories here can ship their products to Europe in 48 hours.
لأوروبا في 48 ساعة. طبعا كلنا شفنا في الوقت بتاع.
As we all witnessed during the pandemic, the supply chains from China have been interrupted or halted.
تم قطعها أو.
The East Port Said company presents itself as an alternative, a smaller scale alternative for situations where the supply chain from China is halted.
الأوضاع اللي هي لما يحصل فيها انقطاع للإمداد والتموين من الصين.
Egypt runs a large trade deficit and has struggled to develop an industrial base. Economists say many of the industrial parks it has so far tried to create lie semi-vacant, partly because they are far from urban areas where workers live. This zone lies 4 miles from the city of Port Said and near to a new city being built to the east. The project is expected to take 15 years. The first phase target is to lure Egypt's automotive firms by setting up painting, printing and dashboard producing lines.
في منطقة زراعية. في منطقة بتاعت.
There's an agricultural area, a port and logistics area, an industrial zone where we are now, and a residential area, all of which lie on the borders of the Suez Canal and the Mediterranean Sea. This is part of a comprehensive plan to develop the entire area, which hasn't been developed for many years. This is the future of Egypt.
The first factory, which will make carriages for trains and metro lines, is due for completion by June 2023.
All right, it seems that today we are finishing with Egypt. I don't know, some people are on the journey to Canaan, and there's that song, when you are heading to Canaan, there's no going back to Egypt. So that's how the show ends today. Thank you very much for watching Business Today. I'm Noakip Kimboy. Up next, we have the KTN. Stay tuned.
KTN News. Get the whole story.
Oh, it's brilliant from Mo Salah. And still, Salah. Oh, sensational!
Naam! Masaa ni sasa. Formation imekubalika. Radio Maisha, Spice FM, Vibes Radio, na Berur FM mukuletea the best of the 2022-2023 EPL season.
Set up nicely.
Usikose kujiunga nasi kila wiki for the best of the Premier League. Yani the full 90 plus all the extra. Ujumbe huu umeletwa kwako na The Standard Group PLC in partnership with the English Press.
This is KTN News. KTN News. Get the whole story.
Sort of creates this ambiguity and a state of leaderless chaos in the region, which other people, have been willing to fill. Other nations have been willing to fill. Iran was able to act on as they see fit. UAE is acting as they see fit. We've got Russia and China moving in where the Americans have withdrawn. The problem is, what does America actually want? And that's a question the Biden administration hasn't answered in the same way that the previous two presidents haven't answered that question either.
Well, I'm interested in how U.S. politics actually relates to the region and how regional leaders are viewing the U.S. Because I see Biden's approval rating at home is what now, just 33%? And a majority of Democratic voters are saying that he should not be on the ballot in 2024. So now, given the possible change of administration in not too long, Scott, how do you think regional leaders are actually viewing Biden?
Well, I've got a lot of contacts in Saudi Arabia who from day one of the Biden administration simply scoffed at Biden and his advisors. They had very bad relationship with Biden and the Obama administration, and they expected this to carry on. They see the Biden administration as being too weak on Iran. They see Biden as being too weak in general. And the Israelis similarly, although Biden talks a lot about the primacy of Israel in the relationship, they don't necessarily see Biden as a strong leader, especially in the context of where the U.S. is with a divided domestic scene. But I think, and I agree with a lot of what Andreas says, but let me add one point just for discussion where I do disagree with him a bit. I don't think Biden and the administration are clueless here. I think they know what is going on in the Middle East, but I think they realize they don't have leverage. And by that, I mean, a few years ago, after Jamal Khashoggi was assassinated, probably on the orders of Mohammed bin Salman, there was leverage. The Turks wanted something to be done. Other countries were appalled by what was happening, and you could have acted then. Of course, Donald Trump didn't. Move forward to 2022, and the fact is that, well, three things why the U.S. doesn't have leverage. First of all, it has been outflanked by the maneuvers between Israel and the Arab states. Secondly, it faces, as long as it puts its priority on containing Iran and doesn't reach a settlement with Iran over the nuclear program, then Saudi Arabia has leverage on that issue. And thirdly, is the question of the oil supply in the context of Russia's invasion of Ukraine in a conflict which is likely to be protracted. So if your opponents have leverage, not your opponents, if your interlocutors have leverage, like the Saudis and the Israelis, you don't go in to antagonize them. Biden, in other words, is playing on the defensive, not because he's clueless, but simply because American power is not exactly very powerful in the current context of regional politics.
Well, one of the things that Biden has really come under fire for at home in the U.S. is this next stop on his trip, is Saudi Arabia. Khaled, you're sitting in the U.S. now at a very tricky time for Biden. How are U.S. voters viewing this whole trip?
Well, it's interesting because actually the polls show, even though usually the public opinion is pretty disengaged from foreign policy, but they generally like presidents to sort of lead on foreign policy matters. The polls currently that I've seen are showing quite a lot of disapproval for this trip. I think part of the problem is most Americans, like I think many analysts in Washington and elsewhere, and diplomats and others, don't really understand the purpose of this trip. Is it a photo op? Is it about oil prices? The administration keeps telling us that it's not. Is it about domestic politics, sort of posturing with Israel ahead of a midterm election and using Israel to market its the administration's ties to Saudi Arabia as a way maybe to blunt criticism? You know, your guess is as good as mine. The American public simply doesn't understand. I mean, first of all, they don't really care about foreign policy, even though foreign policy directly affects their lives. Just have a look, of course, at oil prices and gas prices. The administration has not done a good job of explaining the linkage between these foreign crises and the situation back at home. And I think as a result, most Americans just don't understand, and as a result, end up kind of disapproving.
Well, as you say that, the White House has been dismissing criticism of Biden's trip to Saudi Arabia. Here's what National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan had to say about that.
When it comes right down to it, isn't this trip proof that strategic interests, including oil and gas, when it comes right down to it, are always going to override something like human rights?
America's values, human rights, are a strategic interest of the United States. So is energy security. So is stopping terrorism. So is seeking peace in a place like Yemen. So we are trying to do multiple things all at once, advance along a number of different tracks. One of those tracks is, in fact, ending the blank check policy. And as I said before, the basic thrust and purpose of our policy with respect to Saudi Arabia has been to recalibrate the relationship, but not rupture it. We have stayed true to that from the beginning of this administration.
Andreas, recalibrate, not rupture? Is that code for we need help with the oil price?
Well, yes, this is code, but I agree with what was said previously. There is no evidence whatsoever that this trip is going to make a difference on the oil price, on inflation. You know, we know that the Saudis and the Emiratis actually have reached somewhat the end of the line when it comes to their capacity. They will not want to buy into their reserve capacity at this point. And even if they did, the millions of barrels that they could bring online per day will not make a huge difference to bring down the oil price at the pump. So all of that is kind of window dressing. I understand that obviously supply chains need to be taken care of, and obviously there is a huge concern that there is this pivot of the UAE and Saudi Arabia towards Russia and China, particularly because there are oil and energy interdependencies growing as the oil and energy interdependencies with America are actually going down. But at the same time, this trip will not do very much in that respect. I think what this is about is more about security. It's about creating a new alliance. And I think the rapprochement that we will, and I say rapprochement rather than normalization, but there will be a rapprochement announced between Saudi Arabia and Israel on some strategic matters. And I think that's going to be the kind of foreign policy win that Biden is looking for. But, you know, as the previous speaker said, the issue here is everyone is scratching their head about why is he doing this? What is there to win for the Biden administration? Because everyone will look right through it. I mean, recalibrating this relationship for what benefit? It benefits the Saudis, benefits the Israelis, but what does it really do for the Biden administration?
You talk about building this alliance, and I want to take a bit of a broader view here because this is all taking place within the context of a war that's raging on in Ukraine. Now, the US has obviously made no secret of trying to create a global coalition to counter Russian aggression there. So I was interested looking at some opinion polls in the Middle East, though. It seems that many more people and many more countries are more anti-American than they are pro-Ukraine. Scott, how much support is Biden actually likely to get for that agenda?
Well, I'm not sure if Biden will get a great show of support from the Middle East, but the purpose of this trip is to keep Arab countries from going to the other side. Just as the U.S. did in its approach to India, where it was worried that India would become too supportive of Russia, indeed almost back the invasion, and worked for months to prevent that happening. Part of this trip here is to try to limit the development of ties, which Andreas has written about, you know, between Russia and Saudi Arabia over energy. Indeed, you had a Russian envoy who just recently was in Saudi Arabia. So I think from the standpoint of realpolitik, And look, human rights are expendable here. Ideals are expendable here. The idea here is to make sure not only Saudi Arabia, not only the UAE, but indeed the entire Gulf area at least stays neutral in this conflict, and indeed begins, as it were, in quiet ways to sort of support the ongoing international coalition to push back on the Russian invasion. So I suspect in September, because it's being leaked from both sides, both from the Saudi side and the US side, the Saudis will increase oil production in September. How much of that will buffer the domestic situation in the United States and help Biden before November's election? I don't know. But the increase in oil production by the Saudis will send a message, which is we're not dependent on Russia. We're not being held hostage by Russia. And that's a pretty important message at what may be a turning point in the Ukraine conflict, with Kiev beginning to score some success in the battlefield.
I was interested to see that Jake Sullivan, who's Biden's national security advisor, he also very recently revealed that intelligence agencies have decided that Iran was planning to aid Russia in its battle against Ukraine. Khaled, how might that shape conversations in the coming days, especially given the state of the talks around the Iran nuclear deal?
Well, obviously, Iran is going to be a big focus of this trip, both in Israel and in Saudi Arabia. So there's no question about that. Whether that means there's going to be some progress at some point on the Iran nuclear deal, that remains to be seen. So far, we haven't seen that. So again, I think this sort of plays into this question about that most people have about what is this trip really about. But if I could just sort of go back to the point that was raised earlier about human rights, I agree with I think it was Andreas who said there's this huge gap between what the administration says and does, and I think that is nowhere more evident than in this rhetoric about human rights. And frankly, whether we're talking about Israel or Saudi Arabia, both of their records on human rights are quite abysmal. And we're seeing the administration really give a pass, not just to those two regimes, but also others that will be attending the summit in Saudi Arabia, for example, like Egypt or Jordan. Egypt has an especially egregious record on human rights. There is a growing sense that this administration is really prepared to, I think, trade away human rights and democracy in a way that even the Biden administration didn't go as far.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Khaled, here, because I do want to give Andreas a very quick last word, because I'm curious, in one sentence, Andreas, what would you say a successful trip would look like?
There is no successful trip, because I would absolutely agree with everything that's been said at this point, is that this trip is going to be defined by a weak president and a weak United States that is unable to leverage whatever leverage they've left. And the say-do gap is just widening, and that leaves a credibility gap as well that are very easily be defined and filled by the Russians and the Chinese, who do authoritarian stability much better than the Americans. So at least they're very upfront and very direct about what they're doing.
We'll see how it all plays out in the coming days. Well, in the meantime, though, thank you to all of our guests, Khaled El-Gindi, Andreas Krieg, and Scott Lucas. And thank you, too, for watching. Remember, you can see this program again anytime by visiting our website. That's aljazeera.com. And for further discussion, do go to our Facebook page. That's facebook.com/AJ Inside Story. And you can also always join the conversation on Twitter. Our handle is @AJ Inside Story. From me, Nastasia Tay, and the whole team here in Doha, bye for now.
What we do in Al Jazeera is try to balance this story and give the people who allow us into their lives dignity and humanity.
You're watching Al Jazeera with me, Sahil Rahman in Doha. Reminder of our top news stories. A nationwide curfew has ended in Sri Lanka following unprecedented demonstrations in the capital. Its leader, Gotabaya Rajapaksa, has fled the country and ordered Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe to replace him. But protesters defied a state of emergency and stormed Wickremesinghe's office. They're demanding both leaders step down immediately in the face of a worsening economic crisis. Step Vasson reports.
People power will win, these protesters are chanting. They celebrated a small moment of victory when they heard President Gotabaya Rajapaksa had fled. But soon after his early morning escape, the mood turned to anger. Thousands of people marched to the office of the man they fear could be Rajapaksa's successor, Ranil Wickremesinghe.
He can gain the power, he can mobilize the military, and he can crush out the old protesters, and he can gain the power, and no offense will come to him. That's the plan. He is a mastermind, and please, I am asking international community, don't trust Wickremesinghe. He is the biggest villain in Sri Lanka.
In response, the Prime Minister declared a state of emergency, saying he was now the acting president. Security forces in front of his office fired tear gas at protesters. Dozens were injured. This teacher needed treatment after being hit on the head. He traveled 150 kilometers to join the demonstrations, saying the government has ruined the education system.
Prime Minister is very cunning fox. He's ruined my country. We won't win our revolution.
Outnumbered, security forces failed to disperse the crowds.
A couple of members of the security forces, what looks like the riot police, are now being chased away from the Prime Minister's office after several attacks by tear gas. They're now chased away by the crowds. They're leaving.
Protesters managed to break through the gates of the Prime Minister's office and took over the building. Their celebration did not last long. They went to the residence of the parliamentary speaker to make sure the Prime Minister would step down, and were greeted by more tear gas. Protesters blame both Rajapaksa and Wickremesinghe for the dire state Sri Lanka is in. Bankrupt, hardly any fuel and food shortages.
Sri Lanka as a country, so it's run by a few families for 7 decades who robbed our country. So this should be changed. So at least this major shift, this people's revolution, should ensure that a new political, social age begins in Sri Lanka.
Until then, they have vowed to remain on the streets and keep a close eye on what Parliament, which has the power to elect a new president, will decide in coming days. Step Vasson, Al Jazeera, Colombo.
Joe Biden has arrived in Israel on his first visit to the Middle East as US president. He promised to advance Israel's regional integration. Biden will also meet Palestinian leaders in the occupied West Bank. Armed forces have been deployed outside the headquarters of Libya's National Oil Corporation after its chairman refused to accept the government's decision to sack him. Mustafa Sanala says the Prime Minister Abdulhamid al-Dabebe's mandate has expired and he has no authority to dismiss him. The United Nations says progress has been made on a deal to secure the export of Ukrainian grain. It could go a long way to addressing the global food crisis. The agreement was made during talks in Istanbul and involves forming a coordination centre to ensure the safety of supply routes. US inflation for June has hit a 40-year high of 9.1%, which is higher than economists had predicted. Prices of food and housing are increasing much faster than average incomes. Members of Parliament for the British Conservative Party have held their first vote to determine who will replace Boris Johnson. Jeremy Hunt and Nadeem Zahawi were eliminated, while Rishi Sunak and Penny Mordaunt hold an early advantage. Those were the headlines. I'll be back with more news in half an hour. Next on Al Jazeera, it's Al Jazeera World. Do stay with us.
Ja sam sigurna da su oni mene ubili 95. godine kad su imaju djecu, odveli i ubili na najsvirepiji način, jer ovo nije život, ja sam davno ubijena, ali hodam onako kao robot. Ja sam živa, ali nisam živa. Oni su mene ubili i oni se na mojoj muci iživljavaju, oni su zadovoljni mojom mukom kad me vide, a znadu šta smo radili, oni se osjećaju kao sretnim, a ne znaju da su bjednici, da su jadnikovci, da na tuđoj nesreći grati sve sreću da im bude Bog na pomoći. Nije samo njima, svima onim koji želi da ubije drugoga da bi njemu bilo bolje, nek mu bude Bog na pomoći.
Iskorijeniti nečiju kulturu ili ubiti nekome mogućnost da ima normalno prakticiranje svoje kulture ili religije, zasigurno je jednako kao ubiti samog čovjeka. Dakle, i upravo to se ovdje desilo. Dakle, pokušalo se zatrijeti, dakle, svaki trag koji je postojao vezano za našu religiju, konkretno ovdje recimo islam.
Ne možemo reći i nećemo govoriti o tome da je to siromaštvo uzrok smrti nečije. Život u siromaštvu je izuzetno težak. Onaj ko je osjetio i znao da ima nešto pa to izgubio je izuzetno teško podnio taj prelazak iz nekakvog normalnog života u siromaštvo. Međutim, i u najvećem siromaštvu postoji način i postoje ljudi koji se opiru tome i koji pokušavaju nešto promijeniti, tako da ne treba klonuti duhom, nego treba nastojati da se nešto promijeni i nešto uradi. Znate kako živim. Ovo ne može se ursati ni u kakav život pored kompletne porodice, da u jednome danu ostane čovjek bez porodice, a da ne zna zbog čega i svako jutro sebi da postavlja pitanje zašto, zbog čega, odgovora nema. Samo je moj odgovoran zbog toga što se zvali se drugačije od drugih. Nije samo moja djeca da su ubijena 11. jula 1995. godine, hiljade i hiljade drugih nevini koji su u krvavom genocidu u Srebrenici, isto tako uzeti im njihovi nevini životi, ni krivim ni dužnim, samo što su bili Bošnjaci u Srebrenici, a to jest u Bosni i Hercegovini. Međutim, ja sam se vratila 2002. godine 14. oktobra i vratila sam se u svoju porodičnu kuću da živim u njoj samo od uspomena. Ovo nije život i ne poželjela živome čovjeku, pravom čovjeku na svijetu ne poželjela da živi od uspomena, jer ništa teže ne ima nego imati pa ne imati. Lakše je ne imati pa ne imati nego imati pa ne imati. smo morali da dokažemo da smo da sam ja Hatidža, da sam bila u braku s Abdullahom Mehmedovićem, da sam rodila 2 djece. To je sve išlo preko suda. Nije samo ja. To je svi oni koji su u Bosni i Hercegovini živjeli i preživjeli taj prokleti, krvavi i najkrvavi rat koji će se pamtiti vjekovima. A u Srebrenici je vrlo opasno. Rizik je pričati, ali je grijeh prešućeti ono što se je desilo Bošnjacima u Bosni i Hercegovini, a i u samoj Srebrenici. Ali ja ne imam više šta izgubiti, a sve što sam imala, meni su zlikovci ubili. Ali nisu ubili, sve su mi ubili, ali mi nisu ponos ubili. Ja sam ponosna na moju djecu, na mog muža, na moju na sve one koji su se nalazili u zaštićenoj enklavi Srebrenica. Ponosna sam jer nisu bili zločinci. Njima je zabranjeno da se brani, njima je zabranjeno da žive, to je se i pokazalo. Ali vrijedi se boriti za budućnost onih koji će doći za 10, 50 i 100 godina. Mi nešto moramo ostaviti u amanet našoj djeci, našim unučićima, prahunučićima. Ovo kad kažem, ja mislim jer ja nikad neću više biti srećna majka, neću imati unuče, neću imati sina, neću znati šta je ta radost, neću dočekati svatove, ali svako dijete, to ja osjećam da je to moje dijete, svako unuče osjećam da je moje unuče. I vrijedi se boriti za istinu i pravdu i pravednost radi budućnosti, u stvari radi onoga što se desilo da se ne ponovi, a da bi našoj djeci nešto u amanet ostalo, mi se moramo za to izboriti, a to samo može kroz istinu i samo istinu.
Ja lično sam bila relativno mala, meni je bilo 10 godina kad se to dešavalo. Živjela sam jedan potpuno bezbrižan život, dakle nisam se previše brinula ni zašto, bila sam dijete. I onda kad vam se nešto takvo desi i bukvalno preko noći ostanete bez svoje kuće, ostanete bez prijatelja, odvedu vas na neko drugo mjesto. Mislim, to je neka klasična priča koju svako priča ako preživi rat. Dakle, u jednom trenutku se probudite i sve vam je potpuno drugačije. I onda odrastate kao izbjeglica, odrastate kao neko ko pola svog djetinjstva provodi pod granatama, prosto to je postala realnost. I počnete se pitati, dakle, šta je ovo, zašto se ovo dešava? Što se meni dešava? Što se ne dešava nekome negdje drugo? U Italiji ili negdje? Dakle, u čemu je problem? U čemu je stvar? I ja sam upravo tako radila. Prosto me zanimalo zašto je to toliki problem. U čemu je to stvar? Dakle, šta se to desilo? Kako se desilo? Kako su i govorili preko noći. Sve nešto preko noći. Ali zasigurno da to nije bio, tako da ga nazovem, najobičniji rat gdje neko ubija nekoga, nego to je prosto bio pokušaj da se u potpunosti iskorijeni bilo šta što ima veze s nekim ko je slučajno drugačiji. Pa ja to neću tako. Zašto bi ostavila, zašto bi zaboravila, zašto bi prosto prihvatila to da neko odlučio da me ubije, da neko odluči da me nema i da ja prosto sjedim i to posmatram. Meni se kroz moj život pokazalo da se odgovoriti može jedino znanjem. I da je na kraju, nakon iskustva rata, znanje je jedina stvar koju vam niko ne može oduzeti. Dakle, ljudi vam mogu uzeti sve, osim onoga što imate u glavi, dok vam ne uzmu glavu, dakle. ako se uspijete spasti od toga, ono što imate u svojoj glavi je vrlo značajno, je vrlo bitno. I ja sam se onda zarekla da ću, ok, ako je to tako, da ću učiti, da ću se obrazovati, da ću se školovati i da ću znati ono što mi se desilo, ali prije svega to iskoristiti kako bi doprinijela uspostavljanju društva u kome će naši identiteti biti priznati. Ne samo moj lični identitet, nego identitet svake one osobe koja želi da živi u jednom ovakvom društvu.
Kako je bilo, prvo smo došli u Mejdan ovdje. Bile smo 3 mjeseca tude. Otole u hotel Slavnovića. Primali tude izbjeglice i odemo otole gore i bila sam 3 godine u hotelu. 4 curce imala sa mnom, some bile, nas 5 bilo. Bili smo u hotelu prvo u Slavnovićima, otole s nas u Mihatoviće preselili gore u one kućice i tu smo bili sa, bilo nas 10. Još jedna porodica sa mnom bila. Oni su otišli u Ameriku, ja sam sa mojom djecom ostala. Ali preživjela, bio se odvojen od svoje sviju, od svega. Bila sam sa mojom djecom, nikog nije bio moj više ovo moj, ono ostalo Srebrenici tamo i bilo je teško, ali eto šta ćemo, tako bilo i šta ćemo. Kad sam došla nisam ništa imala, samo torbu stvari djeci što sam donijela, eto malo, ništa više. Nismo imala, eto opet malo pomalo sve opet, ali prije rata bilo je bolji, sve drugačiji, a sad eto.
Ja sam Srebreničanka i kad su srpske paramilitarne trupe ušle u Srebrenicu, kad su počeli čistiti etnički Srebrenicu u tom prvom naletu 1992. Mi smo bili pokupljeni, natrpani na kamione i dotjerani na određeni način u Tuzlu na kamionu. I tad je dosta izbjeglica došlo u Tuzlu. Zatim 1993. poslije onih sporazuma sa Morionom i svih onih problema koji su bili kad je slobodna teritorija i Kamenice iz Zvornika pala i smanjena, onda je jako veliki broj ljudi došao na područje Tuzle. Upravo to je najbliže područje na koje se moglo doći. Tako da je to nekakav bio normalan put na najbliže područje gdje možeš naći neku slobodu. Ja sam prosvjetni radnik, radila sam u školi prije rata u Srebrenici, bila sam nastavnik matematike, direktor škole i u jednom momentu kad sam došla kao izbjeglica u Tuzlu, tražila sam da vidim ima li mojih članova porodice, mojih sestara, djece, gdje se ko nalazi, gdje su prijatelji, da li je neko još stigao na kamionu ili nije. I u jednom takvom momentu sam išla u veliku sportsku salu Mejdan u Tuzli koja je imala 1000 izbjeglica u to vrijeme u sali. I u jednom momentu kad sam silazila niz stepenice i onako izgubljeno gledala lijevo desno tražeći hoću li vidjeti neki poznati lik nekoga svog, jer nisu u Tuzli bile samo izbjeglice iz Srebrenice, bile su iz drugih krajeva. Onda u jednom momentu jedna djevojčica koja je bila učenica moje škole se podigla i onako raširenih očiju samo pogledala i kaže joj, direktorica. Ja u tom momentu zaista nisam bila direktorica, nek sam bila jedna bosonoga izbjeglica koja je tražila nekoga od svojih članova porodice, ali eto u njenim očima sam bila neko i možda je to bio moment kad sam ja odlučila da se nešto uradi, da eto, ako ništa drugo, ta djeca vjeruju da se nešto može uraditi.
Dobro. Ajde. Imamo i muške sad vidiš. Ovo sam ja mislila, šta mi imamo? 2 zida ili 3 na sanju?
Tražiti način da se u tim kolektivnim centrima priča, sjedi, razgovara i vratilo se ono sjećanje na tu našu bosansku tradiciju koja uvijek podrazumijeva priču sa ručnim radom u rukama. Znate, dio bosanske tradicije jeste ručni rad, dio bosanske tradicije jeste razgovor sa sestrom, prijateljicom, sa nekim s kim možete podijeliti bol. Znači, ne mora to biti ljekar, psihijatar. Nemamo mi tradiciju psihijatra, ordinacije i priče, ali imamo tradiciju razgovora, podjele tuge, veselja sa prijateljicom, sa komšinicom, sa sestrom.
Kakvog brašna imaš, cura? Imate li palinu? Hajdinova, je li ove žene koja je... Treba voda. Hajde ovo uzme, ovo je... Da ponesemo ovo. Idemo sad. Ova naša priča je jako tako teška, tužna i tako reći ružna priča što svi misle da mi normalno živimo u svojim povratničkim mjestima, a u stvari mi i dalje bitku vodimo za opstanak svih onih koji su se vratili na ove prostore. A mi smo kažnjene, vječito smo kažnjene, nama ne može prvo našu djecu ne može niko vratiti što su nam ih zlikovci pobili. Drugo, ih ne može niko platiti. Meni kad dali čitav svijet Srba da pobiju i da kažu hajde budi zadovoljna, evo ti sve vladaj, ali sve Srbe pobiji, ovo je sve što ostane tvoje. Ja ne mogu biti sretna. Ja to prvo ne mogla pomisliti, jer sama pomisao ja bi se izravnjala sa onim zločincima, a kad bi dali mi tu moć da ja to uradim, više vrijedi jedno moje dijete nego čitav svijet. Opet ne mogla biti zadovoljna. Jer moja djeca više vrijede od čitava svijeta i tako svakoj majci. To su rane zelene koje nikad neće zarasti. One sa mnom idu i u grob. I to more, jel se to naziva životom? Je li ovo život? Ne bi to poželjela ni onim zlikovcima koji su mi to uradili. Oni da znadu kako je jedna noć teška i kako je svaku večer lijegati sa istom tugom, buditi se sa istom tugom, pa kad sanjaš svoju djecu noćom i kad se probudim, meni je to najteže tada, najviše vola da ih sanjam i da se nikad ne probudim. Ja imam običaj reći da je Srebrenica za mene Medina, a memorijalni centar u Potočarima Meka. Jer memorijalni centar, naša druga Meka. Srebrenica je simbol stradanja, a memorijalni je centar za nas nešto najsvetije koje se neće zaboraviti, ne smije zaboraviti.
Mi smo morali ponovo uspostavljati stvari, ponovo čitati knjige, ponovo gledati neke filmove, ponovo graditi svoje ključne odrednice u smislu naših svega onoga što je potrebno jednoj religiji da funkcionira, jednoj tradiciji da funkcionira. Potpuno smo pokušali zatrti, dakle, svaki trag. Ja sam stoga odlučila da se bavim religijskim studijama, da se bavim izučavanjem religija, svih onih religija koje mi imamo ovdje prisutne, dakle, u Bosni i Hercegovini. To su uglavnom ove, tako da nazovem, velike monoteističke religije koje su prisutne ovdje u Bosni i Hercegovini. Htjela sam da se bavim religijom, htjela sam da pokušam kroz projekte, kroz razne aktivnosti približiti ljude zajedno. Pokazati ljudima da ono što nam se govori, ono što nam politika govori, ono što nam se eventualno nameće nije istina. Da smo mi prije svega svi ljudi i da mi prije svega imamo svoje dostojanstvo. Da mi imamo pravo na to da budemo drugačiji. Da tu nije problem što neko ima različito razumijevanje stvari. Samo da je neophodno da poštujemo jedni drugi, da uvažavamo ono što drugi radi.
Selam alaikum. Evo, ne mogu vidjeti što mi govorim, tako da ne mogu reći u manjku. Evo, ljudi stara koji sad pridruže.
Tako da sam ja dobila priliku, nekako su mi se tako posložile karte, tako mogu da kažem, da se i profesionalno bavim tim stvarima. Stoga smo radili razne projekte, dakle, u Centru za edukaciju i istraživanje nahla u kom sam ja angažirana. Mi upravo pokušavamo da radimo uglavnom sa ženama na tim različitim pitanjima, pitanju razumijevanja svog identiteta.
Za koga ono snima, ovo bogat?
Za mene.
Nemoj ti se pričati.
I tako da su pored potočara, pored memorijalnog centra prolazili Srbi sa zastavama i kako su govorili ustajte Turci, hajte Turci, ustajte ponovo da se bijemo. Mislim, to su provokacije, nije to samo neka, to su česte te provokacije. Srbi ne priznaju genocid, ni će ga kad priznati.
Live and robust debates.
A lot of folks, when they hear the word refugee, think stranger, they think other.
You are literally stuck in these camps.
It's regardless of your race or where you're coming from, you should give everybody safety.
From global issues to those that need to be heard.
Human rights and land defenders in Brazil, they live in a circumstance of permanent violence and intimidation.
The stream, where a global audience becomes a global community, on Al Jazeera.
How much will we have to pay you for the girls? 500 each girl.
The scale of modern slavery in the UK is enormous. We're just seeing the tip of the iceberg.
Have you heard of something called the Modern Slavery Act?
I've just been surrounded with tank cameras.
You punched someone in the stomach.
I haven't.
Companies need to start to understand that this is exploitation.
If it sounds too good to be true, it probably is, and there are some very, very nasty people out there.
Al Jazeera investigates Britain's modern slave trade.
In just under a year's time, Qatar's Al Bayt Stadium will host the opening match of the 2022 World Cup. The official opening of the stadium came on day one of the Arab Cup, but many fans were already counting down to the big kickoff next November.
See you, Qatar 2022!
As this tournament unfolds over the coming days, it will play a key role for organisers getting ready to host the Middle East's biggest ever sporting event next year, and for the Qatar national team as they get used to playing in front of expectant home crowds. They'll be hoping to convince both the fans and themselves that they really are ready to take on the world.
Coveted beyond wealth, taken without hesitation, fought and died for. Power defines our world.
We live here. We make the rules, not them.
They find an enemy and then they try and scare the people with that enemy.
People in Power investigates, exposes, and questions the use and abuse of power around the globe on Al Jazeera.
You're watching Al Jazeera with me, Sahil Rahman in Doha. A reminder of our top stories here on Al Jazeera. A nationwide curfew has ended in Sri Lanka. It was brought on by massive protests against the country's leadership. Thousands have gathered at the offices of the Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe, demanding his resignation. He's taken over as acting president after Gotabaya Rajapaksa fled the country. Joe Biden has arrived in Israel on his first visit to the Middle East as US president. He's promised to advance Israel's regional integration. Biden will also meet Palestinian leaders in the occupied West Bank.
Greater stability, greater connection. It's critical. It's critical, if I might add, for all the people of the region, which is why we'll discuss my continued support, even though I know it's not in the near term, a two-state solution. That remains, in my view, the best way to ensure the future of equal measure of freedom, prosperity, and democracy for Israelis and Palestinians alike.
Armed forces have deployed outside the headquarters of Libya's National Oil Corporation after its chairman refused to accept the government's decision to sack him. Mustafa Sanala says that the Prime Minister Abdelhamid Al-Dabeibe's mandate has expired and he has no authority to dismiss him. Witnesses say forces outside the corporation are aligned to the Prime Minister. Libya's political crisis has removed nearly 1 million barrels per day from the market this year. The United Nations says progress has been made on a deal to secure the export of Ukrainian grain. Now, it could go a long way to addressing the global food crisis. The agreement was made during talks in Istanbul and involves forming a coordination centre to ensure the safety of supply routes. Protesters in Haiti have blocked roads in the capital. They're angry about a critical fuel shortage brought on by a crumbling economy and gang violence. 2 ships carrying imported fuel have been unable to unload because of security concerns. Members of Parliament for the British Conservative Party have held their first vote to determine who will replace Boris Johnson. Jeremy Hunt and Nadhim Zahawi were eliminated from the leadership contest, while Rishi Sunak and Penny Mordaunt hold an early advantage. You follow the stories on our website at aljazeera.com. It's updated throughout the day. I'm back with more news in half an hour, but we continue with Al Jazeera World. Do stay with us.
As Qatar prepares to host an estimated 1 million fans for the first World Cup in the Middle East, security is paramount. The CEO of the International Center for Sport Security says Qatar has been preparing for more than a decade and has a track record of hosting smaller tournaments such as the Asian Cup.
The successful element or the strength of Qatar is that the World Cup in Qatar is a part of a bigger vision.
Qatar has been staging simulations and conducting training exercises for security forces. A number of global safety indexes rank Qatar at the top. Last year, 200,000 fans attended the Arab FIFA Cup. There's hope that perhaps this November's World Cup will someday be a kind of dry run for hosting the Olympics.
The Chamber hereby sentences you, Radovan Karadzic, to a single sentence of 40 years of imprisonment.
Today, Ratko Mladic, the commander of the main staff of the Bosnian Serb army, was convicted and sentenced to life imprisonment for his crimes.
Mladić je otišao u Haški tribunal kao jedan krvolok, kao zločinac, kao naredbodavac, ali svi oni ostali koji su ideolozi, koji su itekako podržavali, koji su što logističkom podrškom, što vojnom, što bilo kojom podrškom. Spominjana su njihova imena, ima lista koja je urađena i to što je komisija za i oko Srebrenice učinila, to je, mislim, iz entiteta, to je entitet koji je tvorevina krvi i genocida. Međutim, to nisu baš ona imena, izostalo je toga dosta i dosta, koji su učestvovali u genocidu da bi mogli pobjeći što u Rusiju, što u Kanadu, što negdje. Jer ipak oni koji su počinili genocid, ja se nadam da će doći, i koji su učestvovali, da će kad tad doći do pred lice pravde i da će stići ruka pravde.
već operat, mora naći koliko toliko da preživljovi. Nema ništa, ti sjedi samo ići, nemam. Nema ništa, onako kad kreneš imao koliko imao i šta imao. Tako sam uvijek, idem pa koliko god i šta je god. Šta ne uho, šta god danas zaradi, moju djecu donesem, bilo šta je. Počela sam kad sam u školu pošla. Prvi razred, kad sam bila u školi, znam, moja rodica tu bila, ona je utkala, posle moja sestra i tako smo tkale. Bila malo, sve sa njima išla tkala i učila se, malo osipao, malo pokvarim, popravim i tako. I kad sam i posle cura bila tkala i došla ovamo, ovo nam je pravo pomoglo. Nisam ni od tle imala ništa.
Kad smo razmišljali o tome što treba i što želimo u suštini da uradimo, onda smo se opredijelili da naša misija i naš cilj bude podrška onim koji su preživjeli rat, koji su ostali da vode računa o bolesnim, starijim, o djeci, o tome da djecu treba školovati i naš cilj je da podržimo preživjele, da ostanu normalni, da se pokušaju vratiti normalnim tokovima života. Faktički, sam izbor imena je rekao šta nam je falilo. Naše puno ime je bosanska familija, skraćeno je Bosfam. Bosanska, zar treba to objašnjavati, Bosna, bosansko, tu smo mi. A familija, mi smo u tom jednom momentu kad smo izgubili članove familija, kad se rasulo na sve strane, išli na temu da stvorimo, ako ništa drugo, tu novu familiju koja ne može zamijeniti staru, ali može nadopuniti onu prazninu koja nam je falila. To znači kad si bolestan da imaš nekome da se požališ, kad ti se plače, neko će plakati s tobom, kad ti se smije, neko će se smijati s tobom, kad nemaš, neko će te podržati.
I onda dolazile do vam u Slavnovića, bilo ono doval nam koji kakve humanitarne oni dolazili i tako vidimo otvorene, žene idu, mi uvrotimo, pitamo bebu, možemo li mi, može. Samo ih ostavim, eto, dok su i manje bile i uvijek one u školi, dođemo ovdje i to je bilo sve. Nikud nisam mogla ići ni od nje, da njih ostavljam svome, nisam mogla, žao me. Moja djeca ne mogu i je tako. Kako sam počela tkati, puno mi je lakše nego prije. Pa jeste, ako rodiš, jeste, bolje je. Bolje se i osjećaš i sve. Opet kad sjediš, ti se samo ti misli koje kakve dolaze više u glavu i koje šta ovako kad odeš za poslom, misliš kad ćeš roditi, šta ćeš i kako ćeš i tu tako prođe prije i dan i sve. Kad god sjedim ovako, kažu, ja se uvijek nasmijem, nisam nikad tužna, nisam Šta ću, ja ne mogu, ne umijem. Narod ima nekako se, nešto ja ne mogu. Ja volim da sam uvijek vesela i ako imam neke poteškoće, me ne može niko pomoći. Što ja sad šutim i da, šta ću? Mogu da plaćem. Šta ću? Smijat se i...
Ima i osjećanja velikog bola, jer svi oni koji su doživjeli tragediju u ovom ratu, bez obzira koliko se trudili da na određen način razgovaraju, misle o nečemu drugom, da pričaju, uvijek se na određen način vrate tom problemu, odnosno toj tragediji koja se dogodila.
Mada sam našla, tako reći, nešto tijela od djece i od muža, ali mnoge majke su umrle, nisu saznale pravu istinu, nisu našle svoju djecu. I još ta djeca, mnoga nisu nađena. Mi moramo se boriti do kraja da se svaki ubijeni u genocidu u Srebrenici nađe. Mi znademo to svake godine, mi imamo spiskove od toga, svake godine znamo koliko se nađe, koliko se kopa, koliko još tražimo. I sad je ukopano u memorijalnom centru Potočarima 5132 žrtve srebreničkog genocida. Po onoj cifri koja je, po onome broju koji je na spomen zidu u Potočarima, ondje je 8372 žrtve i po sadašnjemu se traži još do 3500 koji još nisu pronađeni da bi se ekshumirali, identifikovali i pokopali. Više je ubijeno od onoga broja nego što je na spomen zidu, zato što mnoge porodice su ubijene i u tom periodu nije se moglo prijaviti rođaka, Amidžića, nego samo je mogu otac sina, sin oca, brat brata i tako. Mnoge porodice se neće ni naći. Imamo porodica koje su ubijene kompletne. Njima se gubi svaki trag. Nije to samo jedna osoba, 2 i 5. I zato kažem da je naša statistika i što mi znamo da je preko 10.700 ubijeni u srebreničkom genocidu, dok je ovaj broj pokazao toliko. O tome koliko se god pričano, sve više boli. I kazati da su dobili bitke, da su heroji, da nije bio genocid. Ali nažalost, a i na sramotu ovih koji se tako ponašaju prema žrtvi, je li ih malo bilo što su mi sve poubijali? I ja sam suvišna što sam se vratila ovamo i nisam se trebala vratiti i ne smijem se boriti za istinu i pravdu. I predsjednik općine Srebrenica je rekao da mu nije čudo što ja tako govorim, jer sam ja vrlo opasna osoba. Čudo mu je što ja nisam prošla do sad sudski proces. Znači, ubili su mi sve i moj je život ubijen. I ja trebam da odgovaram pred policijom i pred sudovima nekijem. Znači, i ja sam vrlo opasna osoba koja sam preživjela Srebrenicu i srebrenički genocid i što govorim ono što mi se je desilo, ne dohvatim se ni onoga svega što su nam uradili, a kamoli da bi nešto izmislila, ne daj Bože, nama to ne treba. Mi znamo kolika je opasna laž, ali tako govori da sam vrlo opasna. Ja sam rekla nema problema, ja ću odgovarati pred sudom, ali ne želim ići u Bijeljinski sud što se samo sudi osobama koje su preživjele srebrenički genocid. Ne želim ići ni u drugi sud, ja želim u sud ići Bosne i Hercegovine.
Pa kad me sad neko pitao šta je teže, dobro, uvijek bih rekla da je najteže boriti se za goli život. Dakle, bježati ispod granata. Ili pokušavati preživjeti, dakle, fizički preživjeti. To je ovako, kako bih rekla, kratkoročno najteže. Ali dugoročno posmatrano, naš rat ili taj rat nije završen. Dakle, na različite načine mi i dan danas vidimo ratovanje. Samo ono nije toliko očito. Evo, ako tako mogu da kažem. Mi smo i dan danas jedna frankenštajnska zemlja u kojoj se ljudi ni oko čega ne mogu dogovoriti, u kojoj najbanalnije stvari ne možemo ispregovarati. Vjerujem da je to jedna perfidna politika u kojoj muslimani ove zemlje su stvarno u ratu patili i stvarno su bili nevine žrtve ovog rata. E sad, pošto živimo u jednom društvu u kome se već zna za Srbe da su bili agresori, odnosno određeni Srbi, naravno ne svi ljudi, su bili agresori i pokušali su da nas iskorijene, onda je vrlo zgodno sad i muslimanima nešto pronaći tako da ne oni ispadnu u potpunost nevine žrtve, nego da to imaju oni nešto što je loše, jer za Boga oni su potencijalni teroristi. Time se dovodi na istu ravan ljude koji su nas napadali, ljude koji su nas ubijali i pokušali da nas istrijebe i nas koji smo pokušali da se branimo. Jer sad ispade da mi nismo tako nevini, da mi navodno možemo biti teroristi. Pa smo bijeli teroristi. Ta bijela Kaida ili bijela Al-Kaida, koja je kao nevidljiva i kao evropska, a u stvari nije. Islam u Bosni i Hercegovini je godinama, stoljećima prije svega bio miroljubiv. Sarajevo je grad za koji se uvijek govorilo da je evropski Jeruzalem. Tako da nosimo mi to breme islama, nosimo mi to stalnu stereotipizaciju, stalno posmatranje nas kao nekakvih ljudi koji su manje vrijedni ili manje sposobni, ljudi koji imaju neke ratoborne tendencije ili tako dalje. I mi se pokušavamo s tim nositi, pretpostavljam kao i svi drugi muslimani. Kažem, ako postoji neka specifičnost, ta specifičnost je prosto ta što smo mi autohtoni Evropljani, što imamo nekakvu dugu tradiciju islama na ovim prostorima i to što mi nemamo nikakvu drugu kulturu. Dakle, naša kultura je evropska.
Ja kažem, djeca moraju znati pravu istinu, djeca moraju znati šta se je desilo na ovim prostorima. Ja nisam Bošnjačka. Sva djeca bez obzira moraju znati pravu istinu. Ako ne budu znali, to će se brzo ponoviti.
Ja mislim da su nas zadužili, da smo mi na neki način obavezni. Da se nastavimo boriti za pravdu, da se nastavimo boriti za taj zajednički život, da se nastavimo boriti za život u kom će čovjek kao takav biti poštovan, u kom će se ljudsko dostojanstvo poštovati, cijeniti, braniti. Jer su to na kraju neke vrijednosti koje nam svima moraju ili trebaju biti zajedničke. I gdje ćemo prosto jedne druge poštovati, razumijevati, graditi društvo na zdravim temeljima.
Meni da je neko rekao prije rata da ću preživjeti to sve što sam preživjela, raditi to sve što sam radila, ja bi se vjerovatno ubila. Ali nisam, jer sve sam preživjela. I dalje govorim samo o životu. Nema umiranja. Mora se živjeti, uspraviti sve. Ja sam to u ratu rekla i kad prođe najveći uragan, vjetar, kakav god hoćete, i kad poruši čitavo polje ruža ili bilo čega drugog, kad ga zgazi, ipak kad stane, ispravi se bar neki pupoljak.
A i oni naši najmiliji koji su ubijeni, mi znademo da su oni nevini i da su oni u džennetu i uvijek molimo dragog Allaha da im podari džennet i džennetske ljepote.
An Egyptian doctor training in Britain in the 1980s, shocked by famine and injustice worldwide, and driven to set up a charity to help those in need.
That was his dream, to create an organisation that would serve anyone in need, serving people of all religions and all geography across the world.
Nearly 4 decades later, Al Jazeera World meets the co-founder of one of the biggest Islamic aid agencies in the world, Hani al-Banna, The Giving Business, on Al Jazeera.
Hello there. We'll have a look at Central America in a moment, but first to North America, and some fierce thunderstorms from the northwest of Mexico have pushed their way up into the Four Corners states. We are still seeing those monsoon showers continue through the end of the week. But for the wetter weather, we have to head to the southeast of the U.S., places like Florida, seeing flooding downpours. We have got a risk of flash flooding here, and those storms are going to push out towards the east coast by the time we get into Friday. A wet weekend for New York City and Washington, D.C. But further south of this, it's all about the heat dominating across southern and more central areas, pushing up into the northern plains. Dangerous heat in places here. By the time we get into Friday, we will also see a rash of storms stretch across the Midwest towards the Great Lakes. Now, as we move to Central America, we are going to see some very wet weather affect western areas of Mexico, thanks to a swirling system out to sea. By the time we get into Friday, you can see those enhanced showers, brisker winds, as well as that system pulls its way towards the northwest. For the Greater Antilles, more in the way of sunshine and showers. For the Lesser Antilles, some heavier rain to come on Friday, but much of that will be in Costa Rica and Panama, with lots of sunshine for southern areas of Mexico.
The latest news as it breaks.
This decision basically said that the Roe v. Wade decision was simply wrong. It is highly unusual for a Supreme Court to overrule precedent.
With detailed coverage.
The Patna Bridge will not only significantly reduce the travel time, but is expected to initiate an economic boom.
From around the world.
This one here depicts the late poet Muzaffar al-Nawab, whose revolutionary poems inspired many.
Sri Lanka's acting president declares a nationwide curfew after protesters storm his office, calling for his resignation. Hello, I'm Sahul. My quarters in Doha also coming up. Joe Biden meets Israeli presidential trip to the Middle East. And the UN says it's close to a deal that would restart grain exports from Ukrainian ports. Also, video footage from the halls of a Texas high school shows the moments leading up to a mass shooting and delayed police response. Hello, welcome to the programme. Demonstrators in Sri Lanka are refusing to end protests against the government until the country's top 2 leaders resign. Embattled President Gotabaya Rajapaksa has fled the country and ordered Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe to take his place. But protesters have defied a state of emergency and stormed Wickremesinghe's office. Step Vasson reports.
People power will win, these protesters are chanting. They celebrated a small moment of victory when they heard President Gotabaya Rajapaksa had fled. But soon after his early morning escape, the mood turned to anger. Thousands of people marched to the office of the man they fear could be Rajapaksa's successor, Ranil Wickremesinghe.
He can gain the power, he can mobilize the military, and he can crush out the old protesters, and he can gain the power, and no offense will come to him. That's the plan. He is a mastermind, and please, I am asking international community, don't trust Wickremesinghe. He is the biggest villain in Sri Lanka.
In response, the Prime Minister declared a state of emergency, saying he was now the acting president. Security forces in front of his office fired tear gas at protesters. Dozens were injured. This teacher needed treatment after being hit on the head. He traveled 150 kilometers to join the demonstrations, saying the government has ruined the education system.
Prime Minister is very cunning fox. He's ruined my country. We won't win our revolution.
Outnumbered, security forces failed to disperse the crowds.
A couple of members of the security forces, what looks like the riot police, are now being chased away from the Prime Minister's office after several attacks by tear gas. They're now chased away by the crowds. They're leaving.
Protesters managed to break through the gates of the Prime Minister's office and took over the building. Their celebration did not last long. They went to the residence of the parliamentary speaker to make sure the Prime Minister would step down, and were greeted by more tear gas. Protesters blame both Rajapaksa and Wickremesinghe for the dire state Sri Lanka is in. Bankrupt, hardly any fuel and food shortages.
Sri Lanka as a country, so it's run by a few families for 7 decades who robbed our country. So this should be changed. So at least this major shift, this people's revolution, should ensure that a new political, social age begins in Sri Lanka.
Until then, they have vowed to remain on the streets and keep a close eye on what Parliament, which has the power to elect a new president, will decide in coming days. Step Fasen, Al Jazeera, Colombo.
Manal Fernandez is in Colombo. She has the latest on Sri Lanka's leadership turmoil.
And after a tense day with a lot of standoff and clashes, tear gas galore, we've had a Gazette notification that basically says President Gotabaya Rajapaksa has appointed Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe as acting president to discharge the duties and functions of the office of the president because he is unable to exercise these duties as he is away from the country. Now, that does not refer in any way to the resignation that everybody was expecting of President Gotabaya Rajapaksa on the 13th of July. But this gives Ranil Wickremesinghe essentially the authority that he has been appointed by the president. Now, the all-party leaders did have a meeting, an emergency meeting with the Speaker of Parliament earlier, where all of them unanimously said that Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe must step down. In fact, they went as far as to tell the Speaker that if he doesn't, that the president must ensure that he sacks Ranil Wickremesinghe before the president submits his resignation. So all of this seems to be very carefully choreographed, not exactly sort of in keeping with what had been promised or indicated to the people, to the Speaker. But we've had a day, as I said, of clashes, of tear gas. Again, just this evening, we had sort of protesters outside Parliament, a complete free-for-all. People were running helter-skelter among dozens of tear gas canisters being fired into the crowd. People being baton charged, barricades being pushed down. So a lot of tension still, and even the fact that Ranil Wickremesinghe has been given the authority, there are still a lot of unhappy people with the fact that he is assuming authority right now.
Now, Joe Biden has arrived in Israel on the first leg of his first visit to the Middle East as US president. Now, he was greeted in Tel Aviv by Israeli Prime Minister Yair Lapid. Biden will also meet with the Palestinian leaders in the occupied West Bank. He's been a steadfast supporter of Israel for decades and is expected to face questions about the killing of Palestinian-American journalist Shireen Abu Akleh. Kimberly Alcott has more.
The purpose of U.S. President Joe Biden's trip to Israel and Saudi Arabia is not entirely apparent. But just moments after landing in Tel Aviv, Biden made clear what he would not achieve.
We'll discuss my continued support, even though I know it's not in the near term a two-state solution. That remains, in my view, the best way to ensure the future of equal measure of freedom, prosperity, and democracy for Israelis and Palestinians alike.
This admission is likely to enrage Palestinians as Biden is set to meet with the head of the Palestinian Authority, Mahmoud Abbas, on Friday. Palestinians are pushing for the U.S. to reopen its consulate in occupied East Jerusalem, limit settlement expansion, and press Israel for accountability in the killing of Al Jazeera journalist Shireen Abu Akleh, who is a U.S. citizen. Such goals are a challenge. With elections looming, future Israeli leadership is uncertain. On Thursday, Biden meets with caretaker Prime Minister Yair Lapid and conservative hardliner, former leader Benjamin Netanyahu, who may be plotting a comeback. That makes the White House aim of improving Israeli-Saudi security ties to counter Chinese, Russian, and Iranian influence in the region much more difficult.
The U.S. administration and its president want to visit the region with a motivation to create peace and stability. They should revise their foreign and regional policy with a look at public opinion across the region and change their behavior according to the realities on the ground.
Biden is a president under pressure and in need of a foreign policy win. With low approval ratings, record high inflation, and congressional elections in November, Biden's meeting with Saudi leaders later in the week. He hopes to convince them to pump more oil to bring down record fuel prices in the United States. But while Biden seeks to project American influence with his trip, failure to accomplish any significant foreign policy achievements could backfire and underscore just the opposite: the declining presence and power in the Middle East of the United States. Kimberly Helkett, Al Jazeera, Doha.
Al Jazeera senior political analyst Maam Bashara has more on Biden's visit.
Without the United States' support, Israel could not exist. Israel's occupation of Palestine could not go on. So the United States is complicit in the Israeli occupation of Palestine. The fact that Biden is the first American president in recent memory that does not spend political capital in order to advance the cause of peace is a cause of alarm that his administration is not serious about walking its talk. I tell you something, he's dragging his heels, but in reality, he's walking in Donald Trump's footsteps. Because let's just take a brief look at what's happening and where he stands. The Iranian nuclear deal is basically out. Saudi Arabia is back in, and human rights is way down. If that's not reminiscent of Trump, I don't know what is. And, of course, Israel is front and center. And human rights are down, not only on the question of Saudi Arabia, question of Egypt, question of Israel-Palestine, question of apartheid. So really, all in all, while theoretically Biden speaks about certain values, in reality, he is following in Trump's footsteps.
Armed forces have deployed outside the headquarters of Libya's National Oil Corporation after its chairman refused to accept the government's decision to sack him. Mustafa Sanala says that the Prime Minister, Abdelhamid al-Dabeibe's mandate had expired and he had no authority to dismiss him. Witnesses say forces outside the corporation are aligned to the Prime Minister. Libya's political crisis has removed a nearly 1 million barrels per day from the market this year.
This outdated government has been a caretaker government since October 2021. Parliament withdrew its confidence vote and it became nothing but a caretaker government. Its political agreement ended on June 22, meaning this is an expired government and there is a second government appointed by Parliament. Therefore, I say to him, you are what you are. You are just sitting around in a fait accompli.
Ukrainian officials in the eastern Luhansk region say Russian troops have destroyed food warehouses in the area. Moscow claimed full control of Luhansk last week after intense fighting. Footage on Russian state television shows what it says is the aftermath of Ukrainian shelling in residential areas. Russian forces have been focused on capturing all of the Donbass region, which encompasses Luhansk and Donetsk. The United Nations says progress has been made on a deal to secure the export of Ukrainian grain. Now, it could go a long way to addressing the global food crisis. The agreement was made during talks in Istanbul and involves forming a coordination centre to ensure the safety of supply routes. Our diplomatic editor, James Bays, is at the United Nations.
Senior UN officials say they now have a very substantive technical agreement on how the grain deal would work on issues like inspections of the ships that would come into Odessa to get the grain out of Ukraine, on safety and security of the vessels and how they'd pass through the channel through the mined areas of the Black Sea. That's the technical agreement, but they've still got to get a final political agreement, which would be signed in Istanbul. Despite that, the Secretary-General of the UN is sounding positive.
In a world darkened by global crisis, today at last we have a ray of hope. A ray of hope to ease human suffering and alleviate hunger around the world. A ray of hope to support developing countries and the most vulnerable people. A ray of hope to bring a measure of much needed stability to the global food system.
Could you see from this further diplomacy potentially to end the war?
It is demonstrated that the parties are able to have a constructive dialogue, and this is, of course, very good news. But for peace, we still have a long way to go.
If a deal is finally done, it's an important step in trying to alleviate the global food crisis. But UN officials warn that could take many months, with many ships having to transport the backlog of grain that's trapped in Ukraine. The ripple effects of a crisis like this can take a very long time.
Well, still ahead here on Al Jazeera.
There is going to be famine.
Farmers in Kenya say harvests are under threat as fertilizer supplies from Ukraine run out. And former UK Chancellor Rishi Sunak tops the first round of the Conservative Party leadership race to replace the outgoing Prime Minister Boris Johnson. Do stay with us.
The journey has begun. The FIFA World Cup is on its way to Qatar. Book your travel package today.
Hello there, let's look to East Asia, and it's all about severe thunderstorms and extreme heat here. We've got those seasonal rains pulling out further east, a line of really heavy rain affecting Shandong in China once again, where we already have seen flooding. We could see more of that. The Korean Peninsula is seeing some wet weather as well, and by the time we get into Friday, it'll be southern areas of Japan that once again get a drenching, but a lot of that wet weather working its way up into the north, so we are expecting a wet weekend for Tokyo. Now, it's going to get wet in Shanghai. We've had temperatures on the up here, well above the average, dangerous heat, even record-breaking. But by the time we get into the weekend, that is going to cool as the wet weather comes in, scattered thunderstorms by Saturday. Now, as we move to South Asia, the monsoon rains are in full swing for much of the region, particularly for India. That west coast seeing drenching downpours. Now, Maharashtra has already seen a month and a half's worth of rain. We could see more of that. We've got red alerts out, stretching from Gujarat down to Konkan and Goa. Extending across more central areas, the heavy rain is expected to reach here, push up into New Delhi and affect southern areas of Pakistan by the time we get into Friday.
Qatar Airways, official airline of the journey.
Liberté, égalité, fraternité. Liberté, égalité, fraternité. Liberté, égalité, fraternité. Liberté, égalité, fraternité. Liberté, égalité, fraternité.
Ideals the French Republic has long proclaimed. But just what is modern France? In a 4-part series, The Big Picture takes an in-depth look. Episode 3 on Al Jazeera.
Je suis journaliste! Destin!
Welcome back. You're watching Al Jazeera with me, Sahil Ram. A reminder of our top stories. Demonstrators in Sri Lanka are refusing to end protests against the government until the country's top two leaders step down. Thousands have gathered at the offices of Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe. He has taken over as acting president after Gotabaya Rajapaksa fled the country. Joe Biden has arrived in Israel on his first visit to the Middle East as US president. Now he's promised to advance Israel's regional integration. Biden will also meet Palestinian leaders in the occupied West Bank. And the United Nations says progress has been made on a deal to secure the export of Ukrainian grain. It could go a long way to addressing the global food crisis. The agreement was made during talks in Istanbul and involves forming a coordination centre to ensure the safety of supply routes. A video from inside the Texas school where a mass shooting took place in May has been released. It appears to show a slow police response and has sparked anger amongst the victims' families. Now, survivors have marched to the US Capitol calling for more gun control legislation. Patty Culhane reports.
A march on Capitol Hill demanding the guns that killed their loved ones are banned. Gloria Cesaris is here. She wants you to remember her daughter Jackie, killed at her school in Uvalde, Texas.
She was spunky, she was sassy, she sometimes had that little attitude that, you know, if she knew she believed in something, that's what she was going to fight for.
She can now see for herself how police responded to her daughter being shot. Media outlets releasing 4 minutes of security camera footage. They edited out the sounds of the children screaming. You can clearly see police arrive 2 minutes after the shooting started. A few approach the classroom door, but run away less than a minute later after shots are fired. As the minutes tick by, the shooting continues. The police stand and watch. One gets hand sanitizer. Eventually, a small army of police arrive with bulletproof shields, body armor, and automatic weapons. They rush in and kill the gunman after 75 minutes of waiting.
One of the ways this videotape is going to change the debate is Republicans after mass shootings often say what's needed for a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun. That was obviously not the case in Uvalde. Cesaris is enraged the world can see this video before she could. She doesn't know that she'll ever watch it, but she will live with the unbearable question of what her daughter was experiencing for these 75 minutes, shot but alive.
I don't know when she was shot. I think it was at the beginning, but she survived 77 minutes. She didn't die at that school, she died at the hospital. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't know, but there's a possibility if they had breached that room, my daughter might have survived. Along with, there's quite a bit of others that had non-threatening injuries and just bled to death.
There is one more thing she would like the world to know about her 9-year-old little girl.
Jackie had a heart of gold. She was always looking to help somebody else. She always thought of others before herself.
A quality apparently not on display here. Patty Culhane, Al Jazeera, Washington.
Inflation in the US has reached a new 40-year high. Latest figures show consumer prices soared by 9.1% compared to last year, with the cost of fuel, housing and food all rising faster than the average income. Mike Hanna reports now from Washington, D.C.
All major indices were sharply down in early trading on Wall Street as the market digested the monthly report. Hopes of a reduction in the inflation rate dashed as prices continued to rise. Groceries are up by 12.2% over the year, rents by 5.8%. Car prices have increased by 11.4%, and in the largest increase, the cost of air travel has risen by 34%. All these attributed to Americans spending more as they emerge from the pandemic shutdown.
I'm feeling it. Food. I never seen it this bad.
I've been noticing household products have really shot up to the ceiling. I mean, honestly, like Things that was like $1.99, you're going out, they're like $6, you know, and things like, but you need it.
Good morning.
At a meeting of House Republicans, it's made clear these figures will be the cudgel to beat Democrats in the November election.
New polling found that nearly 60% of Americans say the federal government under Democrat one-party rule is to blame for today's economic crisis.
The latest statistics came just hours after President Biden left on a trip to the Mideast. But he's been quick to strike back in a statement, saying that while the inflation reading is unacceptably high, it's also out of date.
President Biden says the data does not reflect the true impact of the decreases in gas prices over the last nearly 30 days. The price at the pump has dropped by some 40 cents a gallon since mid-June.
The president also argues that the report does not reflect the drop in core inflation, a long-term projection that excludes items subject to volatile price changes, like food and energy. Some experts agree the data is confusing.
We've got some signs that the labor market is incredibly robust, with a large increase in hiring, according to some surveys, and a low unemployment rate. On the other hand, we have other concerns that the economy is slowing down based on slow economic growth.
All eyes now on the Federal Reserve, with economists predicting that another increase in interest rates is inevitable. It's a double-edged weapon. While designed to reduce inflation in the long term, in the short term, an interest hike is likely to fuel it. Mike Hanna, Al Jazeera, Washington.
The UN says the price of fertilizer has tripled in the past year, while production has halved. It's a knock-on effect of Russia's war in Ukraine. Both are major fertilizer exporters. Harry Matassa met some farmers in Kenya's Kiambu County, where harvests are under threat.
Eliunji here is worried. There's a shortage of fertilizer in Kenya. He says a bag that used to cost $20 is now around $60. That's too expensive for many farmers here.
They are going to go on hunger because there's nothing. Because there is no food in food, there is no harvest in their gardens. So they are going to go hunger. There is going to be famine in this place.
One of his neighbors, Frederick Muiruri, is in trouble. His beans have failed. He says he couldn't afford fertilizer.
I might have to give up on farming, something I have done all my life, but it is not working.
Fertilizer, which provides the nutrients needed to help crops grow, is in short supply around the world. Several African countries depend on imports, which before the war used to come from Russia and Ukraine. Food production is most at risk in developing nations where many farmers may not have the financial resources to deal with the crisis. In some countries, some farmers are using more manure to nourish their crops. But farmers here say using only manure is not enough. The plants also need the potassium, phosphorus and nitrogen from fertilizers to grow bigger, faster and to produce more food. Prices of animal feed are also rising. Sometimes there is government-subsidized fertilizer, but it's in short supply.
This is a crisis where the supply of the raw materials are not available. Definitely, we don't know how long it may take. And this is the situation all over. We don't know how long. So we are just praying to God that it is shortened so that we come back to normal.
It's frustrating for Njihia, who's been farming for 30 years. He says working the land has never been this hard. Haru Matasa, Al Jazeera, Kiambu County, Kenya.
Protesters in Haiti have blocked roads in the capital Port-au-Prince. They're angry about a critical fuel shortage brought on by a crumbling economy and rampant gang violence. 2 ships carrying imported fuel have also been unable to unload, and tankers are not delivering because of security concerns.
Every time they want to raise fuel prices, they allege there's scarcity. That's not true. There's stock. There's no need to cause pain to people. They will not be able to do so. If they are determined to raise oil prices, we will set the country on fire, and they will all disappear.
I'm telling all the people to keep the car at home from tomorrow on. Only ambulances, the media and the Red Cross will be allowed to circulate. We need to carry out a revolution. The country cannot keep on.
Hundreds of emergency workers in France are battling wildfires across the southwest. Now, the blaze is spreading due to hot and windy conditions. About 27 square kilometres already is burned. 6 water bomber aircraft are being used to douse the flames. Thousands of residents and tourists have been told to evacuate. And firefighters in Spain are working to contain a fire that's burnt up to 35 square kilometres of land. No homes have been damaged so far, but several hundred people have been evacuated. Authorities say recent conditions have been favourable to firefighting efforts, but the blaze continues to pose a danger to life and property. Now, in the UK, Conservative politicians have been voting for a replacement for Prime Minister Boris Johnson. Former Chancellor Rishi Sunak leads the first ballot, but the final winner won't be announced until September. Nadine Barber reports now from London.
A sing-along opposite Parliament, with some cabinet members competing to replace the Prime Minister following mass resignations within Conservative ranks. Some are wondering who's really running the country. But inside the Commons, Boris Johnson insisted he'd be leaving with no regrets.
Mr. Speaker, and I'm also proud of the leadership that I have given. And I will be leaving, Mr. Speaker, I will be leaving soon with my head held high.
We have a new Chancellor who accepted a job from the Prime Minister on Wednesday afternoon and then told him to quit on Thursday morning. And the new Education Secretary, whose junior ministers have literally been giving the middle finger to the public. It is truly the country's loss that they will only be in post for a few weeks.
I can now announce the result of the ballot held this afternoon.
On Wednesday, initial voting by Conservative MPs narrowed the field of would-be leaders to 6 names.
Our next Prime Minister!
Someone gaining momentum is Penny Mordaunt, a Trade Minister and former Defence Secretary. She's far from a household name, but tipped as the party activists' favourite.
If we do not win the next general election, all those opportunities and the vision that the British people had from us leaving the European Union will not be realised. We must win that election. I am your best shot at winning that election. I am the candidate that Labour fear the most.
But the newly appointed Chancellor, Nadhim Zahawi, is eliminated, as well as former Foreign Secretary Jeremy Hunt. The result of the final stage of voting among fewer than 200,000 Conservative members is expected by the 5th of September. So we're slightly closer to knowing who will be the next Conservative Party leader and hence Prime Minister. Once we're down to the last 2 candidates, it's up to the party membership, most of them over the age of 55, 2/3 of them men. Whoever they choose will face huge challenges, not only in reviving the party's fortunes, but in dealing with multiple crises this winter. Nadine Barber, Al Jazeera, London.
You're watching Al Jazeera with me, Sahil Rahman in Doha. A reminder of our top stories. Demonstrators in Sri Lanka are refusing to end protests against the government until the country's top 2 leaders step down. Thousands have gathered at the offices of the Prime Minister, Ranil Wickremesinghe. Now, he's taken over as acting president after Gotabaya Rajapaksa fled the country. Joe Biden has arrived in Israel on his first visit to the Middle East as US president. He's promised to advance Israel's regional integration. Biden will also meet Palestinian leaders in the occupied West Bank.
Greater stability, greater connection. It's critical. It's critical, if I might add, for all the people of the region, which is why we'll discuss my continued support, even though I know it's not in the near term, a 2-state solution. That remains, in my view, the best way to ensure the future of equal measure of freedom, prosperity, and democracy for Israelis and Palestinians alike.
Armed forces have been deployed outside the headquarters of Libya's National Oil Corporation after its chairman refused to accept the government's decision to sack him. Mustafa Salala says the Prime Minister Abdelhamid al-Dabeibi's mandate has expired and he has no authority to dismiss him. Witnesses say forces outside the corporation headquarters are aligned to the Prime Minister. The United Nations says progress has been made on a deal to secure the export of Ukrainian grain. It could go a long way to addressing the global food crisis. The agreement was made during talks in Istanbul and involves forming a coordination centre to ensure the safety of supply routes. The UN Secretary-General says the deal is a ray of hope for the world, but warns peace in Ukraine is still some way off. US inflation for June hit a 40-year high of 9.1%, which is higher than economists predicted. Prices of food and housing are increasing much faster than average US incomes. Although fuel prices have dropped, the cost of petrol and diesel is still much higher than a year ago. And protesters in Haiti have blocked roads in the capital. They're angry about a critical fuel shortage brought on by crumbling economy and gang violence. 2 ships carrying imported fuel have been unable to unload because of security concerns. And you can follow all of those stories on our website at aljazeera.com. We'll continue to follow President Biden's visit to the Middle East across our bulletins throughout the day. Next on Al Jazeera, it's Witness. Do stay with us.
I will totally accept the results of this great and historic presidential election if I win.
A lot of people felt their world was being turned upside down, and the way that has been manipulated by populists like Donald Trump playing on racial anxieties and divisions.
One person, one vote. That citizens have political equality. And of course, in the United States, as in many other parts of the world, that remains an ideal, but not a reality.
Sons of former slaves and the sons of former slave owners, will they be able to sit down together at the table of brotherhood? I have a dream.
My dream is that people like my daughter, the young people, just have a full voice and don't feel targeted because of their race or ethnicity.
زأرلندز بلو
لا تحنت يا دلات كرويت هذا كاري نعمت كذا ترفعي نعم كذا ترفعي
من أخوه بابا كيف تبغى كل عام إيش
ميت عملت ولو بعلاقات مسكرة لا كرسي ፍሉይ ነገር ይሰርሕ ዘሎ ፍሉይነቱ ቅርሲ ምዃኑ ኣብ ኤርትራውን ባቡር እቶም ዘለውና እዚኦም እዮም ኣብ ኤርትራ ዝዋሩ ባቡር በዓል መድዮም ተባሂሎም ሳብቲ ቀዳማይ ይጥቀስ ወላ ንሽመይ ወላ ነቲ ክብሪ
أنا نوركو زاتوكو معلتي ها نالكوران تأتي أدمي دما ودع 15 عامتين إليه كابو جميرة أبرنديس تا يقدم لهرو بزوح عمل كا مكاني قديم مكاني كان يزلهم كاب كلهم
ساعتين كاتشاكو في ليلة كاتشاكو في ليلة أمشي أنا هذا
أنتم ماكينات تدو
أبين ماكينة
الماكينات اللي بدو سوهم قش غلو سوهم
يا خبز غلو حمش شو دي شيء زين بس
مو بيدا حاجة أنا دام
ها
الماكينات اللي بدو كذا الماكينات اللي سوهم إذا ما يخدموا لا والله ما حترك لا ماكينة جاله
عم سان شو دي شيء نقدر
هو شين كان
عم سان شو دي شيء نقدر
نبدأ فيها حد غير
أنت
بدأ تشانه
عم سان تشعل
ولا تا قرانتا تا قرانتا زيرو تو
أسكولات مايرة نيرة كنوب بقولوا سمعون دي أتوزقون نقرب لهم تزاد لي ما بعد أخون دخون هي استراتور أخون كله تزاد لي ما تي خنبوا سل السمع هو قرب لهم
هاي هندسة هاي هيك عملتي فوري تورناتو برشلونة
أيتا تعيون من دولتي صبوا صراحة ساعات راي حاسب كاول لك مهابي مبر بلعون سرقة مارا لو كامبر ساتو متوم كلا يوحنا سمعت أيدول يوحنا نعريهم كتكو أيدول يوحنا نسكنا دو بروك ينيرو ريان نيرو نعاي كمتم كمولا دو غيري زن نيرو
جانا كم تدوركها أبلودر بوكلين قال لي أو زنبالين أو إنيرو ماشينا دحري بخينا دا صراحة أبوار حربعة إلا 29 تخونتاتنا ويانا تقونا فلو نزا أخلنا نزا ممانتو نزا تاتا أخلنا بسرعت كا وسلستي ورارات حليفة قبلينا يا صراحة يملس مالس
اللوري
اللوري كم عبيتي نيرهم حجي تقعدي لهم يلون حجي بزحات يوم نيرهم احنا سرحنا هتكونا يوم بقى في ميكانيكال بارت بس بيفتح حتين وصوت راح يسرحني بس خداقن اقري
هذا كل ده ما نتيجة عايش؟
تحت أروح دلوه
يا درب بالله ترى
جالسين
أنا نهتم
وبات هذا
ما بدأت
تتعفر يا
وزي تعب زي تعب ما له
غزي أتحشي
دي أتحشي يعني ما زال اليوم ولا هو
يركنكم متحد؟
يا حزن
ترصحكم؟
يعني بس يا حزن
جالسة زي أنا بعرف زمزحوه
أنا وبين هو
سلزيس أنا إكسار حي ولو من كفكو اليوم قال نعوم من حماي متى يوم نقعد موظف لمدي نوح عمتها الصراحة خالو لمدي نحاول نسرح الديسيبلين
وبغض نهار خلنا شرحت بغنيرو شرح لنا ثلاثة ترنون يكون ثلاثة ترنون يا خايو ليش نلتن شرحني شرحني لو كنت أشرح له لو ما قلت بابور نانك حد بابور وفرن لنا ملتي على بابور نفاسي
سلام كلام كويس سحلوم تقايد نعمل
بدم تعين قبلنا وسكا كذا لو بيسنا أتحرس لو بيسنا جندا ناتو خاب جندا أتينا أسمرنا خاب أسمر درت مساوى كنا مشت ساعات
عدنا كوي مريتنا نخلي تصبر عدنا تصبر لنا سريحنا وهم ايه بلعوا امشي نفعوا بلهم تماروا فلتوا انا واقوم زل عدوا بلهم انت دليت تكبروا ريخا خماروا كل يوم لان انا واقوم من انا حلو فدلنا بلهم تايدا نابوم يعجز تسوى دلهم على واحد غلطة طعويات باور كلها تعريات كيدا تسوى نقبر
Saatnya aku dah ambil merah. Saatnya restaurant. Saatnya aku dah ambil. Hey, ada tu dia kok. Baharan ni. Baharan. Ada kan? Dari kiri. Saat apa kita? Wah. Awet ni apa tu di sini? Kerap. Kerap. Kerap atau kerap? Nah, betul. Okay. Ada, ada guys. Ada.
ما يملي أنا ما يا أخي ما ما هو لك هذا خبر هذا حدا يقول أي كصورة الكاوي تحسن أول هذا حتى فرق إلك بنتن تابلون تعبيت لو جوا بوزه بلوريش كاربن تحبه أجيبون هذا أنا مش الصخبر الفلا فرسان كلنا لا أقول غيره لا غير أنا وقتها بلد صبات يا كمجمرة خمسة كاتناهو بهل خدماتها أفتح على حدا زور كله معلتي كلايون زراخومي سكالي ما كنشتا منهارا تكاتس يبلنا نيز بنيرتكا شوون زفلت كلهم زحرمون وركودت
Goma, a bustling city. One of its nicknames is the city that never sleeps.
So before the advent of vehicles, motorbikes, aeroplanes, there were means of movement. And in that case, we are talking about the locomotives. In Africa, we had our own ways. And in this case, in DRC, we had a wooden scooter, what we call the chukudu. By history, it's believed that chukudu was discovered by a Portuguese nationalist called Pedro. And what does chukudu do? Is it in use until to date in this 21st century? Here is the story.
In this city, there are familiar sights. Handmade wooden bicycles made in Congo. The locals call it chukudu or wooden scooter. They have no engine, no pedals. All you need to do is simply roll down the hill. In Goma, this is more than a wooden bike. It is a way of life. A chukudu is a means of transport for people and goods. Adolphe Ismail did not have enough money to buy a bicycle, resorting to making his own scooter.
Ini chukudu. Sasa unainunua wapi kama mtu anataka ama
ni kutengeneza mamiti unauza na mapina ama misumari unatengeneza direct.
And now the scooter has changed his life. Every morning he heads to the market and starts delivering goods for people to various destinations.
Yeah. Saki mwani ngapi?
On a good day, he makes $100, which he says helps him to pay school fees for his children and meet basic needs back home. In other words, he is self-reliant. No one can ever believe such a wooden bike can be productive. During tough economic times under Mobutu Sese Seko, chukudu became the mode of transport. Since then, it has remained most preferred means of transporting cargo in the city. The chukudu generally has an angular frame, two smaller wheels, often wood, sometimes wrapped with rubber, handlebars, and a pad for the operator to place their knee on while propelling the vehicle with their leg. Sometimes a shock absorber spring may be added.
Hii ni mortiseur. Sasa rasura kusove sasa unabeba mzigo wa kilo isishuke isibane hapa. Ikibana hapa kukolosea haiwezi wezekana kabisa.
So hii inaisaidia isiende chini.
Isiende chini, isibane chini.
These chukudus take 1 to 3 days to build and can last up to 2 to 3 years.
Kama unabeba mzigo?
Kama unabeba mzigo.
Utakamata hivi. Unakamatia mwele mzigo nyuma hivi kabisa unakaza. Unakaza unatia force unapanda kilima sana. Unasukuma unapanda, unavuka, unapanda hivi tena una nani? Unashika brake hivi pole pole. Unasimama. Ukifikisha mzigo unatia pose pale, unasimama unafungula una deplacer tena unapanda unaenda.
Andre Amuli confirms that the skills and craftsmanship is passed down generations. And in eastern Congo, only the Wakumu tribe have mastered the art of making the chukudu.
Wanatoka kabila ambao wanaita Wakumu. Wakumu wakajuu hivyo. Hii ngambo ya juu. So wanatoka Rwanda. Wao wengi wanasema Kinyarwanda. Lakini najua kama huko kwao kama mwanaume kama mimi mkabila au jamii au kama sina hiyo chukudu, hata msichana aweza kanipenda. Hawezi.
So chukudu ni ishara ya kuwa na mali.
Ya kuwa na mali, pia ni ishara kuonyesha kama mwanaume utaweza kuchunga mwanamke. So kwa hata baba anauliza kama uko na hiyo chukudu.
Ukienda kutafuta msichana unaulizwa kwanza
kama una chukudu. Kwao ni ishara ya kutafuta pesa, pia ni ishara ya kujua kuchunga mwanamke.
One chukudu retails at $500.
Nakinunua na franka hizo nani, kwa mwanzo ni $60, mwisho nakuwa $100. Dola ni dola 600, 700.
My friend Ken Odhiambo and I hit the road to get to understand how important is chukudu in Goma's transport sector.
Saizi unaenda kutoa mzigo wapi?
Hapa Chibabi.
Chibabi iko sehemu gani?
Hapa juu. Upanda hivi.
Hapa juu.
It not only transports people but staggering loads of different sizes and volumes. The largest chukudu can carry up to 800 kilograms of cargo. The locals believe owning one of these wooden bikes, one will never go hungry as jobs ferrying cargo are plenty in the city. In downtown of Goma, a statue has been erected in honor of this precious locomotive as it reflects Goma's history and tradition. In Goma, where chukudu forms the backbone of the local transport system, it remains the source of livelihood for hundreds of jobless youth.
KTN News. Get the whole story. For many centuries, it was a hub of irreplaceable treasure, the pride of many tribes and literature to future generations. On Culture Quest, we explore jungles to uncover the truth behind its legends. From daring crew
We're supposed to cross to the other side of Doldol village
to creators of the amazing race. It is a discovery that will unlock the secrets behind the archaeological mystery of forgotten cities and stashed villages and unarchived ancient history. We go beyond the familiar to bring you breathtaking, rich and raw heritage, creating lifetime memories. Get ready to experience a new perspective of heritage conservation as we reveal the untold story. Every Sunday at 8:30 p.m. on KTN News Channel. Culture Quest, the heartbeat of heritage conservation.
We shall legalize weed.
Professor George Luchiri Wajakoya of the Roots Party. Raila Amolo Odinga of the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Party.
Unajua mimi sina pesa ya serikali ama ya kashfa.
David Mwaure Wahiga of the Agano Party. And
hakuna kura ya hasla mtaiba.
William Samoei Ruto of the Kenya Kwanza Alliance. Presidential Debate 2022. Do not adjust your sets.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
I like listening to you guys. You're the default radio station in my car in the morning. Even the children listen to you guys. I agree Parliament has failed this country. And I will say it again. We have not done what we should have done.
We know in this country, the Kenya prison sector is one of the most underfunded sector.
The way it is being done and the way we're calling it Huduma Number the Msema Kweli is because all records will be there. You know, there are people who are now billionaires with no history as to how they got all these assets.
Yes. Anything that the president does that is not in accord with the Constitution is an illegal act. You know, he shouldn't be doing it and should be sitting here and trying to sort of guise it up.
I totally believe live transmission of results and allowing Kenyans to be able to view all these results. I believe that it will be impossible to steal elections.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. KTN News. Get the whole story.
Hello, good morning, and many thanks indeed for joining us here on Morning Prime. It is the 14th of July, 2022, and you bang on time for Sokoni, where we take an economic outlook of the week that has been and how we're faring on, even as we are heading towards the general election as it is right now, looking at what is happening with the Nairobi Securities Exchange and a raft of other issues that we'll be putting on the table this morning as well. Now, the more poignant question that is being asked is the issue alongside the row that has seen the Vice Chancellor shown the door, a suspension of 30 days, and where the question is being asked, who really owns the land, the government or the university? Despite the fact that they do have projects in the pipeline, the government also has, other larger looming, of course, projects that is on the pipeline as well. So we've seen this row really playing between the president and the Vice Chancellor, and now the Vice Chancellor has been shown the door. But did the government really act in the wisest of fashion? And also, did the Vice Chancellor react in the wisest of fashion? That is a probing question that we'll be asking this morning. And we'll probe that with our panelists this morning. I'm holding court with Professor Collins Odote, who is the Assistant Dean at the Faculty of Law, University of Nairobi. Also, we have Professor Dominic Mwenja, who is the Chair of the CBK Pension Fund, and we're eagerly awaiting to be joined by Bill Okero. Bill Okero is a politician and, of course, also a businessman as well, a former chair of the Finance Committee in the Senate. That is the former Senate, and also the Senator of Mandera, immediate former Senator of Mandera. So we have a lot in line and looking at what is happening also globally as far as Ukraine and Russian war is concerned. What does that really portend for us? Now that we know the crude oil has tumbled now almost below $100 a barrel, will that also reflect to our pockets and our fuel pumps as well? That is a question that we were looking at this morning. But as always, let's put this horse into full run by looking at what is fresh off the press this morning. Extra, extra, they say. We'll read all about it, but I don't have the extra, extra. I have the Standard, the Daily Nation, the Star, the People Daily, Business Daily, Taifa Leo, and also the New Times in Rwanda. Let's begin with the bold paper, and this is what you're waking up to this morning. Inside deal that brought Sonko back is what is on the front page of the Standard this morning. Come back, kid. He was the black sheep, ostracized and honored or hounded out of office. Now former Governor Mike Sonko has flown back into the waiting arms of President Kenyatta and Azimio ticket flag bearers Odinga and Karua. What is the bargain? And will Sonko deliver Mombasa? And that is the question that is being asked there. And it's on 7 of the Star this morning. And you can see him wearing his unflappable smile there, Mike Sonko, in a previous interview with Standard Group. KU Varsity Land, the hard questions are probe begins. As I promised, that is what we'll be looking at this morning. Does the cabinet have power to excise university land? What is the procedure of doing so? These are among questions surrounding the controversial decision on Kenyatta University land as the new council probes former officials. You have the story tucked away on page 4 of the Standard this morning. Real estate, why squatter settlement is a thorny issue. That is coming in handy for you inside the Standard this morning. And airspace, New Kenya. You can find that particular bullet magazine that really comes in handy for you every Thursday, all about aviation inside the Standard as well. Looking at the teaser here, how ICC cases shaped Uhuru's presidency. There's a special report on this that also is tucked away on page 12. Sri Lanka president now flees. People stormed the presidential residence and the Prime Minister's house also was torched. This is just a bite and a looming crisis. All the crisis that is in Sri Lanka right now as far as the cost of living is concerned, and they're pointing all the accusatory fingers on the executive. And this is where now the president had to flee to just, of course, save his life. You can follow the story on page 35 of the Standard this morning. Another fuel crisis looms. This is on page 22. And Omanyala yet to get US visa. That is tucked on page 47 of the Standard this morning. Let's see what we have on the front page of the Daily Nation and also the front page of the Star. This is what you're waking up on the front page of the Daily Nation this morning. Now we have 10 counties that are considered to be the swing counties as far as elections is concerned. 10 counties to decide winner. 10 counties that will determine who takes the trophy home on August the 9th. 1, we have Mombasa with 641,913 voters, and traditionally a Raila stronghold. Infotrak now sees the coastal county as a battleground. We have Tana River has 141,096 votes, with Ruto fielding Hussein Dado to reclaim his seat. We have in Nakuru as well, third most populous county in terms of registered voters after Nairobi and Kiambu, with 1,054,856 voters. We have Trans Nzoia in the Rift Valley, but classified as a Western Kenya county with its large Luhya population. It has 398,981 voters. We have also Bungoma, which is the fifth there. It boasts 646,598 votes. And in 2017, Raila had more than double the numbers or the number of votes Uhuru Ruto marshaled. In Vihiga, home of Musalia Mudavadi, has 310,043 votes. In 2017, Raila posted 179,140 votes against Uhuru Ruto's 18,275. In Narok, a predominantly Mas-speaking county with 390,784 votes. In 2017, Uhuru Ruto narrowly won against Raila. In Samburu, 100,014 votes. In 2017, the county was a 50-50 split when Raila polled 31,615 against Uhuru Ruto's 31,746. Now, Infotrak poll indicates that Raila has maintained his lead against Ruto with a 6-point gap at 43% popularity rating against Ruto's 37%. And this is stuck to on page 7 of the Standard or the Daily Nation this morning. We shall show you also that particular polling much later in the course of the program as we discuss it with a panelist as well. Man with 9 lives. This is Mike Sonko Mbuvi, the former Nairobi governor who was kicked out of office in 2020 under a cloud of graft accusations. He's handed a lifeline by the courts and could now be the next Mombasa governor. You have the story on page 12 of the Daily Nation this morning. Jubilees scored below average on human rights. That story by Amnesty International, or the report by Amnesty International, is on page 13 of the Daily Nation. A touch of class. You can read all about it in the Daily Nation. The Star, up next, and this is what you're waking up to on the front page of the Star. It's all about the tussle with the Kenyatta University land question. And we had also the former Vice Chancellor Mugenda there, who appeared before the parliamentary committee. Now it says KU land tussle linked to control of hospital. MPs report Professor Wanaina picked as his legacy return of facility to the university. Professor Mugenda said hospital was to be run by a company an idea the university rejected. This story is tucked away on page 4 and 5 of the Star this morning. And we have Ruto hunting for votes in Kisia's Wafula Chebukati, and you can see them on the campaign trail yesterday there. You know, how the crowds also swirled there yesterday on the different camps. The 6th COVID-19 wave to be over soon. This is what experts are saying. Kenya might soon be out of the 6th COVID-19 wave. Health experts have said this makes it the shortest wave the country has experienced. Only a few hospitalizations and deaths were recorded, and this story continues on page 3 of the Star this morning. Ex-NHIF boss fails to stop 1.1 billion shillings charges. You can follow the story on page 9 of the Star. 25 days to go. TikToking. That is also the clock that is heading towards the general election on the 9th. The days are peeling off the calendar quickly. That is the Star for you. And we can now look at what we have on the front page of the People Daily. I'll show you also the Business Daily as well. Then we'll buckle down to a discussion with a panelist. And the Business Daily is up next. This is what you're waking up to on the front page of the Business Daily, and the People Daily should be up also momentarily. There are sanctions. Remember, today it is Sokoni. We primarily also look at what is happening in the economy. Now sanctions are blocking 13 billion shillings Russia export to Kenya. This is the biting reality that we're in right now. Flow of wheat, fertilizer and steel from Moscow plunged 66% to 6.6 billion shillings in 3 months to March. And it says the Russia-Ukraine conflict knocked off 13.3 billion shillings in imports from Moscow in 3 months to March, forcing Kenya to turn to expensive sources of wheat, fertilizer and steel that helped drive inflation to a 58-month high. This story tucked away on page 4 of the Business Daily this morning. And former NHIF CEO fails to stop 1.1 billion shillings graft case. You can follow that story. Now, Igave is on the campaign trail. Yesterday, he was dishing out his manifesto. Of course, to motorists there, you can see him here. Igave hits the road. It says, Nairobi gubernatorial candidate on Jubilee ticket, Polycarp Igave, distributes copies of his manifesto to motorists along Uhuru Highway in Nairobi yesterday. That is the Business Daily for you. Let's see what Taifa Leo is holding for us, and the People Daily will come up shortly. As I just put my ducks in a row on that, this is what you're waking up to on the front page of the Taifa Leo. And it says, matusi yatia serikali aibu. Serikali yageuka mnara wa Babeli, huku viongozi na maafisa wakuu wakilaumiana. And you can see this picture that has been used most of the times to depict how this frosty relationship between the deputy president and the president is. Serikali ya Jubilee ikikaribia kuondoka mamlakani baada ya uchaguzi mkuu wa Agosti 9, viongozi wake wameonyesha ukosefu mkubwa wa adabu kwa kutusiana hadharani. Kwa kawaida, maafisa wakuu wa serikali wanapaswa kudumisha viwango vya juu vya heshima na nidhamu kwa wakubwa wao. You have this story continuing on page 2 of the Taifa Leo this morning. Sonko sasa kumtia pressure Nasir, huku mahakama ikimruhusu kuwania. You can follow the story on page 4 of Taifa Leo this morning. Let's cross over to Rwanda and we'll see also what is happening there on the front page of the New Times. And this is what you're waking up to on the front page of the New Times in Rwanda this morning. Then in a moment, I shall usher in my guest. And of course, also get to hear what they have to say, especially on that particular land question in KU that has come to the fore right now. Kigali to get stormwater master plan in 2 years. And you can see what is happening with the floods there. This is a very telling picture. Road users went through a flood street in Kigali on January the 28th, that is in 2020. It's a file picture. According to City of Kigali officials, over 1 billion Rwandan francs will be invested in developing the storm water management master plan that is expected to be complete by 2024 so as to help mitigate floods in the city. Planning ahead. Rwanda also Gabonese ICT startups to benefit from new skills agreement That is what we have on the front page of the New Times this morning. Happening in Rwanda momentarily also. I will show you what is on the front page of the East African as well. But allow me just to rope in our panelists this morning. Professor Collins Odote is up and early. He's been here by 6 o'clock. Also Professor Dominic Mwenja as well. Seems he's running a flu, so I shall try and give him some dama this morning as well here in my small kiosk. But let's just usher in our guest as we eagerly wait also for Bilo Kero to join us as well. Collins Odote, good to see you. Good morning.
Good morning, Dubal. How are you?
Very well, thank you. I think the last time I saw you was a soft copy on TV.
Last week, watching the debate about Nairobi.
Well, yes.
We're looking forward to the one next week about deputy presidents. I think that will be fireworks. Let's look forward to it.
Yes. What really stood out for you from that debate?
Actually, I was disappointed in the governance debate.
You're disappointed?
I was disappointed because for young people who have the potential of showing us different leadership, they spend too much time talking about themselves. So the first half of the debate was, especially with the leading candidates, was extremely boring. In the second, they started to talk about the issues that concern Nairobi. They started talking about water. They started talking about raising resources. They started to talk about the governance of Nairobi. I wish they had spent much more time than that. If you've watched media discussions, people are saying a rematch may be necessary for us to get to the real issues. So I was disappointed that they wasted an opportunity of getting to the details of what they will do for Nairobi.
So a rematch. But for my own assessment then, what do you think are some of the salient points that were missed there that were very pivotal for that particular discussion? The line of questioning as well, do you think you should have plumped deeper than what we saw?
If you know, especially land in informal settlements has been a critical issue. The link between housing and land.
Yes.
I think the Supreme Court had a decision in the Metubel case a short while ago. Just next to us here, the issue of Mukulu. There should have been huge conversations about land. That for me, I think, would be important. The second thing that I've wanted much more conversation is transport. There's been a debate about having BRT, having an unmotorized transport, having our roads, having a possibility of people using bikes. There should have been much more discussion in terms of the ideas that they have of doing so. Thirdly, is the issue of service delivery to the citizens of Nairobi. I raised it, Dibal, that if you go to both informal and even middle class areas, the cost of water is unbearable. The waste collection in this country got privatized a long time ago. So people pay for services, but they don't get the services that Nairobians deserve. I would have wanted to hear much more from them about what they're going to do about waste collection, but more importantly, the innovations in terms of turning garbage into money, the process of trying to both recycle and using a circular economy to be able to convert that waste into other things. I would have liked to hear innovative ideas, especially looking at their age, young people, modern, people with an outlook. Lastly, Debal, Nairobi is not just the capital city. Nairobi is an international city. We are the only country in Africa, actually in the developing world, that hosts UN agencies. Trying to profile that and ensure that we meet those international standards, take advantage of it, is something I think every governor should be thinking about. So not just think about the basics, but also think about internationalization of the city and what it means for attracting investment and for attracting revenue. I didn't hear anybody speak about that, and that disappointed me.
And you also being an environmental lawyer as well, looking at just the air quality in Nairobi, do you think that will have been also a very important issue that should have been put on the table? Actually, now that we are gravitating towards...
If you look at the conversations within UNEP,
yes,
the issues about air pollution, the issues about how we address it is at the center of discussions in the environmental sphere. I would have wanted to hear their ideas about how do we ensure that people in Nairobi can breathe the same kind of clean air that you enjoy when you go to the village. No mention at all about how we can address pollution generally, how we can address air pollution, how we can even address plastic pollution. So a lot of things, Dubal, that they should have spoken about. You are right about the state of air pollution and something that they should have thought about.
Right, thank you. Let's hear from Professor Dominic Mwenja. Good morning, good to see you.
Good morning, Bob.
Well, my deepest sympathy also and sincere condolences for the loss of your sister, as we had a funeral yesterday.
Yes, and that's part of the reason why I'm sniffling a little bit. You know, that is quite cold. We had my sister's burial.
Pole.
May her soul rest in peace.
Indeed.
Yes, I think I'm looking at the dailies, and I was when I saw Sonko, and we'd be discussing that,
Yes,
and I was telling myself, wow, you know, this is an interesting conversation that we are going to be having today. But nevertheless, about the debate in Nairobi, I was also equally disappointed. I was disappointed because they should have spent more time discussing substantive issues that affect the people of Nairobi. The issue of sewage, the issue of Nairobi River. What are we doing in Nairobi River? It's one of the dirtiest rivers in this country. It should be cleaned up. Those are some of the things, environmental issues. The issues about service delivery. How are they going to improve service delivery for the people of Nairobi? Making Nairobi pedestrian friendly. One of the issues that, and I have to applaud NMS for some of the work they have done in making the city a little bit pedestrian delivery. I mean, pedestrian friendly. The issue of water, and expected them to have substantive discussion on the same when it comes to water. Housing is also a big issue in the city, and yes, government should be involved in affordable housing in this city, and also the issue of the issues of areas like Mukuru, Kibra, cleaning up of those areas and making them more friendly to the people who are living there. Transport is also another issue. How do we decongest the city? The president has laid the basic framework of making sure that the traffic through the city is taken care of through the interchanges, the expressway, and all those. But what is the city doing in terms of making transport a little bit easier? The mass transit system, this is a high time that we started talking about the mass transit systems. So areas of moving people from, like when I come here, from Kiledeshwa coming down here 5 o'clock in the morning, you see a sea of individuals walking from Kawangware all the way they're coming to work. If you go to Kangemi, you see a sea of people just walking. The issue that we're saying amongst ourselves is these are low-income people who sometimes do not have enough money to wait for matatus. They're coming to do their houses in Nairobi and everything else. How do we design a mass transit system that is run by the city like we see in other major cities, metropolitan cities around different parts of the world? And Nairobi is an international city, like Prof just said. So we have to live to those standards as far as the movement of individuals and people are concerned. That is affordable as well. So all those issues, I expected them to discuss them. The issue of security is an issue. The issue of waste management is also an issue. The issue of sewage. And if you go to Kileleshwa and Kilimani nowadays, including Lavington, all the high-rises that are coming up, they're coming up replacing the single dwellings that used to be there years ago. The question is, what are we doing about the sewage system to support such high density?
Indeed, and we would have expected also that the Nairobi Master Spatial Plan, should actually have been on the table for our discussion as well.
Absolutely.
I think there was a launch of the spatial plan in 2016 at the KICC, if I may remember.
Actually, what was for me sad is that, except for the mention of the Urban Areas and Cities Act, the effort to try and talk to us about what are the current policy initiatives within the county. I think you mentioned about the special plan developed and launched several years ago. I think JICA helped us to develop a plan for Nairobi. I think thirdly, we ended in the informal settlements, both the national government, partly with the county government, has been implementing a national slum upgrading and prevention policy, and a strategy, a new one is being developed. So you'd have wanted to hear people who know what the current status of the policies are, what the current status of the plan is, and what the ideas are of doing things differently. The county government, talking about air quality, just passed, the county assembly passed a law on air quality, I think sponsored by the MCA for South Sea, Wadera Shege, just before they went into recess. You would have wanted that anybody who is running has ideas about this kind of things, because you're not starting from a clean slate. This county has been governed for the last 10 years. What ideas do you have to do things differently to pick on the things that were going on? They were speaking as if they are going to be doing things from the start and the only savior for the county. So for me, some levels of disappointment.
And what is talking about, because also the building codes around the city, from where we were with the colonial, building codes, estates like Kilaleshwa, Kilimani area, we can see all this mushrooming of the jungle, concrete that it's become a jungle concrete city, as it were. So the breaking of building codes, how then should that particular issue be addressed or put squarely on the incoming governors in trade? I think trying to just maintaining a modicum of sort of decorum in where we actually are building our estates around the city.
I think it's an issue of zoning and controlled growth.
Zoning and controlled
growth. You cannot just have buildings mushrooming everywhere in any form. There should be an issue of these areas are zoned for single-family dwelling. These areas are zoned for business. These areas are zoned for whatever it is they're zoned. And once those zoning restrictions are enforced, it becomes easy to control the level and amount of growth that you see mushrooming around the city. That goes back now to the city inspectorate, the issue of constructing buildings that are not going to collapse on you, and especially on the outer side of the CBD.
Yes.
So it's really the issue of zoning and how they need to enforce those zoning rules, and they've been there for a long time. And I think going back to the two candidates, I think they were too busy. Sakaja was too busy trying to defend his degree issues and all that, but he tried towards the end to show that he has actually read a few things about the city. There are some reports that came about on the city, especially on water and all that. I should have probably discussed that much of that. And I think they both missed an opportunity to tell Nairobians what is it that they're going to do for this city that has not been done over the last 20 years or so.
Indeed. Okay. And maybe also we could talk about, because in the Nairobi County, I know there is a Department of Agriculture. And I've always been wondering then, how then do we have a Department of Agriculture and we have a concrete city? What is the sole function of that particular department? Because we dedicate also a good tidy of money, sum of money for that particular Department of Agriculture. In fact, isn't that the case? The last time I checked, the Ministry of Agriculture
there is
in Nairobi. So what is the sole function? How does it also help us with our food security?
When the first county government was being formed, and I think it was Governor Kidero who created the Ministry of Agriculture, and everybody's up in arms saying, what is happening with Nairobi? How can you have a Ministry of Department of Agriculture? You actually need a Department of Agriculture.
We need it.
You do. If you look at the situation of food security, you cannot assume that food security will be addressed only in the rural areas. You must use all the opportunities that you have. Issues around urban agriculture is a whole sort of conversations. You have seen people who actually even grow crops on even sacks and producing food. And secondly, there's quite a bit of land in Nairobi. We'll be talking about even Kenyatta University. If you look at there are a lot of public institutions that have a lot of land that can actually be put to use for agricultural products. So there, and if you go to certain parts, I think over the weekend, I was going to a graduation of a friend of mine in Karen. You'll find people in Karen who have 3 acres. I think if you put just an acre of it into good use, you'll be able to get food. And if you look at the current food situation, you know that we actually need a Department of Agriculture in the city of Nairobi.
Right. Allow me to introduce also Bill Okero. Bill Okero, thank you for joining us. And you just got us, we were looking at the Nairobi gubernatorial debate and some of the salient points that were raised, it's hit and misses. For you, what really stood out if you followed the debate, and how should we have done better? Where did we do well? Where should we improve?
Thank you. I think it was a great debate. I loved it. I think the two gentlemen, in fact, it was I was very impressed. I thought it was more presidential.
It was more presidential.
Frankly. I mean, there are people who are running for president who cannot debate that, that kind of those kind of issues, and they were. Of course, there's always, in this kind of things, there'll be attempts to size each other up and, throw bobs in there. But I think on issues, I think both of them are very articulate guys, and they're very passionate about their plans for the city. And I think, frankly, there are people who both of them seem to be very pragmatic about how they want to go about issues, and they seem to be people who are very hands-on, and because you can see the way each of them has really gone into trying to understand what are the issues and how to address all, so they are very, I was very impressed by the two really in their debate, particularly, the Sakaja and the Igate debate.
Do you feel that maybe from the economic point of view, Nairobi being the capital city, the economic activity that really happening here, that we generate a lot of income for the country, what do you feel missed out from the economic point of view? Despite the fact,
no, you see, the time given is obviously very short. And many of the topics you are given to discuss the question on economy in a minute or two. So I mean, you can't. But I think each of them did appreciate that the amount of revenue is being collected from Nairobi, significantly lower than what they can. The capacity is there to increase it from the current 2030 whatever to 80 billion. So I think there is. But you see, Nairobi, the way we have structured our constitution, county governments, and this is a mistake many people make, do not have powers to tax people. The tax is collected by Kenya Revenue Authority across the board in all the taxes in the country. What county governments have capacity for is to labor charges, for service that they can render to people. And so there's a limit. If you ask counties to tax, then we'll get serious problems in this country, and business will be so expensive, and cost of service. So I think, but they're very clear that there is a potential to expand the revenue capacity of this country from the services that are offered, which they said currently, because of leakages, they will address through digital systems and so forth. I think that potential is there, and I think they seem to appreciate that there's need to work on that.
You did. Yeah. The most consternating also question that really came to bear was the fact, or we had from the debaters, was the fact that Nairobi County collects at least 120, 160 million, if I'm not, or 140 million per day, and what goes to the books is only 40 million. So where is the rest of the money that is in question here? Because that's a tidy sum of money that we per day. If you're collecting 120 and we have only 40 million in the books, that should be interrogated, and these people should actually tell us where did they get these statistics. Or do you think this was just an exaggeration, hyperbole, because of the nature of the debate?
No, it is true. And before I jump on that, because there's a structural weakness within the city itself. In strategy, there's something we call structural integrity of an organization. And what you do in order to create what we call structural holes that affect the integrity of the organization, we create issues and weaknesses within the structure that allows this money is now to, because the city knows this is how much you're supposed to collect, but then they don't collect. At the end of the day, we are expecting 140 million, and there's only 40 million that's going in. Then where is the other 40 million? Yeah, where is and I think we seriously need to look at the structural integrity of the entire revenue collection system of the city and see where these leakages are. Most likely they know where those leakages are, but they have not put policies in place to be able to address those structural weaknesses. Now, let me come to agriculture, because I'm in that space. Agriculture in every major city is extremely important for urban farming and for food security and other areas. Right now, my organization, Merama International Foundation, is developing urban food systems for Africa with a think tank from Germany. And we are looking at Nairobi, Ouagadougou, and Cape Town, where we're doing our pilot for the last 2 years. Now I believe we are in the second year of the same, where we develop food systems for people in the cities to be able to grow food, regardless of whether there's concrete, there's space. If you look at Singapore, for example, Singapore is able to feed itself, and it's a city state. Why do they do that? How do they do that? Because they have an urban food production system that allows people in the city to grow food. And therefore, it is absolutely necessary for Nairobi to pay a lot of attention to the urban food production systems so that the people who are in the city can also be able to grow their own food, not necessarily to having to buy everything that they're eating. Now, with the structural weaknesses in the city, and I think these are some of the substantive issues I expected these people, the two candidates, to discuss. The structural weaknesses allow for all this money to be siphoned out of the city. The question is, and now it's KRA that's collecting all the revenues, but then you have the services that Bill is talking about. How do we address those issues, and how do we look at the structures that have introduced the loopholes that allow these people to steal that money from the city? That's what I needed to hear from the two candidates, and how moving forward the entire amount of money that's supposed to be collected in the city is actually collected.
Yeah. Indeed. All right, back to that question with Professor Odote of the losing of 120 minus 40. Yeah, that particular missing link that of the money that is not really accounted for, that's a big one.
It's extremely big, Dibal, and two things it's interesting to point out. Number one, if you talk to anybody about the city of Nairobi, they'll tell you about a place called City Hall Annex.
City Hall Annex,
City Hall Annex. That you have two city halls. You have the real city hall where the governor sits, then you have City Hall Annex where deals takes place. And if you want to start asking yourself about the laws, start asking yourself, how do we ensure that we don't have the operations of Nairobi happening at City Hall Annex, bring them to City Hall. But the second is the whole issue of digitization. I think as long as we continue to have cash transactions as the basis of engaging in the city of Nairobi, you'll be having leakages that needs to be blocked. And I think, but the critical thing that I think both governors were making in terms of that leakage is, if we want to address the development of Nairobi, even in addition to increasing the on-source revenue, we must ensure that the ones that get collected now find their way to the right places. They don't find their way to people's pockets. I think just yesterday, I think the day before yesterday, you saw the courts the courts convicting several people in the first governor's tenure. I think the point to note is that corruption continues to impact negatively on the development of Nairobi County. And I think that example just demonstrated the challenge that the incoming governors need to deal with, both not just in terms of expanding the revenue base, but in terms of sealing the revenue leakages that exist in the current collection processes within the city.
Indeed. Right. Bill Okero, lastly on that.
No, I think it's a major issue in every county, by the way. The revenue leakages are, systemic problems, not just in the counties and also even at KRA level. And I think over the years, many of the challenges have been raised by auditors, by the Auditor General. You'll be shocked how much revenue is lost, not just in terms of collection, but in the Auditor General talks about counties that have up to 100 bank accounts for and which
100 bank accounts.
Money is not swept into the central bank account. Yeah, revenue collection, local or own revenue, what they call in counties, is a cash cow for county governments, because that money rarely gets swept into the consolidated funds of the counties. So I think, but many have now been engaged in KRA to try and run that, and you've seen in Nairobi some of the services are now run by KRA, and I think many are also trying to digitalize that revenue collection process, and hopefully those, over a period of time, I think those challenges will be addressed.
Yeah, but I think also we had Kimani Ichung'wah raising concerns, I think years back, regarding how also the counties are really stashing money in the banks.
The commercial banks.
The commercial banks, so that they can accrue interest. And this money does not really go back to, the wards and development in the counties at the end of the day. There was a bill, I don't know, he had raised, or it was a draft, and then it just tapered off. Maybe you may remember that, if your memory serves you well. Because I think that remains to be a very big issue, especially with the county governors, where we have all this money coming from exchequer, and it's not going for, to the various, or deployed to various sectors that is demanding this money. So it is just stashed away, billions of money in their bank accounts for the accruement of interest.
You see, the money from the exchequer, which is the national revenue shared out to the counties, that money can only be released by the control of budget for specific activities that has been approved, both by the county assembly in the budget and by the controller in terms of the application for the fund. So it's not possible for the controller of budget to approve 500 million or 100 million to be released from consolidated fund of the county to go into banking, into a commercial bank account. No, that money goes for specifically the specific activities for which it's approved, and they have to submit returns on how that money has been spent before the next tranche of money is released for them. But that's the law. You see, that is the law. But not applying the law is another issue now. Compliance is another issue. And that is the challenge that I think Kimani was raising, that there are counties where people want to, circumvent those provisions. And so you get the money approved for construction of this building, hospital, but when the money comes, the money then is swept into a commercial bank account and for the purpose for which you have mentioned. But not only the money from, the one that is easier to, the main challenge is the money from the local revenues. This one goes straight into the commercial bank accounts. And most of the time they don't account for it. And auditors have raised concerns on this, so many, over the last 10 years. And that is the money that they should ideally account for it. And the money is gotten to the central bank and goes through the process of budgeting and so forth. But that is the money that they actually misuse most. But I agree with you that commercial banks are some of the avenues that these guys use, to keep the money. But compliance with the law is always a challenge, and these are raised always by the Auditor General.
And yesterday,
if you looked at, I think it's the report of the Controller of Budget or the Auditor General, for just last year, you look at the trends in some counties. A county was making its own source revenue in the previous year, 800 million. This year, 200 million, a reduction of 600 million. The moment you see that, it is not because the county is not doing well. It is because some people are taking away the money for their private, and that's what we need to focus on.
How come the Senate has not been actually very active in blowing up some of these discrepancies?
Now those issues have been raised and raised and raised. I'm telling you, I chaired the Senate Finance Committee. We have had so many petitions. We've even recommended for action through DPSO, but nothing happens in this country. But those are the challenges which are raised every year by the Auditor General. The account is with hundreds of bank accounts, deliberate, just to make sure that the money from this market goes here, the money from this one goes, and the signatories sometimes are not the authorized signatories. You put some gentleman in the governor's office who's a friend as a signatory. They do, that area is a major.
So this is a money minting machine?
Local revenue collections.
And it does not really go back to the county, it goes back to the pockets of some